Pick of the week. Enter at Vikings.com for your chance to win weekly prize packs and so much more. You can check that out again at Vikings.com. After a 59-yard field goal, the Bears still have the lead 10-6. They get the ball to start off the second half, and that second half is going to be coming up here next on the Minnesota Vikings Audio Network, driven by Polaris.
Ready? Set!
TCO, for when the Minnesota Vikings need the best sports medicine available.
Ready? Set!
TCO, for partnering with more schools and communities.
Ready? Set!
TCO, for more urgent care locations ready to go. Twin Cities Orthopedics. Ready, set, TCO. Learn more at TCOMN.com.
A winning team needs great players. At Trade Home Shoes, we have legendary players like Birkenstock, Brooks, New Balance, UGG, Adidas, and Nike. We also have top performers like Hoka, On, Olika, Ufos, Ultra, and a rising star, Rival. Whether you're gearing up for game day or the daily hustle, score a winning pair for the whole family at Trade Home Shoes. Proud partner of the Minnesota Vikings. Trade Home Shoes. Enjoy life. Feet first.
For the Vikings, growth is a team effort. Coaches maximize performance. Teammates push your limits. But in business, who's there to help you grow? Lumen, that's who. Like saving live broadcasts from lag time, helping deliver the in-stadium experience for fans with millions more around the globe, and bringing all the benefits of the cloud to your network. So it's as secure as a defensive line and as legendary as the fans that cheer them on. Welcome to the on-demand network that meets your demands. Learn more at lumen.com. Services not available everywhere.
It's okay, Daddy's here. Rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetop. Josh Allen beat Daddy's team and really went off. When the game ends, Daddy's ranking will fall. And Jerkface Bill will win Fantasy League trophy and all.
Hon, have a Snickers.
Thanks.
And maybe take a break from the league chat.
You're distracted when you're hungry. Snickers satisfies.
The radio home of the Vikings, Gophers, and Wild. Minnesota sports station is FM 100.3 KFAN. Now back to the stadium and the fans, Paul Allen.
Minnesota Vikings season opener, take two in 3-2. Welcome to Soldier Field. The Bears lead 10-6, and we say let's kind of restart things a little bit because the Vikings offense was quite discombobulated at times in the first half. And before we talk more about that, we invite Vikings fans to pick up a commemorative Pepsi Vikings Cup at U.S. Bank Stadium or participating Hy-Vee and Buffalo Wild Wings locations for your chance to win Victor's Ride or other great prizes. And fill your cup with an ice cold Pepsi. Get ready for game day. Minnesota Vikings football is better with Pepsi, so let's call. The home opener is Sunday, shortly after 7 o'clock against Michael Penix and the Atlanta Falcons. Took a tough loss yesterday to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So, how much do you believe the Bears are confusing J.J. McCarthy when he's trying to pass?
Well, that's the thing, because the looks that they're given with the single high safety, I know we've seen Kevin O'Connell enough that he's going to want to throw this football. So that's the big question, Paul, is are they getting what the quarterback is seeing? And that, I think, is going to determine. I cannot see Coach O'Connell not throwing the football.
Boom. Devin Duvernay from the end zone, far side, 5'10", 15-20. And he will be taken down after a return of 21 yards. And the Chicago Bears will be led out by Caleb Williams, who started the game 10 of 10. He's now 13 of 16, 112 yards. He's their leading rusher, too, averaging 8 per on 4 runs with a 9-yard touchdown. DJ Moore, 2 catches, 35 yards. Olamide Zaccheaus, 3 catches and 30 yards. First down for the Chicago Bears from their own 22-yard line, and Williams goes under center. The center is Drew Dahlman. Cole Kmet in motion to the right. Williams back to pass, looks left, pumps, sees nothing. Swings back to the right, incomplete, off the fingertips of an outstretched arm belonging to DeAndre Swift. Second down.
And you get that feeling now, Paul, with Caleb Williams in this quick passing game that the Bears are trying to enact, that the timing just isn't there. It's almost on every play. He gets to the top of his drop, he goes through his reads, and then decides to either scramble or do something. So the timing isn't there. When he's getting the top of his drops, the receivers aren't always in their breaks. So great job by this Viking defense to get the rhythm out of this offense.
Williams on 2nd and 10. The Bears have 172 yards of offense compared to 80 for the Vikings. 2nd down, 2nd and 10 from the 22. Williams play action, straight drop from under center. Whips one out to the right, incomplete. Cole Kmet, covered by Ivan Pace Jr. And now it's 3rd and 10 for Chicago. The Bears 3 of 7 on 3rd down.
Excellent job by Blake Cashman covering Colson Loveland in the middle of the field, Paul. That's where I think they wanted to go with that. They had the one-on-one, and just Cashman, being a veteran, knew exactly where Loveland was going to break across the middle of the field, and Caleb Williams had nowhere to go with it. So if we can just keep Caleb Williams in the pocket, I think we're going to be successful.
It's 3rd and 10. The Vikings have yet to sack the second-year product from USC. Williams back to pass. Quick hitter left, incomplete. Olamide Zaccheaus, the intended receiver. Josh Metellus late on the scene. And that quick play, again, a quick snap, and Williams trying to hit Zaccheaus on a quickie and rely on the yards after catch. It didn't work that time, so the Bears go 3 and out.
Yeah, Caleb Williams is seeing that rush. You can see him kind of twisting his body, not really following through, and that ball went way behind the wide receiver. So that's the disruption in timing that I'm talking about, Paul, and we're starting to get it on our defense. It's just, can we get some type of throwing rhythm on our offense?
Tory Taylor, 2nd-year Iowa. Relatively big rush by Matt Daniels' punt coverage team. Here comes Miles Price from the 31. Gets a seam up the middle, 35-40. Miles Price, nice move at the 50, and he's taken down at the 48. Nice job, Miles Price. 23-yard return by the undrafted Indiana Hoosier. And the Minnesota Vikings will start a possession for the first time this game on the Bears side of the field from the Bears 45.
Now, I don't think we've started a possession past the 30 yet so far. So being out past the 50, that's fantastic. And for Miles Price, the main thing for him tonight is just catch the football cleanly, and anything that he can get above and beyond that is just gravy.
And we have our 13th respot. This goes back to the 49. Aaron Jones, the tailback, first down. Adam Thielen in motion. Play action from McCarthy. Straight drop. The ball's hit at the line of scrimmage. Incomplete. Flag on the play. This is going to be unnecessary roughness or roughing the quarterback on a member of the Bears. I believe it's Odangbo.
And we've seen more batted footballs than I've seen, in the years that I've done this. So for McCarthy.
Personal foul, roughing the pass, number 55 defense.
Odangbo.
Penalty, automatic first down.
There we go.
We'll take it. At this stage of the game, Paul, we'll take anything that moves the chains.
Quick trip trivia. Which Vikings holds the record for receiving yards in a Week 1 game? Ahmad Rashad, Justin Jefferson, Adam Thielen, or Randy Moss? It's B, Justin Jefferson. 184 versus Green Bay, Week 1, 2022. That is courtesy of Quick Trip and QuickTrip.com. And Lieber, Pete Bursich, Paul Allen, Soldier Field, 10-6 Chicago. 1st and 10 for the Minnesota Vikings from the Bears 34. Adam Thielen just outside of tight end Josh Oliver to the right on first down. Handoff Aaron Jones. And to Kevin Byard III. Snip that thing out from Schaumburg, the 10th-year safety from Middle Tennessee State. Caught Jones at the line of scrimmage. It's no gain. And the Vikings hustle back to the line of scrimmage. Justin Jefferson with one catch to the outside of Adam Thielen to the left. Jalen Naylor to the right. Aaron Jones, the tailback. J.J. McCarthy calling it at the line of scrimmage. He backs away from center Ryan Kelly. He lifts the right knee to get the ball. He's going to toss it right to Aaron Jones. There's nothing to the right, so he bends it back to the left, and Brisker takes him down at about the 32-yard line. That'll be a gain of 2, 3rd and 8.
That was a good decision. You had the 2 high safeties, so go ahead and run the football. You're going to get at least a little something positive, and then go back. Kevin Byard, well, had the Vikings had a bootleg or a play action on that play, JJ would have been able to run it for about 50 yards. They're selling out on the blitz, and they think they've got the Vikings pinned down and distance in the running game. But here we go, empty formation.
Vikes are 0 of 5 on 3rd down. McCarthy walks up to Ryan Kelly twice, taps him with his left hand. Play clock down to 2. Third down, gets the snap. McCarthy looking left. That's a terrible, terrible pass, and it's going to be a pick 6 for the Chicago Bears. It's former Viking Nahshon Wright. Touchdown, Chicago Bears. McCarthy telegraphed that from a mile away, and it's 16-6 Chicago.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that, Paul. That was, I think everybody in the stadium and Nahshon Wright absolutely saw that. So that was a bad interception. That's on the quarterback, no question about it.
First touchdown for Nahshon Wright, fourth-year Oregon State.
Rough start for the youngster. Now we're going to see what he's made of. He's got to get back out there now right away. And yeah, but what a shame to have a turnover like that when you're already in scoring position. I mean, that's not good.
74-yard pick 6. Extra point, snap spot, sent to. He hit it. And the Chicago Bears have taken a 17-6 lead on the Sleep Number scoreboard and the KFA and Minnesota Vikings audio network, driven by Polaris.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. Well, Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability, making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. Visit ChevyDealOnline.com.
You're listening to Vikings football.
Vikings faithful, listen up. Your game day checklist is more than wearing purple and gold. It's about victory from the first play to the final whistle. During tense, close calls, Dove shampoo, body wash, and deodorant keep you fresh and dry from head to toe. And what's a true Vikings tailgate without the secret weapon to sliders and sides, Hellman's Real Mayo. Then when post-game dishes pile up like a defensive line, 7th generation detergent is the powerhouse that blitzes through the grease and grime. Stock up on Dove, Hellman's, and 7th generation. And Skol Vikings.
Bring on Vikings football with new gear from Shields. From jerseys, accessories, and signed collectibles. Represent your team's iconic colors at the big game. Shields is your ultimate shopping destination with knowledgeable experts and great customer service to get you fitted for your passion. Whether you love style, sports, or the great outdoors, find it at your local Shields or Shields.com. Our experts are here to make every day a win. Shields, proud partner of the Minnesota Vikings and football fans everywhere.
She's Jan, the ultimate Vikings fan. Okay, everybody, welcome to the Vikings Jan Show Fan Show. My special guest today is Jared Allen. So, Jared, who you got for the Vikings game this week?
Minnesota Vikings.
Me too. So, that's our show. We'd like to thank our sponsor, the Minnesota Lottery, who reminds you this could be your year. Play the new
Vikings
Scratch Game for a shot at $100,000, game tickets, and more. Minnesota Lottery. I'm in. Must be 18 or older to play.
Take Paul, Pete, and Ben with you and stay connected to today's Vikings game by listening live on the iHeart app and KFAN. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Vikings football.
Vikings Bears tonight at 7:15 on the audio home for Vikings football. FM 100.3 KFXN Minneapolis St. Paul. The Fan, powered by Hy-Vee.
Going back to that pick 6 by the Bears, you guys, it's been a chess match all game long with Dennis Allen against J.J. McCarthy. That's the defensive coordinator for the Bears. He does a great job of disguising some blitzes, then bringing the blitz. That particular time, J.J. saw the blitz. They're all lined up in the line of scrimmage. He guessed right, made the right check. He just did not get the right coverage as Nahshon Wright was dropping into the flat in the zone. He thought he had the speed out to J.J. It wasn't there. He's diagnosing and taking command of this offense. Now the next step is identifying what the coverage is going to be. Hopefully he can get that fixed on the sidelines.
Boom. Santos kick to Ty Chandler near side from the 3-yard line to the 15, 20, 25. Heads to the right, taken down at the 28. A return of 25 yards by Ty Chandler. All right, so if you're J.J. McCarthy, you just telegraphed the pass about as badly as anybody ever is going to see. You probably heard about it from Josh McCown, the quarterback's coach, and the head coach, Kevin O'Connell. And now you're back out there.
Yeah.
What's J.J. McCarthy thinking about
Got to get right. Well, nothing. He's got to think about this play and getting right back on the horse. And if it's there, throw it. You can't go back. You can't change it. But he's got to move on. And we're going to see this is a big test of character right here for J.J. McCarthy.
That pick six led statistician Brian Harper to some emotional eating with these potato chips. Holy cow. And Jordan Mason up the middle of the 32, gain of 4, 2nd and 6. I mean, McCarthy threw the pick, and B. Harp threw off his pullover. Got 3 bags of potato chips and is just emotionally eating right now.
Yeah. Well, the one thing,
damn the numbers.
Paul, about with the interception is that Nahshon Wright he didn't backpedal at all. We never got up the field to get, and that's why he was able to break on the football like he did. So the timing of that route just didn't work very well either.
Adam Thielen wide right, joined by Justin Jefferson. 1st and 10, 17-6 Bears. McCarthy steps away from the sack for a second. Then he officially is taken down and sacked. And this sack will go the way of, you want to give it a try? Tano Passanio from the practice squad, the active squad, right to the sack column, loss of 7, 3rd and 13.
Yeah, and Justin School is getting a chance to start at left tackle, and he's having a rough night. He's already given up a hit for Deo Adangbo, and JJ, when he gets to the top of his drop, has been under pressure. So not a great night on that end either.
The statistician is on his 4th bag of chips. 3rd and 13 from the 25. Bears lead by 11. McCarthy clapping for the ball. Play clock ran down. Delay a game. So now McCarthy's going to walk up to Ryan Kelly. Yeah, you got a new quarterback. You got a new center. You got the quarterback clapping. And the center not sending it back to him. So we back up 5 yards, 3rd and 18.
And again, that's what I'm talking about with the system and just the timing of it and those kinds of mistakes. Now, the Bears have made their fair share of false starts and mistakes in that regard as well. But that's the managing of the system that needs to go on, and McCarthy's going to get better at it as this season goes on, no question about it.
3rd and 18, Minnesota 0 of 6 on 3rd down. The last 3rd down try was the 74-yard pick 6. So they're going to hoist the white flag here and hand it off to Jordan Mason on a delay. And it's not going to work. He's going to run up the middle and be captured in the backfield for a loss by Dominic Robinson, 4th year from Miami of Ohio. The Bears bench is absolutely electric right now.
Yeah, well, to come out at halftime and only be down by 4 points after the way the first half went, it was giving you some hope that if JJ could figure it out, that we could put some points on the board and still be in it. But right now, they've got all the momentum.
Ryan Wright with a punt that sails high into the Chicago sky. Duvernay near side from the 30. Shakes a tackle at the 32. Flag on the play. Ty Felton's been really good on special teams tonight.
I think it's going to be a hold against the Bears, which is exactly what we need. Make this offense go the distance of the field. We can't keep giving them short fields, but offensively.
During the kick, holding, number 43 of the receiving team. 10-yard penalty from the end of the kick. First down, Chicago. Timeout.
Carl Jones Jr. elevated from the practice squad right to the penalty box with the infraction. All right, 17-6 Bears on the Sleep Number scoreboard. 10:08 to go in the 3rd quarter. Bears ball. When we return, it's Minnesota Vikings football.
By our family for 7 generations. Grain to glass, never sourced. Paul Sutton Bourbon. Passed down to be passed around.
Eagan, Minnesota is the proud home of the Minnesota Vikings, and it's also the ultimate destination for fantastic fun. Eagan features over 100 unique restaurants and amazing attractions, such as Twin Cities Premium Outlets and the Vikings Museum. And when you stay in any of Eagan's 19 incredible hotels Thursday through Sunday and pick your package, you'll receive 2 free tickets to the Vikings Museum. Other great offers are also available. For complete details, visit enjoyegan.com. That's enjoyegan.com.
Ever feel like the road is out to... Thankfully, Hyundai is always working to ensure it doesn't, with over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
Now for a limited time, get 1.99% APR on the Hyundai Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offers end September 30th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Martin Marietta, an American-based company, is a leading producer of heavy building materials and the top supplier of aggregates and asphalt to the Twin Cities. Guided by values like safety, integrity, and stewardship, Martin Marietta strives to provide the materials on which our communities grow. Visit martinmarietta.com to learn more. Interested in a career with a rock-solid team offering competitive pay and benefits? Visit careersthatcrush.com to apply today. Skol Vikings!
Paul Sutton Bourbon is a namesake bourbon made by our family for 7 generations. Grain to glass, never sourced. Paul Sutton Bourbon, passed down to be passed around.
This is the Vikings season opener on KFAN. Now back to Soldier Field. Here's the Fans, Paul Allen.
Well, the Bears have one touchdown on offense. It took place on the first possession of the season. They forced the Vikings to go 3 and out. Then they went 10 plays, 61 yards. Caleb Williams ran in nearly untouched from a 9 out. They got a couple of Cairo Santos field goals and a 74-yard pick 6 by Nashawn Wright, a corner who spent last year with the Vikings and played in a game. Now it's Bears ball, leading 17-6. First and 10, Caleb Williams under center. Toss right to DeAndre Swift. Dallas Turner made him stop. Jonathan Grenard made him stutter step. And then after all that, he's just going to go down for no gain, 2nd and 10.
Now we're seeing a lot of Dallas Turner mixed in with this group, even though Van Ginkel and Grenard are out there at the same time, Paul. So they're finding a way to get him on the field.
I got to ask you this real quick, and you'll respond after the play. At halftime, they honored the 85 Bears when Chicago, Illinois native Pete Bursich was 14 years of age. Those 85 Bears were dominating with the Doug Plank 46. Second down, Caleb Williams from under center, play action. He's going to throw right hash left side to DJ Moore. Caught at the 42, 22-yard hit. That was very nice. First down for the Bears, but in your formative years before you went to Notre Dame, ended up playing in the National Football League. What was it like living here during the 85 Bears?
Yeah, and with the Super Bowl shuffle and really that team just took over this town, Paul, and to see those guys again, a lot of them looking pretty good, but a few of them not around anymore. It's hard. But yeah, as a 14-year-old kid to have your team win the Super Bowl, I mean, there's nothing better.
First down for the Bears, leading by 11. 8:52 to go in the third quarter. It is a screen right by Caleb Williams to Luther Burden III. And the 3 in his name will stand for the amount of yards he just lost on a TFL. Van Ginkel caught him behind the line of scrimmage, 2nd and 13.
Yeah, just a great play by Van Ginkel, who, last year with the 11.5 sacks, he only has 28.5 in his career. And I say only, but I mean, he got played so well last season. He's playing off the ball right now as Dallas Turner is playing defensive end.
Zacchaeus in motion to the left. He's been a problem. Williams back to pass. Ball's hit at the line of scrimmage and incomplete to Zacchaeus. I believe it was Dallas Turner with the pass defense. So 3rd and 13 for the Bears from their own 39. And, I mean, it's the first game of the season, but this is kind of the newest, biggest play of this game right here, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you have 8 minutes left to go in this quarter, and the one thing that you get concerned about with the offense struggling the way they are is that the defense loses a little bit of their edge, and this is a great opportunity for the defense to come up big and get the ball back in the hands of our offense.
3 safety look for Brian Flores with Jay Ward in the game on 3rd down. Williams back to pass, looped one left, caught by the rookie Loveland. Ooh, he stood up beautifully by Joshua Metellus at the 43, stops him for a gain of 4. And with an 11-point lead, the Chicago Bears are punting.
Yeah, great job by Metellus. And that's part of the whole disguise. When you talk about Metellus playing a lot of different spots in that regard, in that play, he was dropping almost like a corner normally would. But, again, he plays linebacker, he plays safety, he's all over the place. And great job by the defense. We gave up that 22-yard pass on a mistake. But since then, they've tightened things up. Our defense is playing pretty well.
Covenant cleanup 2 plays ago. The pass defense was Van Ginkel, not Turner. Corey Taylor's punt, end over end. Miles Price fields it at the 5, feeling good about himself. Heads to the left to the 10, to the 15, to the 20. And he's taken down at the 24, so that'll be a return of 17 yards. His last punt and return 22 yards or 25. So Miles Price giving that punt return game a little juice as we pause. Middle of the third quarter, Vikings ball, Bears lead 17-6 on the KFAN Minnesota Vikings audio network, driven by Polaris.
The recruitment industry has changed, and it's time for you to take action and change with it. If you're looking to advance your career, or your company is looking to hire key individuals that can grow your business, GPAC is here for you. We are the eyes and ears of the industries we serve. Contact us today at gogpac.com. That's GOGPAC.com. It's grow time.
No matter who you are or what you do, there's a Ford vehicle that can help you own the day. Make life on the go feel like a breeze in the new Ford Explorer. Make tough tasks look easy with the powerful performance of a new built Ford Tough F-Series truck, the best-selling trucks in America for 48 years. Or take your adventures in the great outdoors to a whole new level with our built wild family of Ford Broncos. Whether it's for work or play, there's a Ford with a great deal waiting for you at your local Northland Ford dealers. Don't wait. Get behind the wheel of a new Ford today, based on calendar year total sales.
For Minnesotans, the outdoors is home. Nobody gives you more ways to get there than Polaris. From Indian motorcycles and Ranger side-by-sides to Indy snowmobiles and Bennington pontoons, we bring Minnesota's best to every season. Our wooded trails, twisted highways, and the rugged shores of all 10,000 lakes are an invitation. A chance to let what's outside challenge what's inside you. Polaris. Think outside. A proud partner of your Minnesota Vikings.
Listen to the Vikings all year on the free iHeartRadio app. Now back to Vikings Bears on the Fan.
Scoreboard Central
is brought to you by U.S. Bank, the official bank of your Minnesota Vikings. No Ben Johnson, and the Lions did not look like last year's Lions offense. Love with a couple of touchdowns for Green Bay. They win at 27-13 over Detroit. Now back to PA.
Mike Mussman, Scoreboard Central. Here in Chicago, watching our favorite team trail 17-6. Ben Lieber on the sideline, Pete Bursich, yours truly, Paul Allen, Jared Wells, providing the audio excellence from a technical standpoint. Producer is Chris Hockey, and statistician and spotter Brian Harper from the Vikings Entertainment Network is done emotionally eating. He's banged his fist down on the Formica, and he said, I'm not going to have any more. Let's go down and get a touchdown. McCarthy, play action. He'll throw low to Hawkinson, who bails him out at the 24. That's going to be a gain of 1. Ball came out. No signal from anybody.
Rolling on the field is a catch.
Thank you.
Receiver's down by contact.
Thank you. That one was down by Hawkinson's shoelaces.
Well, and right after it was a bootleg, and as soon as McCarthy faked the handoff and turned his head around, he had pressure right into his face. So, well, we might get a red flag on this one. We'll see.
Yeah, Ben Johnson throws the red flag for a challenge. Hey, Ben Lieber, I thought you said they never show in-stadium replays here at Soldier Field.
Well, it's only when they have a positive play or something that looks like it needs to be reviewed, which they are going to review this one because...
Yeah, they're going to lose this.
Hawkinson catches the ball. He slides on both knees. And then Noah Sewell comes in there and punches the ball out. But I believe on first contact, he's automatically down.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing, too, is if the referees blow the whistle, then it doesn't matter.
Let's pause. 6.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. 17-6 Chicago. Vikings ball for now. This is Minnesota Vikings football. Our Our friends at TimberTech have a checklist at the website for those of you desiring a deck. Go to TimberTech.com, get started there. And after you go through the checklist of what to do with the decking and to find a contractor and everything, get yourself some samples. You'll love them. They'll send them to you for free, TimberTech.com. And finally, when you work with those contractors, you will recognize TimberTech works with only the best. So if you need a deck with deck durability, start at TimberTech.com.
Hey, friends with food allergies. Life is about to get way easier. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Look, let's not argue. You've got enough stress. Just remember this name. Liam's. Liam's. Lee to the ums. As in Liam's frozen entrees that are free of the top 9 allergens. What? Gluten-free, too. Delicious, nutritious, ready in minutes, safe meals for you, your kids, and even those adorable people who can eat whatever they want. Liam's rocks. To find which grocer's freezers are cool enough to stock Liam's, head to saferplate.com.
Vikings fans, it's time to use Paze, an online checkout offered by banks and credit unions. With Paze, checking out is fast and convenient because eligible cards appear in one place, ready to use when you order game day food delivery, your team's latest jersey, or flights to away games. You can beef up your defense at online checkout too. Using Paze gives you added security because actual card numbers aren't shared with merchants. Find out if your bank or credit union offers Paze today at Paze.com. That's Paze.com.
Vikings fans, meet the MVP of flavor, the Humble Goat. Our cranberry cinnamon goat cheese earned second place in the World Champion Cheese Contest, and our plain goat cheese just scored second at the American Cheese Society Awards. Smooth, creamy, healthy, and perfect for game day and every day. Find the Humble Goat cheese at your local store, and don't forget, Humble Goat protein powder is fueling fans everywhere. Available now on Amazon. World class and Minnesota proud.
Hey, it's Meat Sauce here. We finally made it. No more pretending baseball's fun. Vikings football is back. Bears Vikings now. Power Trip Morning Show returns live tomorrow, 5:30 to 9 on The Fan.
All right, so Bears coach Ben Johnson lost the challenge, and he lost a timeout. So now it's 2nd and 8 for the Vikings from their own 25, 17-6 Chicago. J.J. McCarthy, 6 of 10, 50 yards, and a pick 6 that went to Nahshon Wright. He's under center, Thielen in motion to the right, play action by McCarthy. It's a screen to the left to Aaron Jones. Gets a good block from Donovan Jackson. Then he stiff arms Byard at the 28, and he's out of bounds at about the 30-yard line. That'll be a screen gain of 6. Now it's 3rd and 2. So it's 3rd and manageable. That's the good news, Pete. Bad news, we're 0 of 7 on 3rd down.
Yeah, we got to find a way to move the chains. And you're right, Donovan Jackson doing a great job getting on the outside of that play. Nothing's been really down the field since the interception, and at some point, you got to let JJ take his shot down the field.
Let's make it this time. Single high safety look.
It's man blitz. Here it comes.
By the Bears, it's Kevin Byard, the third, about 20 yards away from McCarthy. 3rd and 2, Bears rush 4. JJ straight drop. Fastball to the right, caught, first down. Adam Thielen, nope, he dropped it.
Oh, come on.
Caught it, came down with it, but Tyreek Stevenson is the one who I believe blasted him. And AT-19 couldn't hold on to it. That would have been our first down on 3rd down, but instead Ryan Wright's in the punch.
Yeah, that's disappointing. And you know, if we've seen this once, you've seen it 100 times, that if receivers, if you don't get a lot of footballs thrown to them early in the game, it's already almost the 4th quarter. You know, they get a little rusty, and I think we've seen that a little bit.
Ryan Wright with a high line drive-ish punch. Duvernay with a rare fair catch at about the 22-yard line. So we have 5:46 to go in quarter number 3. The Chicago Bears have a 17-6 lead. Ben Lieber, let me ask you about Caleb Williams. 16 of 23, 135. He's run 4 times for 32 yards and a touchdown. What do you think of Caleb Williams' first game in his 2nd season?
I mean, he's damn impressive. I'll say that. I mean, he's elusive. He's athletic. You know, very inconsistent throwing the football. I mean, there's a lot of anticipation issues. Throwing the ball at the feet of his receivers, throwing the ball before they get out of the breaks, but he's had some nice throws as well.
And on first down, Williams will hand it to DeAndre Swift. Met at the line of scrimmage. Then he turned around and went to moonwalking, driving Vikings 9 yards. Holy cow. That should have been a 2-yard gain. He got 9 at 2nd and 1.
Yeah, we got to do a little bit better job at the point. Right now, you have Jalen Redmond and Levi Drake Rodriguez in, and it's just a matter of maintaining the line of scrimmage. You're getting double teamed, but you have to move with the line and not surrender at the point, and that's exactly what happened.
Another play where Jeff Okudah's out of the game. The corners are Isaiah Rogers and Byron Murphy Jr. 2nd and 1 for the Bears. Caleb Williams, play action from under center. He'll throw out left flat, and it's caught DJ Moore, and he is attacked post haste by Andrew Van Ginkel and Jalen Redmond. But that play, got a first down. Yeah, they needed a yard. But looked like there was a TFL for a second, but it was enough for a first down. So, 1st and 10 Bears from their own 34. Cashman with the tackle.
And you see Ben Johnson at work just figuring out, he knows DJ Moore is one of his best athletes, so just get him the ball in space. And he's not protecting when he's a running back on passing downs. He's getting himself out into the routes.
DeAndre Swift, the single set. Rome Odunze in motion to the left. Handoff Swift up the middle. That's tough love yardage right there for DeAndre Swift. Ivan Pace Jr., Levi Drake Rodriguez, 2 of several Vikings to capture him. He's still got 4 yards, 2nd and 6.
And at some point, Paul, I know we got 4 minutes to go in the third quarter, but Ben Johnson right now, I think, is just happy with running the football. Just keep these drives sustained, burn some time off the clock. The Vikings need to score twice. We haven't really shown anything that suggests that we can march down the field.
17-6 Bears. Williams back to pass. Blake Cashman all over him. Cashman got juked, and now Williams sprints outside 40, 45, 50. And he runs out of bounds in Vikings territory. A 13-yard gallop by Caleb Williams. First down. Blake Cashman, Eden Prairie, Minnesota native. He had Caleb Williams dead to rights. How did he get away from that?
That's on Tyrion Ingram Dawkins, Paul. You got to have contain. I said it earlier this game. When you're blitzing up the middle, you have the defensive ends just cage. Just stay outside. The quarterback will get flushed to you, which is exactly what happened. And Ingram Dawkins was too busy trying to collapse the pocket.
Well, Blake Cashman was leaving the field, then he stopped right in front of his bench, and now he's down on one knee, a left knee. Ben Lieber, you're right next to it. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't want to speculate here, but, as he was chasing there, Caleb Williams, he kind of pulled up like one would pull up if you tweaked a hammy or pulled a muscle, and he kind of went to the sideline, was in the white part of the sideline, then he kind of pulled himself onto the field, I think, to get an official stoppage of play here to give his defense a little break. But he is on one knee. The trainers are talking to him. He's now walking off under his own power. I'll see if he actually goes into the tent and see if we can official for you guys.
Hey, Nacho, you or Pete, what is the linebacker protocol when you're rushing in and the quarterback pumps? Like Cashman left his feet.
If you don't have contain, you can jump. Oh, it's when you have contain that you're not supposed to, and there was just absolutely no one there. So it's okay for Cashman to do that, blitzing up the middle, in my opinion.
1st and 10 from the Vikings 48. Caleb Williams with a handoff that goes to the left side. DeAndre Swift continuing to grind outside of the numbers. Javon Hargrave and Eric Wilson finally able to bring him down after a gain of 2. That'll make it 2nd and 8. And by the way, good for Eric Wilson. He's in his 10th year from Cincinnati, undrafted. Came in with the Zimmer regime. He's bounced around a little bit, most recently with Green Bay. But Eric Wilson has done an awesome job of making a decade-long career.
Yeah, he has, and he's experienced, and you can put him out there and trust him. So that's a big part of it, and having some depth at that inside linebacker position is big.
9th year from Cincinnati. 2nd down. Loveland in motion to the left. It's another handoff to Swift to the right side. Oh, he bounces it out to the left. He gets to the Vikings 40, then to the 35, and he's taken down finally at the 34. Nice run by DeAndre Swift. A 12-yard run for another Bears first down.
Everybody was slanting that way, and you look, and Ivan Pace just kind of buried himself in the tackle, which allowed that cutback. So normally the linebackers are playing that cutback, but in that case they didn't, and that allowed Swift to get some big yards. Now we're giving up some yards on the ground, Paul, and that's not good.
He's averaging 3.5 yards per run, 14 carries, 49 yards.
Now we're jumping off sides. It's like
maybe we were drawn.
Talking about.
Maybe we were drawn, or maybe not.
I didn't see anybody on the Bears side move, so.
Well, Jonah Jackson has 2 false starts.
Zone infraction.
That's great. That's special.
1-yard penalty.
Javon Hargrave, 1st and 5.
But this is what I mean. I don't have the time of possession numbers in front of me, but the Bears offense has been out there for a vast majority of this game. And defensively,
17-26.
Yeah, so you're not even into the fourth quarter, and you're already out there almost 10 minutes more. Right. So as the Bears come out with the extra offensive lineman.
17-6 Chicago, 1st and 5. Hand off DeAndre Swift, left side. He is running with ferocity right now. Lowered the helmet on, I believe, Isaiah Rodgers and plowed him for about 4 yards. It ends up being a 5-yard gain, enough for a first down. And the Bears are at the Vikings' 24-yard line. They lead 17-6. We have 1:10 and counting to go in the third quarter. And as the analyst, Pete Persich, adroitly pointed out about a minute ago, they're playing a game of keep away now with this running game just chewing on that clock.
Absolutely. When I mentioned earlier about the defense still has to play their own game, they can't be affected by what the offense does. It's just they're starting to get worn out.
Williams play action from under center, straight drop. Bernard's rushing on him, but he gets it away left. Flag on the play, caught DeAndre Swift at the 20. Toe tapping the sideline to the 15, to the 12. It's a 12-yard catch and run by DeAndre Swift. Pending infraction. Here's Alan Eck.
Holding, number 58 offense. 10-yard penalty. Replay, first down.
Right tackle, Darnell Wright.
I'm laughing because Jonathan Allen was all in Darnell Wright's face after the play, just letting him know, you can't do that. You can't do that. You held me. So it's good. I do think that Javon Hargrave and Jonathan Allen have done a good job as far as getting pressure on the quarterback. So between what kind of an impact would they normally make? I think that tonight they've done a very, very good job thus far, and unfortunately our defense is kind of has their back against the wall right now.
So now it's 1st and 20 from the Vikings 34, 17-6 Chicago. Williams out of the shotgun. Bernard blitzes, pass over the middle, incomplete. The intended target was Cole Kmet. Josh Metellus close to an interception. Joshua nearly had it. 2nd and 20 from the 34 of the Vikings with 15 seconds to go in the third quarter.
And you see that play, Paul, you know Caleb Williams has a way to go because he had plenty of time in the pocket. He actually short-armed it. So he's not stepping properly. He's changing his fundamentals because there are people at his feet, and then the ball goes awry because in that case, Cole Kmet was open. That should have been a throw and catch for a first down.
2nd and 20 from the Vikings 34. Williams goes out of the shotgun. 2 receivers left and right. Odunze in motion to the right. The Vikings blitz from the middle. Williams is able to get away from a Viking up the middle, and now outside of the numbers.
That might be a fumble.
He tried to throw it away, and it's an incomplete pass. Excellent rush, I believe, by Eric Wilson up the middle on a blitz.
Yeah, very good job, and also a great job by Jalen Redmond as well. He knew the escape route. We got a
flag.
It might be intentional grounding.
Mm-hmm. And Caleb, by the way, walking around like he's shaking up just a little bit, or maybe he's tired.
He's probably tired.
His first game of the season, Alan Eck.
Intentional grounding, number 18 offense. The quarterback was outside the pocket. However, the pass did not cross the line of scrimmage. No receivers in the air of the pass. Lost it down. 10-yard penalty. Third down.
Oh, all right. So it's 3rd and 20 from the 3rd and 20 from the Vikings 44. Make it 3rd and 30 from the 44. 5 seconds to go in the third quarter.
And Paul, this is sneaky, a huge down in this regard, is that you're not going to hopefully let them get the first down, but if they get 10 or 15 yards, they're going to get themselves in field goal range. So this is a big down for the defense.
Snap to Williams on 3rd and 30. Throw short to Zacchaeus. Spins away from the Viking for a second at the 35. And then he's taken down in tandem by Jay Ward and Levi Drake Rodriguez. Gain of 12. When we return, we most likely will have a Chicago Bears field goal attempt and an injury update on Blake Cashman. With Ben Lieber and Pete Persich, I'm Paul Allen. Into the fourth quarter of the season opener when we return to the KFAN Minnesota Vikings audio network driven by Polaris.
Trip and your Minnesota Vikings are teaming up to put you in the ride of your dreams. Picture this. You behind the wheel of a brand new 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend. Nice picture. Make it happen. Stop by your local Quick Trip, and for every dollar you spend using Quick Rewards, you'll earn a point to spend in the Vikings Fan Zone. Buy special qualifying products and earn bonus Fan Zone points. Kick off your winning season the right way with Quick Trip and your Minnesota Vikings. Details at quicktrip.com/fanzone.
When football season kicks off, everything else takes a backseat to sportsvenience. That's sports convenience. Running errands, not sportsvenient. Cooking dinner, not sportsvenient. But shopping online is now extra sportsvenient thanks to Paze, a fast online checkout offered by banks and credit unions. With Paze, there's no typing in card numbers, no apps to download, and cards stay in one place so you don't have to leave the couch. In the name of sportsvenience, try Paze today. Learn more at paze.com.
If you're in the market for a used vehicle, click on CarSwapUSA.com.
We offer easy financing, complimentary oil change, and if you need it, we can deliver it.
Speaking of CarSwapUSA.com,
you can browse hundreds of vehicles from your home.
If you're ready to buy a premium, hand-picked, late model, low mileage used vehicle, then check out your options at
CarSwapUSA.com. We deliver.
Whether you're buying or selling, make CarSwap your first stop. CarSwap, a car for everyone.
Eagan, Minnesota is the proud home of the Minnesota Vikings, and it's also the ultimate destination for fantastic fun. Eagan features over 100 unique restaurants and amazing attractions, such as Twin Cities Premium Outlets and the Vikings Museum. And when you stay in any of Eagan's 19 incredible hotels Thursday through Sunday and pick your package, you'll receive 2 free tickets to the Vikings Museum. Other great offers are also available. For complete details, visit enjoyegan.com. That's enjoyegan.com.
Hey, it's Chris Hockey, the Power Trip Morning Show. Tune in tomorrow morning, 5:30 tonight, as we break down this game with Jonathan Bernard and more. We are your Minnesota Vikings Morning Show. We're heard right here tomorrow morning on The Fan.
All right, guys, back to Soldier Field. And good news, bad news, Blake Cashman is out with a hamstring injury. Good news is Ryan Kelly, who is also in the blue tent, he is good to go.
Well, let's have some more good news, like a Cairo Santos missed field goal from 50 to start the fourth quarter. Snap spot from the left hash. Line drive kick is no good. Oh, Cairo Santos. And he just missed a field goal, but the score is still 17-6. And we have decent field position here for J.J. McCarthy. 7 of 12, 56 yards, a pick 6 to Nashawn Wright. And the Vikings begin from their own 40. Lifetime, the Athletic Country Club with the Minnesota Vikings champions healthy, happy kids and families. To learn more at lifetime.life/kids. And now is the perfect time to score the Hyundai car or SUV of your dreams. See your Twin Cities Hyundai dealer today. All right, JJ, let's roll down the field here. 1st and 10 from the Vikings 40. Bears lead by 11. It's the season opener. He's under center. Jordan Mason, the tailback, he gets the call. Jordan steam rolls up the middle. He shakes a Noah Sewell tackle, about the only Viking to do that tonight. Sewell's played out of his skin, and that'll be a run of 7 yards, 2nd and 3.
Yeah, nice job on Jordan Mason with the yards after contact. But overall, the run and pass game has to operate together. So if you're going to be running the football, you got to have your play-action pass working with it as well. And we've been just so one-dimensional tonight. A disappointing start thus far for JJ, but we got to open him up a little bit. 2 tight ends, they're balanced. Oliver right, Hawkinson left, handoff Mason, 2nd and 3. Gets through the line of scrimmage, sprints to the 50. Now the Bears 40. Bumps it outside the numbers to the 35, where he's taken down by Kevin Byard III, their leading tackler last year. That's an 18-yard run by Jordan Mason and a first down for the Purple. Yeah, great job on the outside by both tight ends, TJ Hawkinson, Josh Oliver blocking that thing up. And, Mason's got himself a little bit of sweat going, so he's got the hot hand, Paul. You may want to just keep handing it off to him.
Justin Jefferson, 1 catch, 4 yards. He goes in motion to the left. He's changed his cleats, by the way. They're now purple. McCarthy back to pass. Throws left. Caught J.J. Make that caught Justin Jefferson from J.J. at the 18-yard line. That's a connection of 17 yards and a first down. The Vikings are inside the red zone.
Yeah.
And for Justin Jefferson, he now is 3 catches from 500 in his career.
Just too much pressure from the left side. I think Justin School's been struggling. But the matchups, I mean, they're leaving Tyreek Stevenson one-on-one with Justin Jefferson, Paul. Normally, anything like that would be a 200-yard day for Justin. So they're allowing it to happen. That opportunity's there. We'll see if we can capitalize on it.
The 22-year-old J.J. McCarthy takes the snap from under center. Handoff Jordan Mason. Head of steam to the left side to the 15. And he's tripped up at the 14 and stopped at the 13. That's a run of 5 for Jordan Mason. And with 12:45 and counting to go in the game, Bears lead 17-6. Vikings are threatening.
Yeah, great job there by Jordan Mason keeping his feet, even though he was hit early. And you had a free Tremaine Edmonds running through the line of scrimmage, and Mason just outran him to the hole. So, great job.
Minnesota 0 for 1 inside the 20, 0 for 1 inside the red zone. Fake toss right by McCarthy, boots out to the left, and he looks to throw, but then the ball's knocked away by Montez Sweat. It'll be 3rd and 5 from the Bears' 13-yard line. The Minnesota Vikings on 3rd down. RO of 8.
JJ's got to figure out, when you're on the edge like that, you've got to change up your delivery, because these are unbelievably good athletes you're dealing with. And if you try to set your feet and throw the football, they can leave their feet, and that's a tough bit.
We have a Tim Jones sighting. Wide receiver left, 3 receivers right. 3rd and 5 from the Bears 13. Chicago rushes 4. McCarthy straight drop to the end zone and touchdown! Justin Jefferson catches J.J. McCarthy's first National Football League touchdown, and it's 17-12 Bears.
And get ready for the 2-point conversion, because that'll get us within a field goal away from tying this football game, Paul. This offense, this team needed this. I think it's going to give some juice to the defense to get out there. It's going to put some pressure on the Bears offense. So what a great answer, and what a great throw by JJ.
The Vikings have not closed on a 2-point conversion since 2022. McCarthy out of the shotgun, Aaron Jones to the left, 3 receivers right. Snap from Kelly. McCarthy, straight drop. Flag on the play, runs out to the right, stumbles to the left, spins away from the Bear. Now he just throws it into the end zone, and it is incomplete. Could have been intercepted by about 3 Bears. Once again, a flag did come in on the play.
And it's probably going to be holding against the Vikings.
Well, let's think about that.
Maybe not. The offense is staying out there.
Illegal use of hands and face, number 55, defense.
There you go.
Penalty will be enforced half the distance of the goal. Retry.
Ben Johnson's like, oh, Dangbo.
Yeah. Oh, Dangbo's been putting on a clinic. He's been giving Justin School everything he can handle.
Brady Garrett's limping.
But now, yeah, he is. Looks like he got a toe stepped on or something like that. He's keeping himself in there, so he might be all right.
Old guys don't like when people step on their toes.
His Billings checks in, all 350 pounds of them. I mean, that's a big man checking in the middle.
Well, he didn't miss it by much. He's 345.
No, that's I know.
Ninth year from Baylor.
He's a Diet Coke from 400. I mean, he's a big man.
Ben Urasek, undrafted tight end from Georgia, checks in. Vikings have 3 tight ends. And a straight eye behind McCarthy. Now Hawkinson motions to the left. 2-point try. McCarthy, play action. He'll throw left. Josh Oliver caught at the 3, stopped at the 2. And the 2 is no good. Jonathan Owens, 7th year from Missouri Western, wonderful open field tackle against the behemoth Josh Oliver. All right, on the Sleep Number scoreboard, Bears lead 17-12, 12-13 to go in the game. This is Minnesota Vikings football.
Hey, it's the common man, Dan Cole here. Life changes when a loved one's memories begin to slip away. But at the Wellshire in Medina and Bloomington, I saw the Wellshire Promise in action, where your loved one is treated with pride and dignity. If my mother-in-law were still here, this is where I would want her to be. Wellshire, Minnesota, because when memories fade, love doesn't. Find out more and schedule your visit today at either location, Bloomington or Medina, at WellshireMN.com. That's WellshireMN.com.
Minnesota deserves a go-to destination for all things high school sports in our state. All the scores, the stories, the stats, live streams, social feeds, photos, personalized team pages, breaking news. One place for everything you're looking for. That's why the Minnesota Star Tribune is launching Strip Varsity. You'll find Minnesota Star Tribune journalism, Minnesota Prep Hub stats and schedules, streams, stories, and more. Strip Varsity is Minnesota's new home for complete high school sports coverage. Sign up today at startribune.com/stripvarsity.
She's Jan, the ultimate Vikings fan.
Okay, everybody, welcome to the Vikings Jan Show Fan Show. My special guest today is Jared Allen. So, Jared, who you got for the Vikings game this week?
Minnesota Vikings.
Me too. So, that's our show. We'd like to thank our sponsor, the Minnesota Lottery, who reminds you this could be your year. Play the new
Vikings
Scratch Game for a shot at $100,000, game tickets, and more. Minnesota Lottery. I'm in. Must be 18 or older to play.
As a leader in innovative ingredient solutions, Sam Nutrition offers a unique personal touch that only a family-owned business can provide. As your trusted partner in animal nutrition, we source the highest quality ingredients, ensuring you achieve optimal results. Discover how our family values drive us to connect industries and unlock peak performance across your entire operation with Sam Nutrition. Learn more by visiting samnutrition.com. Sam Nutrition, high performance, reasonable price, a proud partner of the Minnesota Vikings.
What do you think we'll talk more about tomorrow at 1 o'clock? About Bears-Vikings or about the Common Man? You'll find out 1 o'clock tomorrow right here on The Fan.
Hey, Vikings fans, get ready for kickoff like the broadcast team with a pothole pizza. Only from Quick Trip, Meat Sweats, Vikings Pep Rally, and of course, Sausage Palooza. Grab a slice wherever you watch or listen to the game, and available now at US Bank Stadium. Well, all you Minnesota Vikings fans back in the homeland of Minnesota, keeping the faith as a family, down 5 points with 12:13 to go. We thank you wholeheartedly for listening to Minnesota Vikings football. That's a record show. J.J. McCarthy's first touchdown pass went to Justin Jefferson. 6 plays, 60 yards, took about 2.5 minutes. It was a 13-yard touchdown. And despite being dramatically outplayed in certain facets of this season opener, the Vikings are only down 5 and have allowed just 1 touchdown this game via the offense of the Bears. The other touchdown was a pick 6. Reichard's kick, a yard deep in the end zone far side. Nice kick. And out comes Duvernay to the 5 to the 10. Ooh. And he is destroyed by Eric Wilson at the 24-yard line. I mean, with the touchback, bringing the ball to the 35. I mean, kicking it like 8 inches deep in the... That's a brilliant kick by Will Reichard.
Yeah, because if they do take a knee, that thing's coming out to the... I believe it's coming out to the 40 because it lands outside
the 40,
of the landing zone.
Yep.
And so that, you're right. Duvernay is feeling it a little bit.
No, the 35. It was in the landing zone.
Okay, I got you.
20.
Well, and for Wilson to... What a play, though. What a clothesline. So defense needs to come up big right here. Hopefully they're energized by what the offense just was able to do.
1st and 10 from the Chicago 25 for Caleb Williams, who puts DJ Moore in motion to the right. Williams back to pass. Hey, sacked! They finally sacked Caleb Williams. Javon Hargrave, welcome to the purple and gold. That's his first sack wearing the colors. And it's going to be a loss of 8, making it 2nd and 18.
And that's exactly why you brought Javon Hargrave and Jonathan Allen in, Paul, to be able to get pressure on the quarterback without bringing the blitz. And Javon Hargrave, man, he just absolutely beat Jonah Jackson off the ball. I mean, just a fabulous job. He and Drew Dalman, he's wearing them out.
2nd and 18. It's a gun run to DeAndre Swift. And with Blake Cashman out of the game with a swoon over his hammy, Eric Wilson is absolutely capitalizing. That's a loss of 1. Now it's 3rd and 19, back to the Bears 16. Bears lead 17-12, 11-10 and counting to go in the season opener. And this capital L and his friend the lowercase L in front of us have decided to sit down.
Yeah, let's see. We got the 4-man rush coming here. maybe with Drake Rodriguez, I don't know. We might see Van Ginkel as well.
3rd and 19 for Caleb Williams out of the shotgun. 2 receivers right and left. Now Odunze in motion to the right. They're going to swing it good. And Van Ginkel nearly jumped it like he did twice last year. I mean, Van Ginkel had Caleb Williams read like he was in the same class with him at USC.
Paul, that ball was thrown at about knee-high level. It was going to skip its way to the receiver. I actually think Caleb Williams saw Van Ginkel and almost intentionally threw that thing low, because had it been delivered where it should be, chest high, Van Ginkel might actually have come down with that thing. But, man, if we've seen him do it once, we've seen him do it 20 times. Amazing.
Corey Taylor, high line drive punt. It's returnable. Here comes Miles Price from the 27. Gets to the 30, 35 right side. Stutter steps to the 40. Ooh, Miles Price has juice. Gets to the 50 and the 48 of the Bears. Yeah, Miles Price. 23-yard return. And the Vikings will begin anew in Bears territory. We're only down by 5. On the Sleep Number scoreboard, 17-12 Chicago. Still got 10.5 minutes to go in this game from Soldier Field on the KFAN Minnesota Vikings audio network, driven by Polaris.
From coin flip to final whistle, show your diehard passion for your Minnesota Vikings all season long with your favorite purple and gold gear from Shields. Bring your best this year, whether you're cheering from US Bank Stadium or from your living room with your favorite jerseys, hats, collectibles, and Vikings branded gear from the Shields Fan Shop. Visit us at your local Shields or Shields.com and let's cheer on the Vikings. Shields, proud partner of the Minnesota Vikings and football fans everywhere.
You're listening to Vikings football.
Quick Trip and your Minnesota Vikings are teaming up to put you in the ride of your dreams. Picture this. You behind the wheel of a brand new 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend. Nice picture. Make it happen. Stop by your local Quick Trip, and for every $1 you spend using Quick Rewards, you'll earn a point to spend in the Vikings Fan Zone. Buy special qualifying products and earn bonus Fan Zone points. Kick off your winning season the right way with Quick Trip and your Minnesota Vikings. Details at quicktrip.com/fanzone.
As a leader in innovative ingredient solutions, Sam Nutrition offers a unique personal touch that only a family-owned business can provide. As your trusted partner in animal nutrition, we source the highest quality ingredients, ensuring you achieve optimal results. Discover how our family values drive us to connect industries and unlock peak performance across your entire operation with Sam Nutrition. Learn more by visiting samnutrition.com. Sam Nutrition, high performance, reasonable price, a proud partner of the Minnesota Vikings.
Martin Marietta, an American-based company, is a leading producer of heavy building materials and the top supplier of aggregates and asphalt to the Twin Cities. Guided by values like safety, integrity, and stewardship, Martin Marietta strives to provide the materials on which our communities grow. Visit martinmarietta.com to learn more. Interested in a career with a rock-solid team offering competitive pay and benefits? Visit careersthatcrush.com to apply today. Skol Vikings!
Hey, it's Meat Sauce. What's better than this? Vikings football on the radio. Power Trip Morning Show returns tomorrow, 5:30 to 9. Hogs Daddy will be back from Chicago. It's going to be great. Listen right here on The Fan.
Welcome back. 10:37 to go in the game. 17-12 Chicago. The Bears attempting to go wire to wire, but now they got a little pressure on them. 1st and 10 from the 50. And the handoff goes to Aaron Jones, and he has room to the right side to the 45, and he plows Noah Sewell and a bunch of Bears down to the 41. Little 9-yard run by Aaron Jones, and everybody here is a little quiet right now, aren't they?
And here's the thing. That's where Jordan Mason is huge, because Aaron Jones is fresh. He hasn't a lot of plays in this entire game. So you're looking at 10-13 to go in the fourth quarter, and Aaron Jones is really just starting to get warmed up.
J.J. McCarthy with a touchdown pass to Justin Jefferson. 17-12. Second down, play action from under center. J.J. straight drop, throws right. Oh, through the hands of Jefferson at about the 18-yard line. So it'll be 3rd down, 3rd and 1. He was singled. The Bear went down, by the way, with a cramp.
I think it's worse than a cramp.
You think so?
Yeah, this is a
Nahshon Wright.
Yeah.
So should we'll see if we have to pause here in a moment, but should Justin have caught that?
Yeah, it looked to me from this angle, I'll have to see it on TV, but it looked like it was right where it should have been.
Yeah, we'll pause. On the Sleep Number scoreboard, while they tend to Nahshon Wright's hamstring, Chicago leads 17-12, and it's 3rd and 1 for the Vikings from the Bears 41 when we return. We might be in business, too, on the KFAN Minnesota Vikings audio network, driven by Polaris.
Sometimes you need to play defense when you shop online. So many websites these days ask you to store your card numbers with them, and it's time to blow the whistle on that. Participating banks and credit unions are now offering Paze, an online checkout service with added security. With Paze, actual card numbers aren't actually shared with merchants. Now that's protecting your pocket. Find out if your bank or credit union offers Paze today at Paze.com. That's PAZE.com.
Hey, friends with food allergies. Life is about to get way easier. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Look, let's not argue. You've got enough stress. Just remember this name. Liam's. Liam's. Lee to the ums. As in Liam's frozen entrees that are free of the top 9 allergens. What? Gluten-free, too. Delicious, nutritious, ready in minutes, safe meals for you, your kids, and even those adorable people who can eat whatever they want. Liam's rocks. To find which grocer's freezers are cool enough to stock Liam's, head to saferplate.com.
Vikings fans, game day starts early at Mystic Lake, home of the official watch party of the Minnesota Vikings. Catch the Vikings take on Pittsburgh all the way from Ireland at 8:30 a.m. Sunday, September 28th. Enjoy food, drink specials, photo ops, a fantastic Vikings merch booth, giveaways, and appearances by Vikings cheerleaders, and the Skull Line. Vikings versus Pittsburgh from Ireland, Sunday, September 28th at 8:30 a.m. Come to the official watch party. Get details at mysticlake.com.
At Anderson, we understand the challenges of builders and contractors better than most. Here's proof from real pros.
The best service department is the one you don't need, right? But when you do, I know they're going to be there.
The 400 series has earned my trust to the point where we have put it in our own home.
When somebody says Anderson, everybody responds quality.
Helping builders and contractors craft their legacy. Anderson, the #1 trusted window and door brand. Claims based on 2022 Anderson brand surveys of U.S. contractors and builders.
And this is the audio home of the Minnesota Vikings. KFAN. Back to Vikings football.
All righty, 17-12 Chicago. Vikings break the huddle on 3rd and 1. They've been heavy laden most of the evening, but a first down would give them rest. 3rd and 1 from the Bears 41. McCarthy is under center, puts Jefferson in motion. McCarthy back to pass, throws from his back foot left side. Flag. Yes, he did get held, Peter Bursich. Jalen Naylor got held by Tyreek Stevenson because if he didn't hold him, Jalen was going to catch it, and the Vikings were going to take the lead.
We're going to have illegal contact and a holding penalty on the Bears defense.
Can we get both for 30 yards?
Pass interference, number 29 defense, spot foul, automatic first down.
Oh, looky here. We're approaching the red zone, boys.
Yeah, wow. I mean, this, for the Bears, they find themselves in this position. Can't be feeling too good for them. And we got them on their heels a little bit.
Can't be feeling too good for who? The Bears?
The Bears can't be feeling too good right about now. I mean, the momentum has completely swung our way. JJ's starting to look a little bit better. He looks a little more settled in the pocket. We've got matchups, Paul, against these defensive backs. We should be able to wear them out through the air.
1st and 10 from the 27 of the Bears. McCarthy out of the shotgun. Blitz is on, it's picked up. McCarthy loops it to Jones. Touchdown! He's showtime! And the Minnesota Vikings have taken a 1-point lead.
Wow, what a fantastic play as you get a wheel route from Aaron Jones on the outside. And we know Aaron Jones is talented, but we've seen him get deep a couple times on this Bear defense, and I don't think there was any game plan for that. So a fantastic job of delivering the football right where it needed to be for JJ. Dropped it in between the linebacker and the safety, Jaquan Brisker. Beautiful play, and now the Vikings are going for 2. So, Paul, sneakily, this is a huge play because it's going to force the Bears to have to score a touchdown in order to take the lead.
18-17 Minnesota, 2-point try. McCarthy out of the shotgun. Big zero blitz. Pass right. Caught! Thielen for the 2. And Minnesota has taken a 20-17 lead. How about that?
Wow.
The Minnesota Vikings trailing the entire game. We got a 74-yard pick six. We got Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams marching down the field on the very first possession. But that's it for the Bears offense. And J.J. McCarthy, a fired-up Minnesota bench, and everything purple and gold has erupted to take a 20-17 lead. We got to calm down here right now. So,
and Paul,
let's go back to Minneapolis for Scoreboard Central and Main Man Musk.
Thanks, PA. Scoreboard Central brought to you by the Minnesota Lottery. You can play the new Viking Scratch game from the Minnesota Lottery with a chance to win up $100,000 instantly. Coming up on Sunday, the home opener Sunday night, taking on the Falcons. Now, Penix Jr., he threw for 298 yards and a touchdown, and then he got Robinson with 6 receptions for 100 yards and a touchdown, but it wasn't enough. Buccaneers end up beating the Falcons 23-20. Now back to PA.
Ben Leeper, we've heard Pete Burstich say it a few times. You live by the blitz, you die by the blitz. And when the Bears blitzed Noah Sewell on that 2, it left Nick McLeod, who's been a little overmatched against some Vikings the last year, one-on-one with AT-19. We got the 2, and they lead 20-17. What do you think, brother?
Well, and we got the coverage that we're looking for. The man coverage, he's chasing Thielen, and the ball is placed perfectly, only where Thielen can get it. Now, let me just tell you the vibe down here. After that touchdown throw, then the 2-point conversion, there was a bounce by J.J. McCarthy coming off the field. KOC meets him about the hash mark with a giant low 5. They were hyped. Thielen throws the ball after he catches it, almost in the end of the stands. He walks off with the bounce. I mean, this whole sideline erupted. I mean, there is an absolute energy and a vibe right now down here on the Viking sidelines.
Aaron Jones with J.J. McCarthy's second National Football League touchdown pass. Now let's see what Caleb can do. Not playing from ahead. 1st and 10 from his own 35. Going to hand it off to DeAndre Swift, who has had tough sledding this second half. Jalen Redmond throws him down violently and says, "Sit down, DeAndre, no gain."
Yeah, the defense has been playing the run so well tonight, Paul, and such a key. I mean, the offense plays into the defense, and the momentum has to carry over. So defensively, these guys have to be energized. They have to be juiced. They've been on the field for a vast majority of this football game. The question is can Caleb Williams get the football down the field?
2nd and 10, 3 receivers left. DeAndre Swift to the right of Caleb Williams out of the shotgun. Cole Kmet, the tight end, stands up to the right side. Williams, 2nd and 10, back to pass. Sidearms it over the middle. Sweet pass to Rome Odunze, caught at the 43. That'll be a hit of 12 yards and a first down for the Chicago Bears. Vikes lead 20-17.
That's probably one of the better passes we've seen Caleb Williams make tonight, as far as going through his progression, it not being there, and then instead of pulling it down and deciding to run, he hung in there, and Rome Odunze found a hole in the zone. So pass rush did not get there, but a great snap by Caleb Williams on that play.
1st and 10, Chicago from its own 48. Williams with Swift as the single set play action. Van Ginkel blitzes. Caleb gets away from one Viking. He's trying to outrun Van Ginkel, who dives and can't trip him. Now Caleb next to the sideline. He throws it, but he stepped out of bounds at about the 43.
The quarterback is out of bounds.
Yeah.
Release the pass. Second down.
Yeah. Caleb Williams lost his compass, and he also lost 5 yards. 2nd and 15.
Yeah, that's going to go, I think, for another sack for Javon Hargrave, Paul.
Well, let me do this. Let's break for pause for station identification as Vikings football.
You're listening live to the Vikings and Bears on Minnesota's audio home for football, FM 100.3 KFXN Minneapolis, St. Paul, and the free iHeart app. This is KFAN.
Bears battle 128 is the doozy, 20-17 Minnesota, midway through the 4th quarter. 2nd and 15, Caleb Williams facing a 4-man rush, throws to the right side. Rome Odunze leaves his feet, but can't bring it in. They had a matchup of Odunze, second-year Washington, on safety Theo Jackson, and Odunze is generally good at leaving his feet and bringing in passes, but not that time. First downs, Rome, were not built in a day.
Nope.
So it's now 3rd and 15.
Yeah, just a little bit off. And again, it's where you're seeing the versatility. You see Isaiah Rodgers, he's playing more of a safety. You've got, Theo Jackson playing more of the flat in the corner in a cover 2 look, just confusing Caleb Williams.
All right, 3rd and 15 from the Bears 43. See what Caleb can do here, facing a 4-man rush. Throws left. And holy cow, was that an awful pass. Aaron Jones, who, by the way, plays offense for the Vikings, he tried to make a one-handed, left-handed catch, standing about 5 feet off the field. And Caleb Williams and the Bears offense officially have gone pear-shaped.
Wow, you taking a look at Jonathan Allen and Javon Hargrave over on the sideline. They are absolutely fired up. They're having so much success on the interior of this revamped Bears offensive line that we're not having to blitz to get pressure. And that was a throwaway. That was not a pass attempt.
Miles Price having a terrific game returning punts. Oh, it was blocked. Yes, it was. It was Dallas. No, it was Eric Wilson. And the ball rolls into Vikings territory, 40-35, and it stops at the 32-yard line. Holy cow. You talk about a momentum shift. I mean, J.J. McCarthy throws a 74-yard pick six, and it felt as bad as it can feel. And then now everything has just turned purple and gold here in the city of Chicago. We're throwing touchdowns to Jefferson. We're throwing touchdowns to Aaron Jones. We're getting 2-point conversions with Adam Thielen. The Alabama kid, Will Reichert, hit from 59, a career long. And it's 1st and 10 Minnesota from its own 32 midway through the fourth quarter. And now Kevin O'Connell has a great opportunity to chew on some clock with Jordan Mason and/or Aaron Jones against a tired Bears defense.
You're absolutely right about that, Paul. So here, get ready for some Jordan Mason right here.
1st and 10. Mason stands tall in the backfield at about the 25. Jalen Naylor in motion to the right. Handoff Mason. Quite predictable, but he gets loose to the right side. Nice cut to the left. 35-40. Dragging Bears into Bears territory to a 48. That's a 20-yard run for Jordan Mason, and it's a 1st down for the Minnesota Vikings.
Just a little bit of a different run game with Jordan Mason in there. You're getting some pullers, but just a more downhill style of run than with Aaron Jones, who you want to get out on the edges and get him in space. Mason has been huge tonight, Paul. He's probably been the most consistent player we've had on offense all night.
1st down for Minnesota from the 49 of Chicago. Mason, the single set. Right back to Jordan. Stutter step to the left. Dominique Robinson and Montez Sweat. Montez Sweat brings him down. It's no game, but the clock runs. The Bears, by the way, have only 2 timeouts because Ben Johnson lost a challenge on a T.J. Hawkinson play back in the 3rd quarter.
Now we're getting close. By the time this ball snapped, you'll have 6 minutes left to go in the 4th quarter, Paul. And this is where you got to be cold-blooded at some point, though. McCarthy's going to have to make a big throw here if we want to put more points on the board.
McCarthy puts Adam Thielen in motion to the left. 2 receivers left, 2 right. McCarthy back to pass, throws right, caught. It's T.J. Hawkinson at the Bears 45, and he'll spin his way to the 40 for a gain of 9. And with 5:50 and counting to go in the game, 3rd and 1 for Minnesota from the Bears 40.
You can feel the timing kind of coming into this offense. I mean, you can see McCarthy now getting to the top of his drop, setting his feet, delivering the throw right away, on target, on time. So he's looking so much more comfortable, Paul, than he did in the first half of this football game. So I think we're just seeing, we're not going down the field. This isn't the offense of last year. However, JJ's looking a lot better.
McCarthy, 10 of 18, 122, couple of TDs and a pick six. 3rd and 1, handoff Aaron Jones up the middle, and he's hit. And he was hit right at the line of scrimmage. He fell forward close to the 1st down. They gave it to him.
They're moving the chain.
No virtual measurement.
Yeah, if it was a preseason, they would have done that.
What happened to the 6 triangulated cameras? One of them must be down like Harper's computer.
Well, you're a second. Josh Oliver checking in, and so the Bears decide to go base defense. I mean, 4 D linemen, 3 linebackers. You don't see that much more anymore in football, at least at the NFL level. So here we go.
The Bears just put in Ruben Hippolyte II, a Maryland rookie linebacker they happen to like a lot. 1st and 10. Hand off Aaron Jones, bit of room to the left side across the line of scrimmage following Donovan Jackson, who fell. And Jones is taken down at the 35 for a gain of 3. But really, most importantly, right now, this clock continues to run. 4:20 and counting to go in the game. Bears with 2 timeouts. Vikings with a 3-point lead.
And this represents kind of the change in the offense, Paul, is if we can run this football when everybody in the stadium, Bears included, know you got to stop the run. We got some confusion on the Bears defense as far as where everybody's lining up.
Ben Urasek in motion to the left. Urasek, McCarthy, fellow rook, make that second year. Under center, rolls out to the right, throws right, caught Aaron Jones at the 32-yard line. Toe tapping the sideline. First down to the 23. 12-yard catch and run, and some acrobatic footwork by Aaron Jones, who has a catching touchdown this game.
Yeah, he left about maybe 5 to 10 yards on the table, Paul. If that ball gets out there just a little bit more quickly, and Aaron Jones is able to turn his entire body up before that sideline runs him out of bounds. It's again, McCarthy looking so much better. Just the timing. We're not talking about getting down the field, but just getting up into the pocket.
7th play of the possession, with the Vikings leading 20-17. And off Aaron Jones stood up at the line of scrimmage. In fact, behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a tackle for loss of a yard. So it's 2nd and 11. Clock continues to run. 3:40, 3:39, and counting in the 4th quarter.
Now, big play there by Montez Sweat. He's got to get a little bit more out of the tight ends and the tackles over there. Yeah, Montez Sweat is the pass rush guru for this Bears defense. They've been very successful at getting to McCarthy tonight. I think it has more to do with just Justin School kind of settling down. I think he looks a lot better than he did in the first half of this football game.
9th play of a possession that's gone 44 yards, taken more than 4 minutes. Perfect. McCarthy, shotgun, throws right, caught Jefferson. He angles to the right, makes a Bear miss at the 20, and he speeds to the 15, taken down at the 14, gain of 10. Well done, Justin Jefferson. It'll be 3rd and 1, approaching the 2-minute warning. And by the way, with that reception, Justin Jefferson has passed Steve Jordan for the 4th most receptions in Minnesota Vikings history, and he has 499 receptions in his career, and he also has J.J. McCarthy's first National Football League touchdown.
That ball had a lot of zip on it, a ton of velocity. The Bears were lined up, showing blitz, let the first line through, and J.J. making the first defender miss. So it was Kevin Byard that he put a little bit of a move on to get us almost the first down. And, well, this 1 yard right here is unbelievably huge. If the Vikings can move the chains right here, burn even more time off the clock, the Bears are down to 1 timeout. This is a big play right here.
Deshaun Wright's back in, 3 receivers left. 3rd and 1 from the Bears 14. McCarthy out of the shotgun, milking a 3-point lead. It is a run-pass option. McCarthy takes off to the right, to the 10. Stutter steps at the 5. Touchdown! He's J.J. McCarthy, and he runs for a Vikings touchdown. And the Minnesota Vikings, after that 14-yard touchdown gallop, sending fans home here at Soldier Field, have an 26-17 lead.
Sorry, Paul. You talk about unscripted plays. When's the last time you've seen Kevin O'Connell run a quarterback keeper like that? An option play. You just never see it. What an unbelievable play. What an unbelievable play by McCarthy.
Reichert, extra point, snap spot. Right-footed kick is good. And with 2:53 to go in the game, the Minnesota Vikings have taken a 27-17 lead. And Ben and Pete, it's so abundantly clear. Once J.J. McCarthy started completing passes, started stepping into his throws, got a touchdown, it almost was I can do this at this level. And holy cow, I'm watching it. It's happening right in front of me because Kevin O'Connell, with our pregame interview, I asked him with McCarthy, when he's 22 years of age, and you're a father of 4. When he does things well, it's almost like a surrogate dad, super proud that he finally got it, and Kevin agreed.
Yeah, and Paul, you're absolutely right. What we're seeing is J.J. McCarthy starting to get the timing, not maybe on the deep passing game, but on the short passing game, looking so much better and more comfortable than he did earlier on. And you know what, Paul, it couldn't have started any worse for J.J. McCarthy, really. I mean, throwing a pick six like that, teams, when you score on defense, you're winning over 90% of the time. But let's credit the defense as well. This Vikings defense, to hold the Bears to 17 points right now, they have played their rear ends off. And let me tell you something else. The Javon Hargrave, Jonathan Allen experiment, it's working. Because those two guys are causing problems for the Bears.
How about this in the fourth quarter? I mean, fourth quarter yardage, Vikings 149, Bears -1.
Wow.
That'll win you a lot of games right there, Peter.
It will. I mean, obviously you can't come out and have a first half like the Vikings did. But what a turnaround. I mean, we got 3 minutes left to go. There's a lot of football left to be played here, but man, what a turn of events.
Caleb Williams, 2 receivers left and right. He's out of the shotgun. Puts DeAndre Swift to the left. Why? Because Jonathan Grenard is opposite Braxton Jones on that side. Williams, straight drop. Going to throw to the right. Cole Kmet wide open. Tries to make a one-handed catch, and he did at the 34-35-yard line. I mean, kind of a bad pass by Caleb Williams, but Kmet bailed him out, and that's a 26-yard hit.
Yeah, that's the one thing you can't let him do is just get up and down the field quickly.
Caleb, back to pass, nearing the 2-minute warning. He's going to throw left, man uncovered, incomplete. Now, Isaiah Rodgers and Jay Ward are talking to each other because somebody royally bleeped up.
Oh, my God.
DJ Moore, by the way, the best offensive player the Bears have. I mean, Caleb Williams' pass was terrible, and otherwise it's a touchdown.
And he's doing what we've seen him kind of do in the second half of this football game, and that's everything's high. I mean,
yeah,
you saw it. You mentioned it on the play before. Cole Kmet kind of bailed him out, and in this one he had a wide open wide receiver and just overthrew it. I mean, that was terrible.
Jeff Okuda sprinting to the other side of the field. Williams, 2nd and 10 out of the shotgun. Looks at Van Ginkel, threatening blitz from his left. Williams goes the other way. Fastball incomplete. DeAndre Swift left his speed at the 31-yard line and right through his hands. So now it's 3rd and 10. We go down to the sideline to Ben Liebel. What's going on down there, Ben?
Well, let me just describe an interaction that I saw. Now, take what you want out of this, but I'm surrounded by a whole bunch of Bears officials, a lot of people that are just protecting the field, and clearly they're cheering for the Bears. After that JJ rushing touchdown, many of the people bright-eyed, looking at each other, multiple people mouthed to each other, baller.
Jeez.
Straight baller.
Well, the guy they took first overall throws it over the middle, incomplete. It should have been intercepted. Flag on the play, by the way. Jay Ward, an inch from his first NFL interception. 2:16 to go in the game. We have a flag.
Man, I think this is going to go against the Vikings.
Really?
For illegal contact. So it might be first down.
Prior to the pass, illegal contact, number 7, defense, 5-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Byron Murphy Jr.
That's the one guy that you wouldn't expect that to happen to. I think the contact started inside that 5-yard box, but it carried on a little bit further down the field. And, for a defense that's played so well, Paul, you want them to maintain that level of intensity. They kept us in this football game. We get a 2-score lead here, but we got to tighten this thing up. Make the Bears snap the football, make them burn time off the clock. Every second counts right now.
The Bears had a missed 50-yard field goal by Cairo Santos earlier this quarter. But that's factoring in nicely. Ivan Pace blitzes. Caleb throws over the middle. Incomplete flag. 2 flags. Isaiah Rodgers absolutely mauled DJ Moore, who's laying on the field. Caleb Williams, by the way, down in the backfield, helped up by DeAndre Swift. Now, Rodgers, from afar, looked like he made a really good play. But we're going to have to take a look at this replay.
Yeah, this is going to be targeting I think by Jay Ward or Theo Jackson. I think it was Jay Ward that ended up hitting DJ Moore. And then you're going to get another penalty.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, number 0 on the defense. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Automatic first down.
Yeah, Isaiah, Ivan Pace Jr. I'm not really sure about that Ivan Pace Jr. flag, but whomever hit DJ Moore, I mean, DJ stayed hit. It was that hard.
Yeah, I don't know. There was a penalty flag thrown back there, but the hit itself and I believe it was by Jay Ward, was a good one. I mean, he hit the football. Isaiah Rodgers on top of
Well,
DJ Moore.
this is audio or radio, but take a look at Ivan Pace Jr. He gets through, and
helmet to helmet. That's what they're
helmet to helmet.
I don't. Yeah,
I don't think his helmet. No, it did.
It is. But I don't know what else Ivan Pace could do.
Tough to explain TV.
He puts his hands up in the air. Yeah, he puts his hands up in the air, and Caleb
Please
follows
reset the game clock to 2:12. 2:12 on the game clock. Thank you.
That Jay Ward hit, by the way, 10 of 10 clean.
Absolutely.
Right shoulder pad on the football.
Absolutely. I thought that they were going to get a targeting mention there, but that was a beautiful hit. Isaiah Rodgers on the back of DJ Moore and Jay Ward just knocking that football loose. So
the hit downfield was legal.
Well, they had to. I bet the replay had to have entered into that.
Yeah,
he definitely threw that flag.
Well, and with Ivan Pace Jr., sorry to clip. I mean, I understand the penalty and the rule. Yeah. There's really nothing you can do.
No, not
because if you start playing slow, man, that's where you lose a career.
You see, I guess that's part of the problem is just you want the guys to continue to play high. Ivan Pace puts his arms up in the air, so Caleb Williams can't just throw it down the middle of the field. And after the ball leaves his hands, he's bringing his arms down to tackle him, and they meet kind of face to face. And there's nothing that Ivan Pace can do in that situation other than hit Caleb Williams up high.
Yeah.
So not good. This is not what Bears fans want to see.
Yeah.
And DJ Moore, who's such a huge part of their offense, hopefully he just got the wind knocked out of him.
Well, he's really shaken up.
Yeah,
he got up, stopped, walked 10 feet, stopped again, hands on his knees, and now he's gingerly walking to the sideline.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like anything structurally is wrong, and hopefully, for his sake, it's just a matter of catching a huge hit in the ribs. I mean, he got caught in the midsection.
Now, we got to win this game, man. I got a new phone. And
yes, we do.
Got the drive-by microphone all ready for the 2025, and we got a kid quarterback trying to go 1-0. Yeah. We got to hold on here, man.
Well, right
9
now,
to noon drive-bys.
Paul, right now, you just got to don't let them score quickly.
Right.
Keep lining it up.
All right. 2:12 to go in the game. 1st and 10 for the Bears from the Vikings 14. Empty backfield, 3 receivers left and 2 right. Caleb takes the snap, short drop, looking left, steps up, wants to run, 15, 10, flag, 5, touchdown Caleb Williams. I believe it would be his second rushing touchdown if the side judge puts up his arms, and he does, but
rolling on the field, touchdown.
What about the flag, Alanek? What about the flag, man? It came in 10 seconds ago.
Well, obviously against the Vikings, so they would probably decline it either way.
Man, come on.
So,
I mean, can anything be easy?
Illegal contact, number 7 of the defense. The penalty is declined.
That's 2 now in the same series. That's what I'm talking about, Paul. Is just is missing out on that. And I mean, I don't know what the decision here is to whether or not they're going for 2.
Hey, by the way, look at the replay here.
They're going for 2.
Caleb Williams stepped out of bounds at the 1, and the ball did not cross the stripe.
Exactly right.
Well, they're reviewing it, so they can't be dumb. Well, they got to get this right.
They're reviewing it. They review every scoring play. And that's part of the problem that we have with this is that they just say, all right, it's a touchdown.
Yeah.
Because then it gets automatically reviewed.
After replay review, the ball carrier is out of bounds.
Thank you.
The ball at the half-yard line.
Thank you.
1st and goal.
Well, there is no such thing as the half-yard line, but we understand it. Here comes some extra beef. The Chicago Bears version of Dan Skipper.
Please reset the game clock to 2:05.
When Ben Johnson was coordinating the Lions offense, Theo Benedette, first full year from British Columbia, he's entered the game. It's first and goal from the 1 with 2:05 to go in the game. Man, if you could stop them right here and make them run a play after the 2-minute warning.
100%. This is huge right here. If you can keep them out of the end zone on this first play and get this to the 2-minute warning, make them snap it again, Paul, you're absolutely right. That's going to be huge.
Tatum Everett from the Vikings Entertainment Network has come into the broadcast booth. Tatum Everett preparing her between the lines for Vikings.com with Ben Lieber after the game. And hopefully between the lines they are chatting about a 1-0 Vikings team heading home to play the Atlanta Falcons next Sunday. I think it's a 7:15 or 7:20 kick against the winless Atlanta Falcons. Caleb Williams up to the line of scrimmage, first and goal from the 1. Swift in motion. Williams passing, throws back center of the end zone to an uncovered Rome Odunze. And that's an effortless touchdown by the Chicago Bears. And the play took 3 seconds, by the way. It's 27-23, Minnesota.
Is that not the most Ben Johnson thing you've seen today?
Yes.
Right? You bring
Extra
the extra
offensive,
line, you put up the whole charade, and then you end up play faking it. And when the entire stadium, the entire country thought they were going to run the football. It's unfortunate, and the way the defense let the Bears get down the field on them, greatly assisted by penalties. That's the one thing, is you don't want to help them out.
There's been a common thread opening week with kickers missing in big spots. Happened a bunch yesterday. How about Cairo Santos missing this extra point? Snap, spot. Ooh, Isaiah Rodgers almost blocked it. Nah, it's good. All right, 2:02 to go in the contest. Santos made extra point, makes it a 3-point game. I mean, it's, I forgot the guy's name. It's, I think, Andre Schmidt, a rookie kicker from Syracuse, kicking for Kevin Stefanski and the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
Well, my man misses an extra point and a 36-yard field goal with 2 and small change to go to give the Browns the lead. All right, so there's that. Younghoe Koo for the Atlanta Falcons missed, I shouldn't say relatively easy, but he missed a big kick.
Should be routine.
Thank you. And that elevated the Buccaneers into the winner's circle. There were more, but the point being here is Will Reichert made a career-long 59-yard field goal, and Cairo Santos missed a 50-yard field goal, and that score. What's it separated by, Peter?
By a field goal, Paul.
Yes, 3 points. 27-24 Minnesota.
Interesting.
Can we try an onside kick here?
Well, I don't know if they're either going to have to do that, or
they got to declare it if they do.
Yeah, they got to declare it if they do. And the other part of it too is, I don't think they're declaring it, is if they kick it out of the back of the end zone, will any time run off the clock? That'll force the Vikings to snap the ball once, you get the 2-minute warning, snap the ball twice, and then you get a timeout.
That's a great point.
So that's the plan, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So don't be surprised if Santos just puts this thing through the uprights.
Yeah, that makes sense. Back for the Minnesota Vikings, Ty Chandler and Miles Price. I mean, seriously, with Miles Price, if Rondale Moore was going to be the kick and punt returner, he gets hurt in the first preseason game. Miles Price takes over and has done an awesome job tonight. Santos booms it 8 yards deep in the end zone. Ty Chandler wisely is going to come out to the 5, to the 10, to the 15, and he spins to the 25, hold onto the ball tie, and he's taken down to the 25. Wow. That play took 7 seconds.
Yeah, what a mistake by Santos.
Agreed. All right,
mistake.
2-minute warning. Vikes with the ball, and the Bears only have one timeout. Minnesota leads 27-24. Back shortly on the KFAN Minnesota Vikings Audio Network, driven by Polaris.
This is how your feet feel in a pair of bad-fitting shoes. And this is how your feet feel in a pair of great-fitting shoes from Trade Home Shoes. Trade Home Shoes, proud partner of the Minnesota Vikings, has been delivering premium footwear for over 100 years. We are Minnesota-based, employee-owned, and here to help your whole family find shoes that fit. Trade Home Shoes. Enjoy life. Feet first.
When it comes to managing your blood pressure, you play to win. You've made changes to your diet. You stay active. You've followed your doctor's game plan to the letter. But when it comes to your health, you can't always tackle it alone. Go beyond typical treatments with the Simplicity blood pressure procedure. Brought to you by Medtronic, official sponsor of the Vikings. Talk to your doctor. Results may vary. Adverse events include but are not limited to temporary pain and bruising. Read important risk factor information at beyondhbp.com.
No matter who you are or what you do, there's a Ford vehicle that can help you own the day. Make life on the go feel like a breeze in the new Ford Explorer. Make tough tasks look easy with the powerful performance of a new built Ford Tough F-Series truck, the best-selling trucks in America for 48 years. Or take your adventures in the great outdoors to a whole new level with our built wild family of Ford Broncos. Whether it's for work or play, there's a Ford with a great deal waiting for you at your local Northland Ford dealers. Don't wait. Get behind the wheel of a new Ford today. Based on calendar year total sales.
For the Vikings, growth is a team effort. Coaches maximize performance. Teammates push your limits. But in business, who's there to help you grow? Lumen, that's who. Like saving live broadcasts from lag time, helping deliver the in-stadium experience for fans with millions more around the globe, and bringing all the benefits of the cloud to your network. So it's as secure as a defensive line and as legendary as the fans that cheer them on. Welcome to the on-demand network that meets your demands. Learn more at lumen.com. Service is not available everywhere.
They're getting ready, so you should too. Have KFAN as your #1 preset on the iHeart app and never miss a play.
27-24 Minnesota. 1:55 to go in the game. The Bears have one timeout remaining. Ben Lieber, Pete Bursich, Paul Allen. What do you think happens here? What is the discretion is the better part of valor approach to holding this lead?
Well, I think right now you've got to run the football and just keep that clock running. Force the Bears to take their last timeout, and then hopefully you're looking at 2nd and 7, and then you can go from there. So I think everyone in the stadium right now understands and knows that we're going to be running this football.
McCarthy under center. Handoff Jordan Mason. Gets through to the right side. Kevin Byard III hits him at the 29 and stops him right there. Still a gain of 3. And the Bears, led by Ben Johnson and defensively coordinated by Dennis Allen, will use their final timeout with 1:47 to go in the game. So let's do some Notre Dame math here. I mean, you get a first down, it's obviously over.
Yeah.
But how close are we to, like, maybe running for 7 yards and eating 5 or 7 seconds? And
you're looking at the run plus 25 seconds, so you're looking at maybe 35 seconds per play, about a minute. Mm-hmm. And then you have the punt as well, because the Bears can no longer stop the clock. So, Paul, if Jordan Mason's able to drag some people and move the chains and get a first down, what a huge addition that he is.
Oh,
to
yeah.
his team, to
He's
this
been great.
Game. He's been fantastic today.
Yep. That was Ben Lieber's player of the game into the game, too, and he has lived up to the hype. 2nd down, McCarthy under center. Back to Mason. To the right side, wraps both of his strong arms around the football. Taken down by Jaquan Brisker. Gain of 1. Ben and his Bears cannot stop the clock. So it's 3rd and 6 from the Vikings 30. Minnesota leads 27-24. 1:25 and counting to go. So we have, let's go 1:20 right now and 18 on the play clock.
Yeah, the Vikings may just let this thing wind down, call that timeout.
Yeah. And then bootleg McCarthy out to the right like they did for the touchdown and just send everybody home apathetic.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do something along those lines, because right now they don't even have a free safety. They've got 9 guys, 10 guys on the line of scrimmage. They're just leaving JJ one-on-one with space, in space, and against of everybody, Tyreek Stevenson. And so that might be the way to go, Paul, is to give that run pass option, the touchdown play, and just let JJ do that. Say, hey, if the defensive end chases the dive, then pull that thing out. Just remind him to stay in bounds. That's it. That's really the only mistake that you can make right here in this situation.
A first down sends the Minnesota Vikings home, a 1-0 operation. 3rd and 6 from their own 30. I mean, there are 10 Chicago Bears in the box. Handoff Mason, jump cut right, not going to get close to the first down. Brady Jarrett, the former Falcon, corralled him at the 31, gain of 1, so it's 4th and 5. 50 seconds to go in the game and 34 on the play clock, so we got about a 15-second split here.
Yeah.
I mean, you run that thing down, call your second timeout, where O'Connell prudently held on to his timeouts, didn't attempt any foolish challenges, and thus he has them to use where the first-year head coach does not. And then you boom that thing away, and Caleb has, one play to maybe try to get a touchdown?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we're going to get this thing down to about 17, 16 seconds.
I don't believe in jinxes. I'm not a big jinx or luck guy. However, ever since we went down to the sideline to Ben Lieber, and I asked him about Caleb Williams, and he said, he's been damn good. I mean, super impressive. Ever since that moment, Caleb Williams has basically been in the 10.
I think the pressure, getting the pressure on Caleb, and from what little I've been able to see on the video, he's not stepping into his throws. He's almost stepping into the bucket and leaving, opening his shoulders, and because of that, dropping the elbow, which causes the ball to sail and overthrown. Even that great catch that was made by Cole Kmet.
Yeah,
he saved.
Yeah, that was a great catch.
He saved Caleb Williams. Now, let's cover this punt, folks. Let's go.
You fake a punt with Ryan Wright here, and they'll never see it coming. You're not going to do it, but big rush. High punt by Ryan Wright. Fair catch by Devin Duvernay. Drop it. Yeah. Oh. Fair caught at the 20. The play took 6 seconds. So we're down to 9 seconds to go in the game. And, the Bears, they need an 80. I mean, they need a, what would it be? It would be, give me an Illinois city that begins with M.
They got to get to about the third.
Give me an Illinois city that begins with M.
Moline.
They need a Moline miracle here in Soldier Field.
Moline out by Rock Island. Say hi to everybody out west. What up?
All right, so what do we have here, Peter?
Keep them in bounds, Paul. Yep. That's what you do right here, is you keep them in bounds.
Yep, we have Tavier Thomas, Theo Jackson, Jay Ward, and Joshua Metellus, all at least 20 yards from the line of scrimmage. Jackson and Metellus are 35 yards from the line of scrimmage. And Caleb Williams goes with an empty backfield, 3 receivers right. Flag on the play. That's going to be illegal formation on the Bears. They put DJ Moore in motion, and somebody went pear-shaped, and now they're going to back up, and this whole thing is just a disaster for the Bears.
That's an interesting play call.
Illegal shift, offense, 5-yard penalty, replay, first down.
I mean, it makes you wonder.
But they lose the clock, right? They lose the 4 seconds.
Yeah, they do. It makes you wonder, did they have some kind of trick play going on there? Wow. They're going to have DeAndre pull it up and throw.
Of course they did. I mean, their coach is Ben Johnson.
That's the only thing that makes sense. I mean, how are you going to run the ball off tackle?
I don't know.
In a situation like that, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I think they were going to hand it to DJ Moore. He was going to head out left, plant, and throw down the field. I mean, that's just guessing from afar. All right, so we have 2 Vikings on the line of scrimmage. They're both good. Jonathan Grenard and Andrew Van Ginkel. Then 15 yards from that, Jeff Okudah and Isaiah Rogers. Here's the pass to Rome Odunze. They're looking for the Moline miracle. DJ Moore catches it, flips it back to the rookie from Rutgers. He drops it, and the ball game is over. The Minnesota Vikings have come from behind and defeated the Chicago Bears 27-24.
As Jeffrey Okudah is laying on the ground, so we'll have to take a look at him. But what an unbelievable finish. This Viking team hanging in there when the momentum was so clearly in the hands of the Chicago Bears. And you got to credit J.J. McCarthy. Not the greatest start in the world, Paul, but he battled back and finished like a champion. And his pulling that football down, scoring that touchdown, that's on grit. A lot of improvements that can be made.
We have a problem.
That's Jeffrey Okudah that's on there, and he kind of came up on the hit, and it looked like he either hit his arm or something. It didn't look to me like it was a twist or anything along those lines. However, you got an army of doctors huddled over him, so that could be a problem.
Ben Lieber is going to interview Jordan Mason coming up here soon. J.J. McCarthy finishes 13 of 20, 143. 2 passing touchdowns, 1 to Justin Jefferson, the other to Aaron Jones. He also had a rushing touchdown where it was a bootleg, and he went sprinting out to the right and got into the end zone. He also threw a pick 6 early in the third quarter to former Viking Nahshon Wright. That went for 74. So just a complete potpourri of experience this evening for J.J. McCarthy.
Absolutely, Paul. And then the thing about it is that mistakes were made, big ones, but you still won the game.
Yeah, we're waiting for Ben Lieber to get with Jordan Mason. We don't want to get backed up, so... Your Minnesota Vikings won 27-24. They head home a 1-0 team. This is Minnesota Vikings football.
This Minnesota Vikings season, touchdowns are great, but sacks are better. That's because Buffalo Wild Wings is giving away 6 free wings with a $10 minimum purchase anytime the Vikings get 2 or more sacks in a game. This Sacks for Wings promotion is valid 3 days after each qualifying game at participating Buffalo Wild Wings throughout Minnesota and surrounding areas. Get your 6 free wings on top of great drink specials, including new happy hour and late night offers throughout football season at your local B-Dubs, a preferred sports bar of the Minnesota Vikings.
Ever feel like the road is out to... Thankfully, Hyundai is always working to ensure it doesn't, with over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
Now for a limited time, get 1.99% APR on the Hyundai Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offers end September 30th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
That is the sound of bacon sizzling, of fresh vegetables being chopped for a made-to-order omelet, and the grill being fired up for one of the juiciest burgers around. Hungry yet? Hy-Vee Market Grill is better than ever, with mouth-watering new menu items for breakfast and lunch. Whether you dine in, get it to go, or have it delivered, the best breakfast and lunch is at Hy-Vee Market Grill. Open daily 6 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Vikings faithful, listen up. Your game day checklist is more than wearing purple and gold. It's about victory from the first play to the final whistle. During tense, close calls, Dove shampoo, body wash, and deodorant keep you fresh and dry from head to toe. And what's a true Vikings tailgate without the secret weapon to sliders and sides, Hellman's Real Mayo. Then when post-game dishes pile up like a defensive line, 7th generation detergent is the powerhouse that blitzes through the grease and grime. Stock up on Dove, Hellman's, and 7th generation. And Skol Vikings.
Your home for all things purple. FM 100.3 KFAN, The Fan.
The copyright in this broadcast is owned by the Minnesota Vikings Football, LLC. All rights to this broadcast are reserved, and any rebroadcast, recording retransmission, or other use of this broadcast without the express written permission of the Minnesota Vikings Football, LLC is prohibited.
Vikes win by 3. Ben Lieber is on the field with Adam Thielen.
Thanks a lot, PA. Yeah, Adam, listen, offensively, not a whole lot going on first 3 quarters. Then we get to the fourth quarter, and then 3 straight touchdown drives. What did you see the difference between the first 3 and that last quarter?
Well, I'll say this. I think on the sideline, we had a lot of confidence at some point it was going to change, and we just needed a little bit of momentum, and we knew once we had that, it was the rest is history. It's rare to have so much confidence with how tough the start was of the game, but you could feel on the sideline, and just excited to come out on top of this one. That's just what happens. That's what winning football looks like. You find a way to win. It's not always going to be pretty. Hopefully it's a lot prettier next week, but it's good to get a week 1 win.
I know you've been around J.J. McCarthy a little bit, especially in the offseason, but you are still new to this team. You were not around during all of training camp. What gave you guys that collectively, that confidence in him in his first start?
I think it's just his poise. I think it's his attitude, his mindset. You feel it. I felt that the day that I threw with him in Woodbury, Minnesota, on a practice field, the high school field, like you could just feel his energy and his passion and his competitiveness. And so you know when you got a guy like that, he's a gamer, man. He's going to show up when those lights come on. And we knew we just had to settle in and wait for him to kind of take off and get comfortable, and that's what happened.
You know, it seemed like the offensive line, especially the run game, it took a while for them to get comfortable. Another new guy on the team, Jordan Mason, he was electric today. didn't get a touchdown, but ran for some really tough yardage. What do you see out of him, and why is he so important for this offense?
Again, I think going in this game, there's so much confidence in him and our running game. And so just to see him execute, we were just waiting for it to pop. Once it popped, we knew it was going to be there, and just glad to get the dub.
How good did that 2-point conversion feel to you?
It was good. I was a little angry, so it's all good. Good to get the dub.
Appreciate it. All right, as we're jogging off the field, back to you guys.
That was fantastic. Thank you, Ben, and thank you, Pete, and thank all of you for listening to J.J. McCarthy's debut, which was topsy-turvy. It had some metaphorical moguls, but at the end of the equation, he registered 3 touchdowns, 2 with his arm, 1 with his legs, and he guided the Minnesota Vikings to a grinder of a 27-24 victory in a game produced by Chad Abbott and Chris Hockey, on-site producer engineer Jared Wells, master control supervisor Brandon Molesky, production coordinator Diego, highlight coordinator Zach Alverson, Brian Harper was the statistician and spotter. Thank you very much for listening. I'm Paul Allen. Here comes the post-game show with Muss. Thank you very much and have a great night.
Time now for the Vikings post-game report on the Minnesota Vikings Audio Network. Brought to you by U.S. Bank, Polaris, Coors Light, and by Pentair. Now, with exclusive access and interviews from the locker room, it's the official Vikings post-game show with Mike Mussman on the Minnesota Vikings Audio Network.
Vikings are 1-0 to start the season, 27-24. They get the win in Chicago, and Mark Rosen, HOF, joins me. And Rosie, honestly, you watch this Vikings offense in the first half, you're like, oh my gosh, we got nothing going on here. We can't get any kind of tempo. On third downs, we were abysmal throughout. And then you get that pick 6 in the third quarter, and you're thinking, well, that's 17-6. This game's pretty much over. And then comes the fourth quarter.
Yeah, the fourth quarter was, about as lopsided as it gets. You're right, Muss. When it was 17-6 after McCarthy threw that pick 6, I think a lot of Viking fans were saying, is it too late to go get Aaron Rodgers? I mean, it was. The kid experienced everything in his debut tonight, and that's a good thing because, whether you're hearing from the Mannings or you hear from Troy Aikman, Tom Brady, they all said this is not going to be a smooth ride. And he had a lot of bumps early on where the tempo was off. They almost had delay of games. They were just out of sync. The running game wasn't producing anything. And even after the third quarter, then all of a sudden the Vikings get 164 yards. The Bears have -1. The defense came alive. Jordan Mason proved why the Vikings went after him. And they grinded out a game that is going to look a lot bigger in the standings maybe weeks from now, that 27-24 win. But this night belongs to J.J. McCarthy because he not only had to prove it to his teammates, the coaching staff, the fan base, but I think to himself a little bit to say that, I belong here, not lacking confidence. Didn't rack up a lot of, amazing stats from I didn't think he would, but he did the right things, including that scramble, that run for a touchdown. So he walks out of Soldier Field where he grew up basically, as a big win tonight for the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah, that throw to Jets was absolutely spot on. 13-yard touchdown made it a 17-12 game as the Vikings were starting to crawl back, and then he hits for another pass. That one ends up going to Jones, 27-yard, another great pass there. It's 2017. The Vikings get their first lead of the game. And then, as you mentioned, he runs one in from 14 yards out. Really bold call on that with an RPO from KOC, 27-17. And then they end up winning 27-24. What a crazy game.
Yeah, and we got a pretty good glimpse then of why the revamped offensive line was as advertised. They asserted themselves a lot. And watching Jordan Mason, and of course Aaron Jones caught that touchdown pass, which we saw it in training camp a lot. They worked on that play. We saw it quite a bit at TCO. And that was great. And then the defense, we were kind of waiting for somebody to kind of step up, and they swarmed Caleb John. He could not do a thing. I mean, they stopped him cold. So I mean, it's not supposed to be pretty all the time, but McCarthy, of course, hadn't played a significant game since leading Michigan to the national championship, and they're off and running. And I got to believe he's going to feel a lot better next Sunday night when they host the Atlanta Falcons and in front of his hometown fans for the first time, I think that huge weight will be off his chest and his shoulders, and maybe play a lot more relaxed from the get-go next Sunday night.
Yeah, Rosie, like you mentioned, Williams had nowhere to go, especially, again, in the second half as our defense started to actually play quite well. Hargrave, he had 2 sacks. Jonathan Allen, they were just destroying the middle of that field.
Yeah, and Eric Wilson came on. I mean, Blake Cashman ended up with a hamstring problem and injury. We don't know the severity of it, of course. But Eric Wilson came on and played lights out. Everything they did, it took a while to get going. I mean, Caleb Williams, he completed his first 10 passes, and then they scored on the opening drive. Then they were held to 3 points until that last touchdown with 2 minutes to go to make it a 3-point game. That shows you how the defense asserted itself as well. So a lot of good things came out of what was a struggle. And, we got to remember, too, and there's no excuses because every team does this. This is the first time these guys have really had any game time experience since they reported a training camp. And that first game is always a little sketchy for a lot of teams. You don't know what you're going to get because they haven't played. Not only have they not played, maybe they played a quarter, they certainly didn't play a full game. And so I always think if you can get through that first one, things will be a little bit better. And, of course, coming back home the next 2 weeks against Atlanta and Cincinnati, both, I think, winnable games at home, and the place is going to be absolutely nuts next Sunday night when J.J. McCarthy is introduced for the first time as the Minnesota Vikings quarterback. They said, I think they have the stat that this is the first time someone threw 2 touchdown passes in his debut since Fran Tarkenton did it. The first game of the season, the first game of the franchise against the Chicago Bears. How about that?
Gotta love it. Rosie, great stuff as always. Thanks, buddy.
My pleasure. Thanks, Mus.
All right, 27-24. Vikes get the win here in Game 1 of the 2025 season. And Vikings fans, get ready for kickoff like the broadcast team with a pothole pizza only from Quick Trip, Meat Sweats, Vikings Pep Rally, and, of course, Sausage Palooza. Grab a slice wherever or whenever you're watching the game or listening to the game, and available now at U.S. Bank Stadium. 27-24. No doubt we'll be getting down to the locker room. We're going to probably go to the podium with Coach here before we get to Vikings fan line, 800-320-5326, or you can use that talk back as well. Nordo and Ron Johnson, after a crazy game, they will be taking over after the post game right here on the Minnesota Vikings Audio Network, driven by Polaris.
Quick Trip and your Minnesota Vikings are teaming up to put you in the ride of your dreams. Picture this, you behind the wheel of a brand new 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend. Nice picture. Make it happen. Stop by your local Quick Trip, and for every $1 you spend using Quick Rewards, you'll earn a point to spend in the Vikings Fan Zone. Buy special qualifying products and earn bonus Fan Zone points. Kick off your winning season the right way with Quick Trip and your Minnesota Vikings. Details at quicktrip.com/fanzone.
Vikings fans, game day starts early at Mystic Lake, home of the official watch party of the Minnesota Vikings. Catch the Vikings take on Pittsburgh all the way from Ireland at 8:30 a.m. Sunday, September 28th. Enjoy food, drink specials, photo ops, a fantastic Vikings merch booth, giveaways and appearances by Vikings cheerleaders, and the Skull Line. Vikings versus Pittsburgh from Ireland, Sunday, September 28th at 8:30 a.m. Come to the official watch party. Get details at mysticlake.com.
The recruitment industry has changed, and it's time for you to take action and change with it. If you're looking to advance your career, or your company is looking to hire key individuals that can grow your business, GPAC is here for you. We are the eyes and ears of the industries we serve. Contact us today at gogpac.com. That's GOGPAC.com. It's grow time.
This Minnesota Vikings season, touchdowns are great, but sacks are better. That's because Buffalo Wild Wings is giving away 6 free wings with a $10 minimum purchase anytime the Vikings get 2 or more sacks in a game. This Sacks for Wings promotion is valid 3 days after each qualifying game at participating Buffalo Wild Wings throughout Minnesota and surrounding areas. Get your 6 free wings on top of great drink specials, including new happy hour and late night offers throughout football season at your local B-Dubs, a preferred sports bar of the Minnesota Vikings.
You're listening live to the Vikings and Bears on Minnesota's audio home for football, FM 100.3 KFXN Minneapolis-St. Paul, and the free iHeart app. This is KFAN.
We have a Tim Jones sighting. Wide receiver left, 3 receivers right. 3rd and 5 from the Bears 13. Chicago rushes 4. McCarthy, straight drop to the end zone and touchdown! Jefferson catches J.J. McCarthy's first National Football League touchdown, and it's 17-12.
How apropos for J.J. McCarthy, his first NFL touchdown throw into Jets. We got to see the gritty and the fourth quarter. That was one heck of a game going for your Minnesota Vikings. First half, not so much. That was tonight's play of the game presented by your local Northland Ford dealer. Here's how things went as far as the stats. And the stats are brought to you tonight by Lumen, the trusted network of AI. Mason on the ground for your Vikings, 15 carries, 68 yards. McCarthy got one on the ground, scores a touchdown. That was awesome. 14-yard RPO. He kept the ball, gets in the end zone. It was sweet. J.J. McCarthy was 13 of 20 on the night, 143, had 2 touchdowns, 1 interception, and a rating of 98.5. Jefferson, 4 receptions, 44 yards, and that touchdown you just heard there. Jones also gets 44 yards off of 3 receptions. He also scored a touchdown for your Minnesota Vikings. Again, that was all fourth quarter there. For Williams, he had 6 carries on the ground, 58 yards. He ran one in. He also threw a touchdown as well. He was 21 of 35. 210, a touchdown, and a rating of 86.6. Moore had 3 receptions and 68 yards for the Chicago Bears in that loss. And those were tonight's stats presented by Lumen, the trusted network of AI. We're going to be going down to the locker room. We're going to have interviews. We've already had one interview with Adam Thielen and Ben Lieber after the game. Post-game player interviews are brought to you by Wildfire, located at Eden Prairie Center. This is wildfirerestaurant.com. Vikes get the win, 27-24. More in the postgame coming up. This is Vikings football.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. Visit ChevyDealOnline.com.
When the game is over, it's time to relax. No matter if it's a win or loss, you always win at Spalon Montage, the Twin Cities' premier salon and spa destination for over 25 years. With convenient locations in Edina, Woodbury, and Chanhassen, there's a Spalon close to you. Right now, football fans, you can get a bonus when you give the gift of Spalon. Purchase a $175 gift certificate and receive a $25 gift certificate for yourself. Visit Spalon.com now or call 952-915-2900.
NFL fans, when it's time to get Vikings tickets, you can tackle game day with total certainty with Ticketmaster. With 100% verified tickets available all season long, you can count on getting in with ease and spend time focusing on the good stuff. Even if you're headed to the game last minute, you can still score seats. Want to meet up inside the stadium with your crew? Transferring your tickets is an easy handoff. So, get those touchdown celebrations ready and score your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Vikings.
Are you a building owner or manager looking for a top-notch commercial property maintenance provider? Look no further than Curbside Landscape and Irrigation. Established in 1998, we service some of the most prominent commercial properties in the Twin Cities, including the campus at Viking Lakes. From snow removal to landscaping and so much more, we've got you covered. Need our services or looking for a career in this industry? Contact us today at www.curbsidelandscape.com.
Coverage continues now, recapping today's game on the audio home of the Vikings, iHeartRadio, and FM 100.3 KFAN, The Fan.
3rd and 1 from the Bears 14. McCarthy out of the shotgun, milking a 3-point lead. It is a run-pass option. McCarthy takes off to the right, to the 10. Stutter steps at the 5. Touchdown! He's J.J. McCarthy, and he runs for a Vikings touchdown. And the Minnesota Vikings, after that 14-yard touchdown gallop, sending fans home here at Soldier Field.
And man, did that sideline just go absolutely insane for your Minnesota Vikings. Paul Allen there on the call, 27-24. Vikes get the win. Hey, there's a new way to stream your Vikings You can get the coverage of the shows and insight right on your big screen TV. It's Fox Local, a free streaming app. Search Fox Local on your streaming device, install, and then stay connected with your Minnesota Vikings and local news with Fox Local. As we talked about in the first half, it was abysmal for the Vikings offense, and for, in particular, J.J. McCarthy. It was really, really hard to watch as we go into halftime. Then, in the third quarter, we're like, oh no, he hits a pick six for 74 yards, and now the Bears have the lead 17-6. But then the Minnesota Vikings turned things around in the fourth quarter. 3 straight possessions where they scored. Justin Jefferson, a 13-yard pass from J.J. McCarthy. That was awesome. That was a 6-play, 60-yard series, 2:42 off the clock, 17-12 as Chicago has a 5-point lead. Then Aaron Jones gets hit 27 yards from J.J. McCarthy. That's another touchdown for them, and they went for 2, and Adam Thielen gets the pass there. That series was 3 plays, 50 yards, just took 51 seconds off the clock, and now the Vikings have the very first lead of the game, 2017. McCarthy, 14-yard run that you just heard there from the Vox. Paul Allen, 14-yard touchdown after 9 plays and 68 yards, taking 4 minutes and 31 seconds off the clock, and the Vikings, they add to their lead 27-17. Odunze gets a 1-yard touchdown pass from Caleb Williams, and they make it 27-24. And that is your final score. The Minnesota Vikings are 1-0 here in 2025. Now, you already know Buffalo Wild Wings has you covered all football season, but did you know you could win 6 free wings when you watch the Vikings play? Score 6 free boneless or traditional wings when the Vikings get 2 sacks. Well, Hargrave got 2 sacks, so there you go. Only at Buffalo Wild Wings here in Minnesota. 27-24, we got Ben now with Jordan Mason.
All right, guys, we're down here in the Vikings locker room. As you can hear, very, very excited locker room with the bass pumping and the music playing. I'm here with Jordan Mason. And Jordan, I just want to say, first of all, congratulations. You got your first win with the Minnesota Vikings. But I want to ask you just the emotions of this game. The first 3 quarters, very tough. You know, it was a little sloppy. It was a little hard to get some yards, getting the ball down the field. And all of a sudden, the fourth quarter happens. What were your emotions in the first 3 quarters versus that last quarter?
Oh, man, it's just football at the end of the day. You got to stay calm, stay poised, and be in the moment because anything could change. It's a football game. It goes back and forth, back and forth. So, you know, we was over there sitting down chilling, just waiting until our turn came back, and we did what we supposed to do.
Was there a moment that you can remember before you guys went on that run? Did something happen? Was there something said on the sideline? Was there something said in the huddle to kind of give you guys that extra juice to go down and get that first score?
No, there was no, I mean, every time I got in the huddle, you can ask the offensive line. I told them I'm coming downhill. I'm coming downhill. You got to get out the way. And, you know, it finally clicked. It finally clicked for us, so it's all good.
Did you notice then, after that first score, any difference in just maybe the enthusiasm, the confidence that you guys had when you actually put the ball in the end zone to go and do it 2 more times?
Oh, yeah, you know, that comes with the game, man. When we up high, you know, you're going to be the energy going to be there. The energy's going to be there, you know. So, you know, we just happy, and we're going to enjoy this win tonight, and shoot, we're going to move on to the next.
What did you see from your perspective with the offensive line, able to blow some holes open in the second half?
Oh, man, it was beautiful. We driving trucks through the holes we running through. You know what I'm saying? So it's all good. We're going to move on to the next, man. We're going to get ready.
Last question for you is just like you guys were kept in it by a pretty rock star defense that you guys have. You guys knew that you have a good defense, but to watch it come out here on Monday night and stuff the run the way that they did, what did you see from the sidelines from watching your boys out there on defense?
I didn't get to watch too much. I was watching iPad, but for us to even be in the game, you know, they doing their job, and shoot, we finally, you know, show support to them, show support for them, and we close this thing out. You know what I mean?
All right, I lied to you. One last question. I didn't ask you specifically about J.J. McCarthy. I mean, unbelievable fourth quarter performance. What did you see out of him?
Bro, I mean, that guy, bro, literally the whole game, he never got down. Never. He walking up to us, let's go. Just man, great kid, bro. Great kid, bro. I'm glad to have him as my QB, man. Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
It's pretty telling of all the questions I ask you. That's the first one and the only one that you smiled at. So I appreciate it. I think that means something. Congratulations.
That's my guy. Appreciate you.
All right. Thank you.
back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Ben and Jordan Mason there. Let's go down to the coach. He is at the podium right now.
Team. There's obviously some guys with some notable performances, and then I'll hit you guys on some injuries. But J.J. McCarthy, clearly just I felt, the thing is, I felt poised from the very beginning. I didn't necessarily think our entire group, with some of the things that transpired, where we were really close on some things that could have changed the game a little bit. A lot of yardage that we got via some penalties there, but just didn't do a good enough job sustaining. Obviously converting third downs early on was an issue to be able to get drives going. But J.J. McCarthy, for him to make some of the plays he did, I told him at halftime, you are going to bring us back to win this game. And the look in his eye was fantastic. And the best thing is just the belief I felt from the team, the unit. And ultimately, that doesn't get done without him in the second half. 2 passing touchdowns and then the critical rushing touchdown, at the end. Will Reichert, like I said, that field goal was huge. The 59-yarder. Miles Price, I already talked about that from a standpoint of being a rookie out there, changing field position, giving us a chance all night long. You look at Eric Wilson stepping in for Cash and then obviously blocking a punt. Jordan Mason and Aaron Jones, it was kind of a tough night there, and having Jordan to be a little bit, be that physical presence, and then you see Aaron's ability to change the game on one play with the touchdown. And then, Javon Hargrave. Grave was, you just felt him all night long. And Caleb is really a tough guy to bring down, clearly. His athleticism is real. We talked about it all week. And you got to give those guys a lot of credit for playing the good football that they did, and it was a flat-out battle. It's not always going to be pretty. When you're trying to bring along a young quarterback, you just got to keep playing, and you got to allow him to grow. There was a lot of just things we can improve on, and we will. It'd be great to be home for a couple weeks, but all in all, I'm very proud of our team, very proud of our staff, and just that figure it outness and find a way is something that will be a redeeming quality as we continue to press onward. Just to give you guys an update on a couple injuries here, Cashman, did get a hamstring. He'll have an MRI, and then Akuda there on the last play. Everything's, checked out. We wanted to be smart with that, but he'll be evaluated for a concussion. He will travel home with us as well. And then Ryan Kelly and Ty Chandler both went into the blue tent and both returned. So with that, I'll open it up to you guys.
There you go, Kevin O'Connell there. Post-game KOC driven by Polaris. Let's pause 10 seconds for station ID. You're listening to Vikings football.
Vikings Falcons, Sunday night at 7:20 on the audio home for Vikings football. FM 100.3 KFXN Minneapolis St. Paul. The Fan, powered by Hy-Vee.
27-24, your Vikings get the win. Game number 1 of 2025 in Chicago. We have more coming up on the way. Vikings fan line is coming up in another segment or two. 800-320-5326. Also, you can use the talkback on the iHeartRadio app, which is free. If you haven't downloaded it yet, make sure you do. Nordo and Ron Johnson will be coming up here in just a bit on the Minnesota Vikings audio network, driven by Polaris.
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists. Shop the sales and get fuel savers. Talk about convenience. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
When it comes to managing your blood pressure, you play to win. You've made changes to your diet. You stay active. You've followed your doctor's game plan to the letter. But when it comes to your health, you can't always tackle it alone. Go beyond typical treatments with a Simplicity blood pressure procedure. Brought to you by Medtronic, official sponsor of the Vikings. Talk to your doctor. Results may vary. Adverse events include but are not limited to temporary pain and bruising. Read important risk factor information at beyondhbp.com.
For the Vikings, growth is a team effort. Coaches maximize performance. Teammates push your limits. But in business, who's there to help you grow? Lumen, that's who. Like saving live broadcasts from lag time, helping deliver the in-stadium experience for fans with millions more around the globe, and bringing all the benefits of the cloud to your network. So it's as secure as a defensive line and as legendary as the fans that cheer them on. Welcome to the on-demand network that meets your demands. Learn more at lumen.com. Services not available everywhere.
Vikings fans, it's time to use Paze, an online checkout offered by banks and credit unions. With Paze, checking out is fast and convenient because eligible cards appear in one place, ready to use when you order game day food delivery, your team's latest jersey, or flights to away games. You can beef up your defense at online checkout too. Using Paze gives you added security because actual card numbers aren't shared with merchants. Find out if your bank or credit union offers Paze today at Paze.com. That's PAZE.com.
Your home for all things purple. FM 100.3 KFAN, The Fan.
Welcome back. Vikings Football Sunday, your post-game show, 27-24. Before I talk with Nordo here, a little preview for Vikings Fan Line. Ben Ginkel, we got him down in the locker room with Ben.
Down in the Vikings locker room, Andrew Van Ginkel. You were just talking about it with one of the coaches, and yeah, I think it's the play that everybody was wanting you to have again, was the quick throw out to the outside, a little low, a little off your fingertips, but once again, what did you see there?
It's a lot of film study, a lot of preparation. It's something that I just anticipate and kind of play with instincts and allow my instincts to take over. And I got to be able to finish it. We got to work on some catches, low, high, behind me. We got to kind of go through the whole gamut because I got to.
I think we're going to give you a pass on that one though. Like, it was off the fingertips. Like, it's hard to make that kind of play.
It is, but I pride myself in making those type of plays, and that's a game changer if you can make it. Whether it's tipping up to yourself or, I just got to find a way to come up with it.
Okay, if you're going to go that route, then I'll just, quote something from Major League with Dorn. Like, you got to get dirty, man. You got to lay out for that then. Come on, Dorn. Get that ball down there and dive and get dirty.
That might be the – it's tough diving at a ball that quick. The ball's on you fast, so –
See, I was looking to give you an out, but you kept, going hard on yourself. So I'm like, now I got to give you a hard time. Listen, we talk all the time as defensive players. Like, you have to stop the run first and foremost. What allowed you guys to stuff the run so effectively tonight?
Man, it starts with the big guys up front. Obviously these two nose tackles that we brought in are elite at what they do, and then you add Redmond and Levi into the mix. It's like it's a good front, and then you got JG and Dallas and all these guys that can get after the quarterback and really stop the run. So it's credit to them.
Yeah, it's getting after the quarterback that's the toughest part. You guys had the same issue last time you guys played them here at Soldier Field. Is like, you guys do all the work, you get there, you get him off his spot, he starts moving around, being elusive. What makes it so difficult to get him on the ground, Caleb Williams?
His mobility is elite. I keep telling guys, like, he's up there, like, he's right behind, Lamar and Josh Allen. Like, this guy can scramble, and you just got to be careful how you rush him. You saw tonight, he can escape through the B gap, C gap. It don't matter, and he scores. Like once he gets in the open field, he's hard to bring down. So it's a D-line effort, and you really got to be on top of your game.
What allowed you guys in training camp to come out here with playing so much confidence, knowing that the offense was struggling a little bit, you were keeping the team in the game, and then ultimately you guys had that explosive fourth quarter?
Our motto is, just keep giving the ball back to the offense, keep giving it back, keep giving them back, because eventually they're going to break through. And you saw the running backs that we have, JP and Aaron, they can, when they get downhill, they can make some plays. And, once JJ settled in and is the playmaker that we all know that he can be, the sky's the limit for them. So just get them the ball back and see what they can do.
Did you see anything different from J.J. McCarthy that you saw in practice now that the lights are on? It's a big stage, Monday Night Football, him coming back. Is it the same guy that you see in practice all the time? Or do you see a little elevation in his play?
That's the guy that he shows up day after day. And he's got a lot of poise, a lot of confidence, and he's a leader, and he knows how to win football games. So we all rally behind him, and I'm excited to see how he does this season.
Congrats on the win, man. Good job.
All right, guys, back to you.
All right, Ben, thank you so much. And Andrew Van Ginkel there in the locker room. 27-24, the Vikings get the win. Nordo is joining me now. Here we got Vikings fan line coming up here next. And Nordo, I mean, there were two players I think really did a nice job of improving throughout the game. Obviously, you got to go with J.J. McCarthy.
Okay, yeah.
But Justin School as well, because that first half, it looked bad.
I'd say 3/4.
Yeah. But in the end,
I'd have to look back and see on those scoring drives. I was so busy being excited. I'd like to see how the left tackle performed. That was a massive problem at times.
Oh, yeah.
The conversation during fan line is going to be so much different thanks to that fourth quarter, thanks to what you saw really is JJ kind of growing and evolving over the course of just one single game and coming alive, specifically in the fourth quarter. And listening to Van Ginkel's interview there, just kind of focusing on the defense for a second. Now, if you look at the stats, he was talking about stuff in the run. You'll see 100 and change or whatever it was. Only 61 from the running backs. They did a really good job.
119 total.
But the 58 or 60 that Caleb Williams was able to get, and that was kind of a problem early where you're seeing, okay, this pass rush is working, but in that process, there were in the wake of it, these rush lanes that Caleb was finding so effectively, specifically early, moving the chains with his legs. It got frustrating. And then the defense on its own, you look at a 27-24 game, and that final drive will leave a bitter taste in your mouth. That wide open Cole Kmet 30-yard pass, they end up getting a Dunze in the end zone to make the score closer. But Flores had something on Ben Johnson, really, for the 2.5 quarters in the middle there. They get the early touchdown, and the pick six, obviously, you can't blame Flo's group for that. 5 or 6 straight third downs that they were missing on, and just
brutal. It was like
Hargrave's debut. And, we were talking Van Ginkel kind of dropping into coverage a bunch. I didn't notice that on a regular occurrence last year. And so, what the defense did, I'm so pumped for Fan Line to kind of run through all of that, how, bitter taste at half, happy for Reichard. After that pick six, it's ready. I just want to turn the thing off and leave. Like, I just want to take tonight's fan line off and not participate.
You were like throwing stuff.
I'm just, I didn't break anything. Okay, if anybody from corporate's listening, but what we saw in the fourth quarter was special. Lots to grow from this, but to do it after a victory is awesome.
Awesome. You'll be coming up here next. But right now, let's go back down to the locker room. We got Ben Lieber with Aaron Jones.
All right, thanks, guys. We're down here with Aaron Jones in the locker room as he just slipped his hoodie on and still has his towel to give you a visual description of what's going on here. Do you want me to keep going, Aaron? No, you good. Appreciate it, though. Listen, I want to talk to you. You had a private conversation with us a little bit ago, and I want to know if you would like to say that on air for us as well, because I think it's really impactful about what you heard out of J.J. McCarthy in the fourth quarter.
Definitely. We're down. We're in the huddle, and JJ runs into the huddle. I think it was like after one of the TV timeouts or something, and he looks at all of us and he's like, "Is there any place else you guys would rather be?" And we're all like, "Wow!" Like, you effing right. This is where we want to be. So like, it just got like everybody's wheels turning up here, and to me that was just something special. Being present. Being where your feet are, but also having that sense to motivate us in that way. It was special, and like just gives you gratitude, because it's like, you're right, I dreamed of being here, so there's nowhere else I would want to be right now.
Well, and we all knew that he was going to face some adversity today, right? I mean, nobody expected him to come out and have a perfect passer rating and throw for 5 touchdowns, right? So to have the start like he did, and then have that mindset in that moment, I mean, that's why you guys all think he's the dude.
100%. I always speak on it. He's different up here, and it's just his mentality. And even when he had that turnover, he came on over to the sideline, and he talked to us, and we knew that wasn't going to affect him. And he's a special guy, and I'm blessed to have him here.
Can you talk us through your touchdown real quick?
Yes, sir. They called up a play for me, and JJ told me, he's like, off of a TV timeout as well, I just got subbed in, and he's like, "Hey, go make this play." And I'm like, "All right." And Jets told me the same thing, and sure enough, the play's called. I see the linebackers covering me, but he's covering me at the same time he kind of dropped into his zone. So I'm like, well, who's covering me? And then he tried to run after he dropped into the zone. I'm like, well, I'm open. And the safety ran with one of the receivers, which is amazing to have receivers of this caliber where they can just take the safety out. So really I got a one-on-one matchup every time. And JJ just threw a perfect ball and dropped right in the basket, and I was able to turn away from the defender into the end zone. So great play. Great play. Glad to get in there. A big-time moment. So definitely happy. Good job. Congrats, man. All right, guys, back to you.
All right, thanks, Ben. 27-24, your Vikings get the win, and Vikings Fan Line is coming up here next with Nordo and Ron Johnson, 800-320-5326, and you can also use the talkback as well. Vikings Fan Line coming up next again, 27-24.
Abbott asked me sometimes, is there any place you'd rather be?
Oh, yeah.
And I just go, no,
Fan
Abbott.
Line.
No, Abbott.
Fan Line.
Let's go. This is going to be awesome. I can't believe this game. You can listen on the way home, Muss. I'm sorry. I'm done clomping. Do your thing.
No. It's quite all right. 27-24, and just a very exciting fourth quarter of a game for your Minnesota Vikings. And you caught it right here on the Minnesota Vikings Audio Network, driven by Polaris.
Our friends at TimberTech have a checklist at the website for those of you desiring a deck. Go to TimberTech.com, get started there. And after you go through the checklist of what to do with the decking and to find a contractor and everything, get yourself some samples. You'll love them. They'll send them to you for free, TimberTech.com. And finally, when you work with those contractors, you will recognize TimberTech works with only the best. So if you need a deck with deck durability, start at TimberTech.com.
You're listening to Vikings football.
No matter who you are or what you do, there's a Ford vehicle that can help you own the day. Make life on the go feel like a breeze in the new Ford Explorer. Make tough tasks look easy with the powerful performance of a new built Ford Tough F-Series truck, the best-selling trucks in America for 48 years. Or take your adventures in the great outdoors to a whole new level with our Built Wild family of Ford Broncos. Whether it's for work or play, there's a Ford with a great deal waiting for you at your local Northland Ford dealers. Don't wait. Get behind the wheel of a new Ford today, based on calendar year total sales.
As a leader in innovative ingredient solutions, Sam Nutrition offers a unique personal touch that only a family-owned business can provide. As your trusted partner in animal nutrition, we source the highest quality ingredients, ensuring you achieve optimal results. Discover how our family values drive us to connect industries and unlock peak performance across your entire operation with Sam Nutrition. Learn more by visiting samnutrition.com. Sam Nutrition, high performance, reasonable price, a proud partner of the Minnesota Vikings.
When it comes to childcare, nothing is more important than peace of mind. At New Horizon Academy, our award-winning infant program provides the highest standard of care so you can rest easy knowing your child is in safe, loving hands. And to make your life easier, our infant tuition covers everything your baby needs, including diapers. No extra charges, no surprises, just one simple, affordable tuition. Ready to make your life easier? Visit nhacademy.net to learn more about our all-inclusive infant care program. Your baby deserves the best, and so do you.
This is the radio home of the Minnesota Vikings. FM 100.3 KFAN, Minnesota's home for football. Time now for Vikings Fan Line on the Minnesota Vikings Audio Network. Your chance to talk about today's game with the Vikings broadcast team. Join the conversation on Vikings Fan Line by sending us a talkback through the iHeart app. Text the studio at 64686. Call 800-320-5326 or send us a message to any of our KFAN social channels. Now it's your turn. Vikings Fan Line starts now. Here's KFAN's Ron Johnson and Eric Nordquist.
What up? Good evening and welcome to Minnesota Vikings Fan Line. I'm Nordo from 9 to noon. Ron Johnson with me. The Minnesota Vikings start the 2025 season 27-24. And if you were watching this game, I hope and anticipate, and you're listening now and ready to participate, that you did not stop watching at the conclusion of the third quarter.
And what's their record, Dordo?
The Vikings record is 1-0.
Oh,
Ron
okay.
Johnson.
You don't say.
1-0, Ron Johnson. 1 is the number on the win tally. 3 is the number in front of Ron Johnson's name when you are searching for him on social media.
On Instagram.
There's a lot to get into. 800-320-5326 is the number for calls. We love your text messages as well. The KFAN Bradshaw and Bryant text line, 64686. And then, of course, the TalkBack feature, free iHeartRadio app. You throw on the app, hit the microphone button, give us up to your best 30 seconds, and we shall air them. Ron, let's just, I'm just going to jump right into the phones. And, J.J. McCarthy, the A topic, how he started versus how he finished, how the defense, some of the new faces looked against Caleb Williams, the offensive line, Justin School. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, that was bad.
Jordan Mason, maybe the better back, although Aaron Jones had some flashes, including a passing touchdown. A lot of talkers on Fan Line tonight, so let's just see where the phone calls take us, starting with Jesse in St. Louis. Jesse, welcome to Vikings Fan Line.
Let's go. What a game.
Let's go.
Oh, my God. JJ overcoming adversity. Perfect start. We haven't seen youth like that from our quarterback in so long. What refreshing. That was awesome. And, he's got some things to clean up, couple blocks passes. But, oh, my God, the dude is throwing bullets that even JJ Jets can't catch. And, that was just an awesome win. And, he stayed in it the whole time. He was hyping up the sideline. That was sick.
Yeah, I love it, Jesse. Congratulations as a fan. I'm congratulating you like you won the game, but we all won tonight, and we're feeling that vibe. Let's go, J.J. McCarthy, indeed. More on him. TJ in Austin, I think he wants to chime in on the quarterback as well. What up? Welcome to Vikings Fan Line, TJ.
What up, Ab? Yes, JJ, the second he crossed that goal line, the franchise changed forever. We'll never look back. Skol.
Skol. Thank you very much, TJ, for checking in. And Nathan and Otsego. Let's just keep rattling here. Nathan, welcome to Vikings Fan Line.
Hey, first-time caller, long-time listener.
Thanks for calling in. What up?
I love that saying. So tonight's game with JJ, I was actually very impressed with the patience of Coach McConnell. During the first half, you would see some mistakes happen, and McConnell would jump in and kind of do the whisperer. So I think that we're blessed with that. And I'd also like to say that if you want an initials game at home, you can go to theinitialgame.com and buy a copy for yourself.
Well, I appreciate that, Nathan. And as I'm sure it's been said before, we always appreciate when that topic comes up organically. Tim in Buffalo. Tim, welcome to Vikings Fan Line.
Yeah, I wanted to bring up the defense, and I loved how the defense kept us in the game again until the offense came into life. And Eric Wilson, man, when he came in, he did many things well. And the only time I got disappointed was right before Caleb Williams took off on his touchdown run. I'm like, okay, guys, make sure somebody's keep an eye on Caleb. That was my only disappointment there when we had that 10-point lead. But other than that, thank you, defense, kept us in the game. And, man, Eric Wilson was on fire, which was good timing for the game.
Hey, cheers to that, Tim. And I'm glad you brought up Eric Wilson. I plan on broaching that topic. Hamstring injury for Blake Cashman puts Eric Wilson, former Viking, then Packer, now Viking again, into the mix. There's a block punt, some massive run stop opportunities. Eric Wilson, frankly, just balled out tonight. To Joe in Maple Grove. Joe, welcome to Vikings Fan Line.
Yeah, hey, guys, big fan of the show. Just want to say, I know it's been said, listen to Lieber and everybody in the locker room, but it was really inspiring to see JJ's attitude throughout the game. And, man, you see on Twitter and everything, people are getting down after the first half, but really to see him come back alive in the fourth quarter was really inspiring. And I'm just really excited for the rest of the season, guys. And, man, Skol Vikes. I love it.
Skol! Thank you, Joe. Let's start there, Ron. Framing it up kind of how JJ begun the game, couple of 3-and-outs, and I'm just so down on the left tackle. I have to be honest with you. Christian Darrisaw not able to go tonight.
Yeah, Justin School.
It was a rough one. It was really bad at times, awful in other times. So, but in the end, how much is the head coach managing his reps and managing that first half? Are we in the QB's ears a lot? Are we in there too much at times, potentially? Because I will say, in the end, you love the 3 touchdown drives, but I also kind of felt just in general a total sea change in terms of how things were operated, specifically later into that third quarter, early fourth, and things start lifting off. You see 3 consecutive scoring drives. What did you see from how he started to how he finished?
Yeah, it's just a kid of lack of reps. Like, he didn't play a lot in the preseason, and I don't know why he didn't play a little bit more, at least, in every single game, or at least the first 2. It just felt like he needed the reps. And so the first drive, I noticed it right away. If you look, when he came to the line of scrimmage, he was killing and canning plays that I didn't feel like he needed to. Like, it felt like he was trying to get too deep into the playbook, like he knew it all, versus let me just run what coach called and see what happens.
Yeah.
And I think Kevin O'Connell probably at halftime said, hey, man, look, just relax. Like, run the play. Let's see what happens. And you could tell J.J. McCarthy trusted. Also, Kevin O'Connell said this, get him out the pocket a little bit. The kid's athletic. Your left tackle is literally a liability right now if he just sits in the pocket. So it felt like it was a little bit more moving him around, getting him, like, creating a secondary pocket, not just sitting in on that mark, because every time he dropped back and just sat, they were crashing in, especially from that blind side. And I think, he was feeling a little rush. He was feeling like he just did not let go of the ball. So I think that was the key. I think it was both. I think it was Kevin O'Connell changing the plays up a little bit, but also probably staying out of his ears by saying, hey, don't change a lot. Like, you're over changing the plays. So it felt like he settled in a little bit and got going. And honestly, that play, the throw to Jalen Nailor at the end of the half, I think that was the changer. Like, I think mentally, and he probably relaxed. Like, okay,
I can do
this.
Yeah.
And, and then he came back.
Hell
and
of a throw, by the way.
And think about this. If Justin Jefferson makes the Justin Jefferson catches he makes on that one, like, deep ball where Nahshon Wright gets hurt. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
If Justin catches that, Nahshon Wright was falling out of, like he was falling away.
You're thinking that's a touchdown.
It might be a touchdown. If he comes down with that, there's nobody else back there. Nahshon Wright, it came down weird on his leg or so. I don't know what the heck happened, but he came down weird and he kind of was like falling. And if Justin catches that, maybe he scores. But even if he just catches it, again, it's a big momentum play for J.J. McCarthy to know, okay, I can throw the ball anywhere to this guy. He's going to make that catch. And 9 times out of 10, Justin Jefferson makes that catch. So tonight was just the one time he won't. But when he comes back home Sunday night, I think we're going to see a spark back from JJ.
Let's jump to the TalkBack machine. The TalkBack's, of course, free iHeartRadio app. And all you got to do is you got to hit the TalkBack button, or the microphone, record up to your best 30 seconds. I'm going to play one here for us. And let's check in. I think this is Tom in Rosemount.
Hey, guys. Tom in Rosemount. Just wanted to say, I was telling my wife right after the game how big this is for McCarthy. A loss could have really gotten into his psyche, going into the locker room after everything and feeling bad, then hearing stuff all week. That could set your career back. But this type of win, this could really, really set him up for a great future. Really happy to see it. That's all. Have a great night.
Yeah, again, I mean, the mental perspective as to even, and I joke about it, because win or lose, I enjoy doing Fan Line. I enjoy hearing all the bits, the good, bad, and ugly of it. But the difference between looking at J.J. McCarthy's play after a victory and what we saw in the fourth quarter versus what I was thinking after that pick six, different sides of the universe. Another talkback here, free iHeartRadio app.
Hey, this is Kyle here in Portland, Oregon. We've had good quarterback play, I feel like, ever since Kirko came in, but just good quarterback play. My buddy from that went to Michigan texted me tonight and said, right as the Vikings were going to win, about to be 62-3 as a starter is J.J. McCarthy. So, if we can get good quarterback play at a minimum with the clutch winning gene, super stoked as to where J.J. McCarthy can take us.
Thanks for the talkbacks. I wanted to hit you with this. Speaking of clutch, that, and again, I know how the Bears immediately bounce back with that scoring drive at the end. It's Cole Kmet wide open, and they find their way into the end zone. I get that. That needs to be cleaned up. But you get the ball with 7:24 left in the fourth, and you're up by a field goal, and you rattle off a 9-play, 68-yard drive, take 4.5 off the clock. Would have almost appreciated another play or two opportunity, except, by the way, the QB goes RPO on a third down and runs into the end zone for the touchdown. That's the kind of thing we've been talking, whether it's the efficiency of the run, and we'll get to Jordan Mason and how effective he was, but the ability in the fourth quarter to just say, here, take this, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's kind of how it felt on that drive with the Vikings offense.
Yeah, and Jordan Mason kind of came alive, but the RPO, you brought it up. Carson Wentz, if you think about it, remember that was his offense. The RPO offense with the Eagles when he first came to the league. Yeah, that was literally, that's why we went out and got the offensive coordinator. Remember the dude that came here from the Eagles. D something.
DiFilippo.
Yeah. That was his offense. And he never did it with Kirk. Like he did. He had Kirk, so we couldn't do it.
I think he got fired in the season.
But
because he refused to run the ball.
And we didn't run the RPO. Because that was the whole point. But anyway, J.J. McCarthy is athletic. He can run. He can run with it. And that's what Kevin O'Connell, and they broke it down on the broadcast, to your point. They said the minute he stuck the ball in there and the defensive end just crashed, like, you're handing this off. I'm making this play. He said, this is my game. And he rolled out, and Hockenson had a great block on the outside. And instead of doing what some quarterbacks do, which is kind of like tippy-toe and then maybe go out of bounds and try not to get hit, he put his head down and said, you know what? You're going to hit me. I'm going to score. And he snuck in there and scored. And I think that was kind of the dagger. Like that you could see when they went to the Bears sideline on TV, they were done. They could not believe the Vikings drove down there with J.J. McCarthy and did that. And when you go stat for stat, it felt like Caleb Williams had a better game, but J.J. McCarthy was 65% and Caleb was 60%. The passing yards, you give it, 210 to 143, but the passer rating was higher. So J.J. McCarthy ended up turning it around. To start off, I mean, the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 third downs, they did not get. They went 0 for 8 on third down.
Well, did you see the number on that too? Their first, when they were 0 of 7, because it was almost shocking. I think it was a 3rd and 1 or 2 that they didn't get.
3rd and 2.
That 8th one,
3rd and 2.
0 for 7.
Twice they got 3rd and 2.
The average down and distance, I think it was 9.9. It was basically the average was a 3rd and 10 for the first 7. That's impossible.
Well, they had a 3rd and 25 and a 3rd and 18.
Okay, but again, there's the sea change. Something wasn't so.
After that, they went 3rd and 2, 3rd and 5, 3rd and 1, 3rd and 1, 3rd and 1.
Yeah, and it can't just be the kid like a light switch flicking on.
Yeah.
Like there's a collective thing that happened. I'm just curious if maybe there was a little too much going on in the headset.
Could be.
I just wonder that. But in the end,
Vikings voyage, maybe we'll get to hear what Kevin O'Connell was saying.
Pathways were opened, and there were clear minds, clear heads, full hearts, or whatever the Friday Night Lights bit is. And we handled business. The kid came through. Grew up a lot over the course of a 3-hour football game, and all of us.
It's going to be a great flight back from Chicago. I mean, do you think he's going to take the shirt off and put on chains, or no? We're not doing that yet.
I don't know. Okay. He's going to keep the war paint on, though, right?
All the way back.
The alter ego. Well, how do you once you turn on the alter ego? When do you come back?
After a couple beers.
Okay,
could have a couple drinks.
Cool. Yeah,
maybe a CBD chewable or something.
Wake up, stain the pillow, and then wash it off.
Yeah, that's not good.
Oh, that's Ron Johnson. I'm Nordo. The Vikings win 27-24, getting kicked off here, Vikings fan line, whether it's 800-320-5326. We got plenty of calls on hold. I want to run through a bunch of these talkbacks when we return as well. As we continue the conversation and break this thing down, J.J. McCarthy's performance, I want to hit on not just Jordan Mason, mentioned Eric Wilson, some new faces to the mix, including Javon Hargrave, who was a massive difference maker immediately. Whatever you thought you were going to get out of Hargrave, you just kind of got it from start to finish from number 97. That was sweet. And just continue to roll through first impressions of a 1-0 Vikings operation. It's Vikings Fan Line. This is Minnesota Vikings football.
Hey, it's the common man, Dan Cole here. Life changes when a loved one's memories begin to slip away. But at the Wellshire in Medina in Bloomington, I saw the Wellshire Promise in action, where your loved one is treated with pride and dignity. If my mother-in-law were still here, this is where I would want her to be. Wellshire, Minnesota, because when memories fade, love doesn't. Find out more and schedule your visit today at either location, Bloomington or Medina, at WellshireMN.com. That's WellshireMN.com.
Ever feel like the road is out to... Thankfully, Hyundai is always working to ensure it doesn't, with over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
Now for a limited time, get 1.99% APR on the Hyundai Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offers end September 30th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
With its smart, sustainable water solutions, Pentair helps the world move, improve, and enjoy water, life's most essential resource. From great tasting water for homes and businesses, to energy-efficient pumping solutions, and everywhere in between, Pentair is focused on driving innovation that helps people and the planet thrive. Visit Pentair.com to learn how. Pentair, the official sustainable water partner of the Minnesota Vikings.
For the Vikings, growth is a team effort. Coaches maximize performance. Teammates push your limits. But in business, who's there to help you grow? Lumen, that's who. Like saving live broadcasts from lag time, helping deliver the in-stadium experience for fans with millions more around the globe, and bringing all the benefits of the cloud to your network. So it's as secure as a defensive line and as legendary as the fans that cheer them on. Welcome to the on-demand network that meets your demands. Learn more at lumen.com. Services not available everywhere.
Your radio home for Viking football. FM 100.3 KFAN.
I think O'Connell learned tonight that he should play his starters more in the preseason. They were not ready to play in the first half. Thank God they got ready by the second half.
Hey, Nordo, Dwayne in Las Vegas. Just wanted to bring up an aspect of tonight's game I wasn't expecting. The kick returns and punt returns is an area where for years now, since Kane and maybe Marcus Sherrills, we haven't had anything. But Price, that new kid they got back there, and even Chandler had some really nice returns. Really surprised by that development.
That's courtesy of the Talkback Machine's free iHeartRadio app. Hit the microphone, give us up to your best 30 seconds. I will try to read through the transcription while simultaneously talking on the radio and play them. I'm glad he mentioned that. Welcome back. It's Vikings Fan Line. The Vikings win 27-24. 3 fourth-quarter touchdowns, 2 from the arm of J.J. McCarthy, and the finale from his legs.
Do you see that?
What am I looking at here? 10? Oh, look at that. 10-point comebacks in fourth quarter of NFL debuts.
In the last 45 seasons, 2 people. Steve Young, J.J. McCarthy.
Steve Young, though.
Steve Young.
He turned out pretty good.
And like, 85, I think that was? 1985. Steve Young.
Was that with the Bucks or was he with the Niners?
The Buccaneers looked like.
Yeah.
It was a weird-looking uniform.
And then he won in 94 with Deion and the Niners, I think?
Yep. That's what Deion, I don't know if you saw the Cowboys Netflix thing yet, but, Deion talks about that.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, he stopped Jerry Jones from getting a three-peat.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Of course Deion did.
Oh, yeah.
He was, I think they just absolutely lambasted the Chargers, maybe. It was like Stan Humphries. Yeah. Okay. Well,
Deion is Deion, though. But J.J. McCarthy,
Steve
the last
Young.
45 seasons, 10-point comebacks in the debut in the fourth quarter. Steve Young.
You can't argue with that.
J.J. McCarthy. It's facts.
No, that's trivia.
It's facts. Max knows that. Men lie, women lie. Numbers don't.
Numbers don't lie.
Talk about it, brother.
Wise words all around. Miles Price, courtesy of the talk back there. I'm glad he brought that up. Miles Price is nice.
Nice.
4 punt returns tonight. Average is 17.
Big 10, baby.
And yes, Indiana, right?
Yep, Indiana. Hoosier.
And long at 22. But
who's your punch returner?
But, into this game, Ron, I'm just kind of thinking to myself, like, okay, at one point we're talking about like Silas Bolden. We're talking about Lucky Jackson. Who in the heck is going to do this thing? And then we're thinking about adding a wide receiver off the market. I'm thinking about Brandon Powell because of previous experience. They go and get Adam Thielen. So now we've got the history all set. Miles Price is just, he's the last guy left that doesn't drop it. He makes a couple of plays in the preseason finale. And he did what he did tonight. I mean, field position kind of mattering in some of these spots.
Yeah.
Felt like Vikings were always on the bad side of that, mostly throughout the first half from a field position standpoint. Miles Price was terrific in the return game. Reliable, aggressive, made some plays, shifty, has the juice. I kind of loved what I saw from Miles Price. Price is nice.
Yeah, he averaged 17 yards a return. And the biggest thing is there was no moment. I mean, you remember we had some punt returners in the past where we'd be like, oh, this dude might drop this one. There was no moment where it felt shaky. And Kevin O'Connell said it during preseason. He said if Miles Price can actually catch the ball, he probably is going to be our punt returner. And so I had a chance to interview him during training camp. One, he said he hadn't lost a one-on-one matchup all camp. He said you can ask Keenan McCardell that one. 2, he said he would spend after the practice, I don't know how much time, 15, 20 minutes. You probably saw him when you guys were on the perch. He would try to catch 100 punts because he was like, I know this is my way onto the field. I want to make sure catching punt because he could catch kick returns. He did kick returns at college, but he's like, I want to be able to catch these NFL high sky punts and show Kevin O'Connell can get it done. And you're right. He became the sure-handed guy that he just kept catching them and kept catching them. And he kept making plays. And he caught a couple Max Brosmer catches. He had the touchdown for Max Brosmer. So it's one of those things where you do enough and you flash, the scouts are going to notice and they're going to tell the head coach, hey, this kid, man, like, let's see what he can do. And now he's a punt returner.
To the talkbacks.
Hey, Ron, it's Saul. I'm wondering what you thought of KOC's calculated call for J.J. McCarthy to have that quarterback keeper on that third down with T.J. Hawkinson blocking out there, get his crew, his whole team behind him, build his confidence moving forward. I think that was a calculated call by KOC, knowing that would be a big boost for McCarthy moving forward and get the whole team behind him.
I like it. Hey, first of all, Saul, don't talk to me like that after 11 o'clock. That voice is a little too steamy. I'm going to need you to talk normal. The ladies are not going to text you tonight.
You think he was performative?
I think it was.
In that voice?
It was a little deep. It felt like, he was trying to let the ladies know. Saul, you should have dropped your Twitter or your Instagram to let the ladies know where you're at.
I think we can go blue after 10, can't we? I don't know how that works.
But no, so, he's dead right. And it wasn't a quarterback keeper. It was you pointed that out. It was an RPO because he stuck it into the running back's stomach.
Was that Mason in at the time?
I think so. Or one of the two. I think it was Mason. I think it was.
I think we only have two options. So
or
flip a coin.
I'm going with Miles Price.
You go with Jones. I'll go with Mason. One of us
I think it was Mason because I think when I first saw him pull it, I'm like, just run and I was like, oh, okay. Because I'm thinking in my head, like, this is when you go, and we talked about this during the Patriots week. Big on big, can you beat my guys on in the goal line situation? And we felt like the Vikings were getting pushed around a little bit until Christian Darrisaw and a couple guys said, "Hey, let's do this."
Right.
And they started bullying the Patriots. That's what I thought was going to come up. I thought they were just going to go big on big. The program said it. The announcers were like, "Oh, this looks like one of those situations where you go, 3 tight ends, go big package." And Kevin O'Connell outthought him. He said, hey, let's run RPO. If you see that DN crash, pull it. And we trust you with your legs. And again, the kid can run. We've been saying this for a long time. He's a different quarterback compared to Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold probably gets the same win tonight, probably doesn't have the early mistakes, but Sam Darnold's not going to give you that touchdown. And I think that's why Kevin O'Connell's like, let's go. And
he had a nice chain mover earlier for 12. JJ did too.
Running. Yeah. I mean, he had a couple where he was like, a hair from coming out of that sack. Like he got through a couple times and they just tripped him up or he just fell.
Just in school though.
So yeah, it was bad. But he had a couple of those where I think he's going to learn pull the ball quicker. Like if school has to go week 2 because Darrisaw's still not cleared, he's got to know, hey, the minute I feel pressure from my back, I got to go. I cannot wait and hope that somebody's going to come open.
Well, sadly, he'll have to adapt to that. You're right.
One of those sacks, though, the Thielen was running a dig, so he had the 2 underneath crossers. It was a post and a dig. It's the basic crosser route with a deep dig behind it. If he throws it on time early and drives it, he doesn't have to take a sack there. But I think, I don't know if him and Adam Thielen are completely comfortable yet. There's no way. I mean, they did a couple Woodbury high school practices. Shout out to Woodbury. But I don't know if you're in game comfortable with him yet. I don't know if he's in game comfortable with anybody.
Well, that's where, so I was glad that you mentioned that because I am going to continue to be hard on what I saw from Justin School tonight. Yeah. However, I think the timing was off in totality. And a lot of that was just, we're talking a half tick, but you understand it. You played the game. You know that matters. And maybe the kid was a little slow.
Yeah.
Kid was a little slow, which goes back down the road. I'm just wondering, maybe he was a little loud in the headset early on. Maybe he got
the crowd was
a
loud.
little quieter.
Crowd was loud too. Yeah. It's a lot.
But they had to know. They're Bears fans. They watched Caleb last year. They knew what was coming. They were hoping
eventually he go full Patrick Mahomes without the completions.
They were hoping that tonight would be different. But it's 6 in a row at Soldier Field.
Like how dumb was Caleb Williams though? One, took the sack on his own when stepping out of bounds instead of just throwing the ball. And then the full-on Superman throw to nobody that didn't go past the line of scrimmage. Like, what are you doing? It did look. It's a nice. I guarantee that's going to be a great picture. Yeah. Like, whatever photographer got that,
gram.
He'll put that on the gram late, years from now when nobody knows.
Before the
exactly. Nobody knows what that's from. It'll just be him laid out. And then he'll have that over his mantle, like White Chicks when you walk into Latrell's house.
It's been a while since I watched White Chicks.
But that's going to be him laid out. Probably is.
Let me rattle through
Terry Crews.
A few calls quick. We'll jump into a talk back and then we'll pause. Jeremy in Bancroft, Iowa. Jeremy, welcome to Vikings Fan Line.
Go Gophers.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Beautiful evening.
Yes, it is now. I got just a real quick 2-part. Number one, I'd be real curious as to how many quarterbacks have won their first NFL start on the road. And number two, I don't think it can be overstated enough how you can maybe look that bad in the first half, come out, throw that pick six, and do what J.J. McCarthy did the rest of that game. I mean, that is absolutely huge for this team and for his psyche.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Jeremy. Thanks for hanging on and thanks for calling in. I totally agree. I have no idea in terms of the statistical equity of debut, starts on the road, and what that looks like. Certainly, difficult task. But the confidence building parts of what we saw tonight, the turnaround.
Seven quarterbacks have won on the road in their rookie debut season.
7.
Jaden Daniels did it last year. Russell Wilson, 2012. And then you got like Mark Sanchez, 2009, Joe Flacco, 2008. Yeah. So, yeah. And now you add J.J. McCarthy to that.
I mean, he's a Super Bowl winner, but man, he is, Russell Wilson's not ending his career gracefully. I don't know how much you watched of Giants Commanders yesterday.
I watched a little bit, not much.
Wasn't worth watching, I'll be honest. Other than if you were interested in seeing.
I will say there's only 2 quarterbacks in the last 45 seasons.
Daniels,
yeah, he's good.
I'm in love with that kid. I mean, it's just so good.
It's good.
Now they got Debo, and that's good things for them for sure. They got the 7th round running back that's working. They're going to be a tough bunch. Luke in Plymouth. Luke, welcome to Vikings Fan Line.
Hey, how are you guys?
Doing well. How are you?
Awesome. Go Vikes, Skull. I mean, I'm super happy about the win, but I got to be honest, guys. Who do you think? Either one of you two, I have a lot of respect for both of your opinions. Who do you think is going to be the last place team in the NFC North after week 1? Because I just don't know. I thought our defense was pretty weak. I'm very happy. I agree with everything with JJ as a young quarterback, but I don't know. I'm a little bit nervous on our defensive side and wanted to hear your thoughts.
No, I appreciate that, Luke. Thanks for calling in. Ron, defensively, kind of running through it, specifically on that opening drive. And I was kind of talking about it when I filled in for PA today, wondering just Ben Johnson, new head coach, new opportunity. And I think about KO when he had his coaching debut in front of him with the border battle, that I was seeing during training camp players walking around with like a Kenny Clark green 97 jersey on. I was watching, there was a lot of planning, prepping, scout team related bits going on weeks and weeks and weeks in advance of that opener, and Vikings win it. Similarly with Ben Johnson, that opening drive, man, Caleb never looked so smooth. And he was, I think, 5 of 5, 66 on that drive, moved the chains on 3rd down a couple of times. Everything was fluid. Everything was smooth. And, there's my bugaboo from the game might be that scoring drive. I've mentioned it a couple of times now. The just knife through butter, their ability to, they're down 10, under 3 minutes to go, and in less than a minute, you get the long pass to Kmet, followed by just a couple L penalties, a couple of illegal contacts, and then Ivan Pace, not that he could avoid it, but he does go helmet to helmet with Caleb and gets the roughing the passer call, and then they're in the end zone. What did you think defensively? Because I would argue, actually, for the most part, I liked a ton of things I saw from the Vikings defense tonight. It was kind of open all night. All you can throw buffet in the middle a couple of different times. DJ Moore had a couple of nice ones. Roma Dunze in the mix there. Overall, I'm much more bullish on the defense than the caller is, but there are certainly some things that concerned me after this game.
So when you say concern, though, what's that level of concern?
Well, it's not sky is falling,
right?
But what I am interested to know is, how much did not having Harrison Smith tonight affect
and that's
things?
That's where I was. Okay, that's where I was. Okay.
I want to. Okay, and
that's
then
I want to make sure. Yeah.
And then the Okudah situation.
Yep.
And at the end of the game specifically,
and that's a concussion, right?
I'm hoping, and I'm hoping it's okay. It's not like, it's only a concussion versus, you don't want people's marbles getting jacked.
Correct.
But all the same, I thought Okudah was a problem spot a couple of different times tonight. So I'm thinking about depth of the cornerback room. Mostly liked what I saw from Isaiah Rodgers. I think he was kind of falling down, may have whiffed on a tackle, but all in all, Rodgers didn't stick out as a problem point. Murphy had this nice run up for a run stuff, kind of open field style. Liked what I saw from him mostly. Theo Jackson getting reps. Jay Ward, I mean, kind of being forced into a spot. Correct. I didn't think he was bad tonight.
Yep.
So I'm not looking at things and just going, ooh, this is a problem. Other than maybe, I'm kind of hoping that Harry being out meant more.
I think 100% Harrison Smith.
Okay, there we go.
Here's the reason why. So when I talked to Theo Jackson this offseason, I talked to, thanks to the Vikings for setting those conversations up, but I talked to Theo Jackson. I got a chance to talk to Josh Metellus. And the first thing I asked them was, how much has Harrison Smith done for you guys? And the amount of things they were saying, like off the field, it's like the conversations in the locker room, the breaking, like they basically is another coach on the field. Like Brian Flores will say one thing, and then they say like Harrison Smith will look over and be like, hey, I would have done it that way too. Meaning like Brian Flores would be like, dude, why'd you do it this way? Blah, blah. And Harrison Smith will like say, like, man, I'd have did it that way too. And then, and for Brian Flores is like, you got a guy like Harrison Smith, you kind of got to be like, all right, well, if you're going to do it that way, why are we doing it that way?
Yeah.
Because Brian Flores does give them a lot of autonomy to kind of make the calls on the field, because he's like, look, you're on the field. You guys are seeing it full speed. I'm just trying to tell you where you should be. If you see something else, you guys talk and run with it. And there's a couple things on film that if you watch it, like you'll see hand gestures, you'll see different things that I'm never going to like point out, but I see it. But if you watch it, you'll catch it. They do a lot of hand signals with the corners to safeties to safeties, to like whether they're saying switch, whether they're saying you got this guy, I got that guy. Harrison Smith being out was huge, because now you're expecting Jay Ward on the back end to tell Theo Jackson where he should be. And it's nothing against either of them. They're both great athletes.
You're just kind of saying, in some ways, it's the blind leading the blind. You need the guy out there.
Let's not change it, because I don't really know what I should change it to, and let's just run the call.
So instincts and just kind of the nuance of it.
I on the pregame show today, I showed 2 plays. One against the Lions Vikings, and then one against Bears Vikings. The Lions Vikings, Harrison Smith and Shaq Griffin pointed to the wrong guy. They both ran to the flat versus the hook. Blitz by Josh Metellus. Easy throw. Everybody on Twitter, I went back and looked at the tweet too, and everybody's like killing Brian Flores. You're letting Ben Johnson kill you. Stop it. They played the Bears, same year last year, same exact play. Bears tried to do the same exact thing, ran up the seam, kind of middle hook. Harrison Smith that time ran straight through and broke it up. What happened? It was 6 weeks later, Harrison Smith learned, hey, I'm going to trust Blake Cashman or Ivan Pace to take the flat. I have to help my cornerback out. That's where I think what we missed a little bit today. There was a lot of up the seam, wide open stuff on blitzes.
Yeah.
Where you're like, where's the safety? Like, why are you 20 yards deep and there's nobody threatening the deep? You know the blitz is coming. They have to drop it off to the quick guy. So that's just stuff that Harrison Smith knows that, Jay Ward just doesn't have the was it 12 years or 13 years?
Yeah, 13 years or so,
of experience to say, yeah, if Josh Metellus is blitzing, he can only go to these 2 guys.
Okay.
He's not throwing it deep. So I think that'll get corrected. I also think when they watch film tonight, though, or not tonight, tomorrow, and then again, probably Tuesday, Wednesday, Brian Flores is going to see a lot of stuff too, where he's going to be able to tell these guys like, hey man, you overthought this one, or you're covering grass. Never cover grass. And that's the one thing I used to always hear DB coaches say, don't cover grass. Find the guy, cover that guy. If you have the deep 4, why are you going back to it if there's nobody there? I mean, remember the Cam Dansler? He covered grass on the touchdown to the Lions. And PA lost his mind. Like that's the little stuff. Don't cover grass. Cover the guy coming towards your area, and then trust that you can run with him.
I dig that. That's Ron Johnson. I'm Nordo.
What are you doing, Cam Bynum? Not Cam Bynum, Dansler.
Yeah, Cam Dansler. Well, that was a different one. That was the 4th and 10.
Yeah, the Lions.
At the Seahawks. No,
was
the
Seahawks?
Yeah, Cam
Were he backed into the end zone?
Well, no, that's a different. See, that's the problem.
He's had a couple.
There were so many sad transgressions on the field.
The one I remember was the Lions. They were running quarters.
Well, yeah, and
he backed into the end zone and let the Lions.
In like a year. Yeah. He moonwalked into the end zone, and Amon-Ra St. Brown got his first career touchdown. No, it was DK Metcalf on a 4th and 10.
Oh, yep. I remember that one too.
Russ Wilson didn't have he threw up a prayer, and the prayer was answered in the form of Cam Dansler.
Got lost.
Lost in more ways than one.
And then there was the Mekhi Blackman one. I think the Broncos, similar situation.
Oh, was that Sutton?
Sutton, back in the end zone, covering nobody.
What are we doing?
But they were young. Well, he was young. Cam Dansler was just,
And now, well, best of luck to all involved, future endeavors, et cetera, et cetera. That's Vikings Fan Line as we roll on. Ron Johnson's here. I'm Nordo. Max Fuller producing. We got talkbacks to get through, many on the phone line, some text messages. as we continue to celebrate and kind of sift our way through good times, bad times. Week 1 victory. QB had some struggles. Then QB came through. Defense came through in moments. Defense gave up some men and created some issues in others. It's all part of a 27-24 Vikings victory on Monday Night Football at Soldier Field. Good times roll on. We'll be right back. This is Minnesota Vikings football.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability, making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. Visit ChevyDealOnline.com.
Minnesota deserves a go-to destination for all things high school sports in our state. All the scores, the stories, the stats, live streams, social feeds, photos, personalized team pages, breaking news. One place for everything you're looking for. That's why the Minnesota Star Tribune is launching Strip Varsity. You'll find Minnesota Star Tribune journalism, Minnesota Prep Hub stats and schedules, streams, stories, and more. Strip Varsity is Minnesota's new home for complete high school sports coverage. Sign up today at startribune.com/stripvarsity.
Vikings faithful, listen up. Your game day checklist is more than wearing purple and gold. It's about victory from the first play to the final whistle. During tense, close calls, Dove shampoo, body wash, and deodorant keep you fresh and dry from head to toe. And what's a true Vikings tailgate without the secret weapon to sliders and sides, Hellman's Real Mayo. Then when post-game dishes pile up like a defensive line, 7th generation detergent is the powerhouse that blitzes through the grease and grime. Stock up on Dove, Hellman's, and 7th generation. And Skol Vikings.
Hey, friends with food allergies, life is about to get way easier. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Look, let's not argue. You've got enough stress. Just remember this name. Liam's. Liam's. Lee to the ums. As in Liam's frozen entrees that are free of the top 9 allergens. What? Gluten-free, too. Delicious, nutritious, ready in minutes, safe meals for you, your kids, and even those adorable people who can eat whatever they want. Liam's rocks. To find which grocer's freezers are cool enough to stock Liam's, head to saferplate.com.
The Twin Cities home for Vikings talk. FM 100.3 KFAN. The Fan.
Cody from Grand Forks, North Dakota. Great win out there. JJ's first start. Awesome. Comeback. Threw a pick 6, pulled through it. KOC is awesome. We're all hyped up. Gotta be careful for next week. Atlanta lost by missing a field goal. Just keep that in mind. Don't get overconfident. Go out there, play ball. Skol Vikings.
Mike from Monzu. I think the game changed when Jordan Mason started getting positive yards, and it caused a spark for the rest of the team. It's just my opinion.
Well, Mike from Mounds View, I kind of agree with you. Jordan Mason, all part of a Vikings victory. 27-24, Vikings win. That's a talkback from the free iHeartRadio app. Keep them coming. This is Vikings Fan Line. I'm Nordo from 9 to noon. Ron Johnson is with me. Max Fuller doing the production work extraordinaire that he is. And whether it's your calls, texts, and talkbacks, we're rolling here, Vikings Fan Line. Let's get to Jordan Mason. Although, here, let me hit on this because I have a certain corner office type. It's one of my bosses, and we got to cover this here.
Okay.
Donovan Jackson without Christian Darrisaw, kind of fantastic. I mean, if you think about into the year where we drafted an O-line guy in the first round, and he's part of this regeneration of the offensive line interior. And you're like, okay, yeah, Donovan's there. Nobody asks any questions about it. He just rolls out and just kind of handles business. Yeah. You can tell me if you saw anything differently. No. I saw nothing but positive things from Donovan Jackson.
Like, I got a lot of video of Justin School where I was just watching it back and recording it. I didn't notice Donovan Jackson. I noticed that tackle side because it was like I kept saying, help him with a tight end or a chip or a running back. And then when you watch the rest of the line, everything else was pretty clean.
You think it was kind of worrisome? He wasn't getting over. He was just one-on-one losing battle after battle.
A lot. And that's and it wasn't though quick though. It wasn't like he was getting beat like a drum. It was just more of like,
over the course of 3 seconds,
correct.
He's getting overwhelmed.
Like you got to run quick. Yeah, you got to run quick throws with him because like once they like the first initial jar or hit, he was there, and then you would just see the defensive end do something savvy like grab his wrist, and he doesn't know how to counter that. Whereas like Christian Darrisaw had a move for your move.
Yeah,
Justin School is just not like he doesn't have it yet. And so I think that was kind of the key is like some of those moves they slowed down and showed on the broadcast. I'm like, oh, that's a simple just wrist grab. Instead, and what he should have done was, do break it with the other hand and then re-anchor and get your hands back on the inside. Like that's what coach always do. Get it back on the inside. Get back on the inside. He kept trying to be on the outside and then he was getting like long armed and he got pushed into JJ McCarthy one time. It wasn't great, but I think Kevin O'Connell got smart and started rolling them out. Like he started rolling and then running the ball. That slows down any pass rush. If you can run the ball, the play action works. And that's what I think he realized. Jordan Mason started, and the guy's right. Jordan Mason started getting it going, which allowed play action to work.
Well, that's good. I'm glad we paid off.
I do want to clean up
the
one thing
corner
too.
office with the Donovan Jackson. He played well. Yeah, what are we cleaning up?
It was 17, not 7, other quarterbacks. 17 and 49 was the record for a road rookie game since 2000. So they call it road rookie struggles. And AI actually added, and yes, JJ McCarthy did win his first NFL road start in a regular season.
Well, I'll be honest with you. AI can be helpful in many ways. I have found that thing to be way off when it comes
Sometimes
to sports statistics as kind of an information aggregator.
I'm hoping it's right. It says since 2017 and 49 and rookie debuts.
It's much less impressive than 7. Yeah. I mean, I guess if we're being honest about it.
Yeah. But still a struggle. 17 for 49?
No, I'm
that's he's up there. He's in it. I don't know what those other quarterbacks were, though. But
Jordan Mason was a game changer. He had the post-game interview. I spent the time, I feel like a jerk for doing it. I spent half the time just laughing. Mm-hmm. There's just something about Jordan Mason. I want him to have like a weekly segment on The Fan. And hopefully those of you listening can get to listen to Lieber's interview with Jordan Mason. Because basically he said we could drive trucks through those lanes and that I'm coming downhill, get out the way. That's Jordan Mason. That's our new RB, who I will say, and, by all accounts, and he got the lion's share of the carries tonight. 15-8 was the discrepancy, him over Aaron Jones on the ground, although Jones had 3 catches for 44 yards, including that nice touchdown. Terrific throw from JJ on that play, by the way, just really kind of threading that needle over the backer, and I think a safety just got there late. But Jordan Mason tonight was moving when he needed to, had an 18-yard run, had a 20-yard run, I believe, or it was 19 or 20. But that was the kind of the debut we were hoping for. And on a night where, just a lack of plays at times, it felt like, specifically because of the 3 and outs and such and lack of production. Part of that sea change that we were watching did come down to Mason's productivity, and that O-line maybe having trouble at times on the left side protecting JJ. They had no problem moving forward.
Yeah, because Ludacris said it best. Move, get out the way. You can replace that with Bears. Move, Bears, get out the way.
Bears, get out the way.
Yeah, see, there you go. Just made a song.
I'm going to have to do a stupid parody.
Yeah, now you got to do your parody for Jordan Mason. The Jordan Mason parody, Move, Bears, get out the way. But yeah, like Jordan Mason, I was
100 on the highway.
Yeah, exactly. The funniest thing I've seen though was a tweet of somebody saying, I forgot how old they are. Like they probably said, like, I'm 46 years old and I'm still wondering if that got out the way. But it's the Kermit, like, looking out the window with the raindrops.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so
Kermit on the window.
But it's the thought process of, like, I wonder if she ever got out the way.
That was me for the first 3 quarters of tonight's game. But Jordan
the run
Mason,
game,
though.
So the run game I thought was going to be bad. Like, I was like, this is not going well. Like, when you looked at Caleb Williams had 35 or 32 rushing yards at halftime, and the Vikings as a whole had 35. I'm like, that's not what Kevin O'Connell talked about coming into this game. That's not what that's not why he traded, or Kwesi even, why they traded for Jordan Mason. Then you started to see it in the second half. You started to see the line moving. And honestly, Justin School, that might have been his saving grace. Like, let's just go forward. Like, you might not be great at going backwards and stopping a guy from getting to our quarterback, but let's just see if you and Donovan Jackson can work together. And it seemed like that's what was happening. They were getting to the double teams. They were then getting up to the linebackers because they were handling that front line. The Bears like to rush wide, which makes sense of why he said it felt like there was wide lanes, because the way they rush is it looked like they were just rushing wide. There was no help up the middle. And the linebackers were supposed to fill, but the guards were coming off pretty quick to get to that linebacker level. And yeah, Jordan Mason at times wasn't being touched until like he was 4 or 5 yards down the field. So that's a great indicator going into this Falcons game and something they can build on for us to watch for Sunday night. To see how that run lane looks now, knowing this is what we're good at. And again, like when Christian Darrisaw comes back, who knows? Like, I think that's going to be the key.
Nate in Plymouth. Nate, welcome to Vikings Fan Line.
What's up, fellas? Ron, you just stole one of my takes.
My
so
bad.
I'll get out the way because I heard that Jordan Mason interview and it was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. But my second take is do you guys think that if we run our ones, and given the fact that, JJ is a second-year player, basically a rookie, a little bit more in preseason, do we have any of that rust that what it appeared to be from an offensive standpoint in the first half? Because it seemed like it was really choppy, plays getting late, some confusion on the line, et cetera. And then one more shout-out. I think both those interiors, like you guys are talking about, interior offensive line, interior defensive line, played absolutely phenomenal tonight. But you guys are doing the best job. Appreciate you.
Hey, appreciate you. Take care. Before we get to that, because I do want to talk about those preseason reps, let's do this. Let's pause for station identification. You're listening to Minnesota Vikings football.
For Minnesota sports, follow the leader. Minnesota sports leader is FM 100.3, KFXN Minneapolis, St. Paul, The Fan.
And it's Minnesota Vikings Fan Line, and the question asked, kind of the preseason rest or rust and the advantage that JJ could have had if he had seen more action.
Yes, I think he could have. But here's the thing. Adam Thielen wasn't here. Justin Jefferson wasn't practicing. You had Addison. And we said this. Him and Addison, I'm excited for week 4. Because him and Addison were on fire.
Addison may have been the best player in camp.
Yeah, he was. And they were on fire. Every practice, every joint play, preseason, it looked like him and Jordan Addison were on the same page. So that's what I think is going to be exciting week 4 when he's back and that's what, London, right? Or is that London or Dublin first?
Week 4 would be Dublin.
So, because 5
Steelers
is London. When you think about the Steelers game, you got your guy over there, Jalen Ramsey. He looks like an absolute psychopath, crazy, demon out there. He looks really good.
Apparently, Max, you were saying that. Did Ramsey just murder Garrett Wilson?
Yeah, he did.
Is that what happened?
At the end of the game.
Yeah, he absolutely trucked him for a game-winning tackle to secure the Steelers that win.
It was clean. It was just hardcore football.
Shoulder until his what was it, Max's spleen or something?
And Ron, I'm sure you can concur. I mean, that's one of the hardest clean hits I've seen in recent memory.
It was shoulder, and it was so clean. He didn't even put his body on him. He just walked over him and then kept running down the field celebrating. He didn't even stop. It was just I kind
of want to see that highlight.
It was a hard.
Was that a move?
But it was a build up. You got to watch the other parts of the game because it was a build up. My dad's a Steeler. I'm a Steeler. I grew up, so I watched a little bit of that, and I wanted to see how Aaron Rodgers was going to react to the Jets and
certainly
him and Aaron Glenn and what that was going to look like. It was Jalen Ramsey from the start of that game. He looked like he wanted to just tear people's. He was throwing guys to the ground late. And again, the rest were letting them play. I feel like the rest of this year maybe have gotten a memo hey, let's not throw some of these dumb flags. But yeah, no, he actually, so I'm looking forward to that week with Jordan Addison because that was who J.J. McCarthy got really comfortable with. So I don't know actually if the extra reps would have worked besides maybe him and Hockenson getting on the same page. But Hockenson didn't. You would have had to play Hawk. You would have had to maybe Naylor. I just don't know where he would have gotten because the stuff that seemed off was the Thielen. When Thielen could have been the guy, he didn't throw it. And then Justin Jefferson and him just weren't on the same page all the time. And that out route, I'm going to watch it back tomorrow when they load the film. That pick 6, I just don't know what the other option was. You know what I mean? Could he thrown it sooner? Is there somebody else that was open on that play? Because I haven't seen the wide angle yet.
You don't think he telegraphed that? I felt like.
I feel like, was it Nahshon Wright? Nahshon Wright talked about so Nahshon Wright talked about how much him and Justin Jefferson worked when he was on the practice squad last year. And so I felt like he maybe just knew, this is the route you're going to run from this, because they had a nasty split, which means, I think they were 3 or 4 yards inside the numbers. You're telling me what you're running. If Justin Jefferson maybe was on the numbers and then runs an in break and then runs an out, maybe that makes him think, oh, he could be running a deep post. I think the alignment, the way they were stacked, I think you kind of gave it away. And both corners had their butts to the sideline, which means they're running a zone. Like, you don't put your butt to the sideline unless you have help deep. And so I just think that was a miss by J.J. McCarthy, too. Like, when the butts are to the sideline and both are backing out, they're playing like cover 3 or something.
Well, and that'll tell you that regardless of whether he's at the numbers or he's inside, they kind of have an idea of where that end spot's going to be.
Yeah. And the sticks. You know we're blitzing. Like, we know they have pressure coming. So they're like, look, he's got to get the ball out of his hands quick. If they beat us on a fade, they just beat us.
Okay.
And that's the ones we've seen where guys just run by guys. Like, I don't know if you saw the Syracuse game, but that's what happened to UConn. Their receiver was blitzed. Their receiver just kept running to go. The DB stopped, thinking like, oh, he's running to the sticks. Quarterback just had a little bit, 1 extra second, threw it. Guy catches it deep down the field, scores. So little stuff like that. Like, that's just cat and mouse. It's chess. Like, in that instance, Kevin O'Connell called the wrong play.
That's Ron Johnson. I'm Eric Nordquist. Max Fuller is here. Talkbacks and texts coming your way as we continue Vikings Fan Line. Winners 27-24 over the Chicago Bears at Soldier Field. It's Vikings Fan Line on KFAN and the Minnesota Vikings Radio Network.
Eagan, Minnesota is the proud home of the Minnesota Vikings, and it's also the ultimate destination for fantastic fun. Eagan features over 100 unique restaurants and amazing attractions, such as Twin Cities Premium Outlets and the Vikings Museum. And when you stay in any of Eagan's 19 incredible hotels Thursday through Sunday and pick your package, you'll receive 2 free tickets to the Vikings Museum. Other great offers are also available. For complete details, visit enjoyegan.com. That's enjoyegan.com.
At Anderson, we understand the challenges of builders and contractors better than most. Here's proof from real pros.
The best service department is the one you don't need, right? But when you do, I know they're going to be there.
The 400 series has earned my trust to the point where we have put it in our own home.
When somebody says Anderson, everybody responds quality.
Helping builders and contractors craft their legacy. Anderson, the #1 trusted window and door brand. Claims based on 2022 Anderson brand surveys of U.S. contractors and builders.
Huddle up, Vikings Nation. Don't let that Skol chant fade. Let it echo through the hallways, the bars, the stadium, and the city. Because when the Vikings score 2 or more touchdowns, you'll get a free Big Mac with a purchase of $2 or more. Only in the McDonald's app. Offer valid once per person the day after the Vikings score 2+ touchdowns through 2/28/26 at participating McDonald's. Excludes tax. Must opt into rewards.
Hi, I'm Amy Hockert with Fox 9. Have you downloaded Fox Local yet? Fox Local is how you stream Fox 9 on your TV or your phone for free. You can watch all of our newscasts, original programming, and all your Gopher and Viking shows.
And welcome back to Vikings Game Day Live. We'll take a look at JJ.
So download Fox Local on your TV or your phone and stay connected to Fox 9 with Fox Local for free.
Your home for all things purple. Yes! FM 100.3 KFAN, The Fan.
Hey guys, let's not forget about that huge kick right before halftime by Will the Thrill. Without that kick, this game might have been way different. He needs some credit there.
Hey Ron, hey Nordo, this is Mark from North Dakota. Hey, just a quick question for you. How much of a difference would it have been if Jordan Addison wouldn't have been suspended? I mean, him and JJ were connecting very well in camp preseason, so just like to get your thoughts on that. Thanks.
That's a good question. The connection would have been there, no doubt.
Jordan from Mona, Utah. Just so happy. Just so ecstatic. J.J. McCarthy coming through in the end of the game. I'm just so enthusiastic for the future. Thank you, K-Fan, for the awesome production. Skol Vikings.
Utah. I wonder if he lives near church. Thank you for the talkbacks. Free iHeartRadio app. Vikings Fan Line continues. Vikings win 27-24. And Ron Johnson is here. I'm Nordo from 9 to noon. And Max Fuller producing. Let's go to the phone lines. Michael in Colorado. Welcome to Vikings Fan Line.
Hey, Ron Johnson, Nordo. How are we doing?
Doing well, man.
Doing great.
Dude, it's so great to talk to you guys. God bless. You both are so awesome. I love listening to all you do.
I appreciate that.
Appreciate you.
Absolutely, man. A few things I want to say. I hope Eric Wilson is getting enough love because I thought he was a beast tonight. I thought Miles Price was sensational. And, of course, Will Reichert. The national talk is that J.J. McCarthy has a weak arm, and I think that couldn't be farther from the truth. I think he throws an absolute laser. And my question to you guys is this. As a lifetime Vikings fan, it's always felt like we've never had a quarterback that, like, when the pressure gets really hot, they don't, like, rise to the occasion. Or we didn't have a kicker that you could count on, or a defense that's aggressive. And I feel like we have all three of those components for the first time since I've been watching since 1984. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that out to you guys and say thank you so much.
No, I appreciate that, Michael. Have a great night, my friend. Thanks for calling in. You know, we'll start with Max. Max is a little bit younger than you are and I am. As a Vikings fan, are you feeling that on a Monday night after a game? Are you feeling the clutch gene of a McCarthy that maybe you haven't seen or felt with previous QBs?
It does just feel different. Even and I've talked about it before. Just the positive aura surrounding J.J. McCarthy. I don't know if there's ever been a more positive, I don't want to call it a PR campaign, but it's like we got a White Gandhi at quarterback listening to people talk about him through the offseason. So you just kind of feel through osmosis that confidence because everybody in the organization from top to bottom on the field and off the field has had this confidence in him. So even though they're down in that game and he hadn't been playing well for the entire first half, I didn't feel worried. I didn't feel like the game was ever out of reach. And it did just feel like this kid, there's something else about this kid that he's going to bring us back into this game. And then we heard that amazing quote from Aaron Jones in that post-game interview with Lieber, how J.J. McCarthy not only he embraced it, he wanted to be there. He said there's no other situation he'd want to be in, and that's the kind of thing that gives you goosebumps and makes you start to think about the future a little bit. So I totally feel how the caller's feeling.
I love that you were never worried. Now you're 27, 28, 29.
Thank you. I'm 31.
31. Okay. Oh. So at 40, you haven't been completely overcome with some of the bitterness that I've been overcome with.
Not entirely, but I
wouldn't put that on you. I don't want that for you.
I'm a little like Bane. You know, I was born in the darkness. I never saw.
That's a good point.
I never saw any championships. I've never even seen a title game outside of the Minnesota Lynx. Nobody's ever even made a title game.
So you're trying to say Common was adopted it?
Yeah, exactly. You guys adopted this darkness. I was born into it.
Because you said you weren't worried. I was worried. I mean, that pick six sent me into a mental spiral. Like, what the heck's going on here? I trusted the damn coach. Now the coach is looking foolish on a Monday night, and I wonder what kind of humbling experience this is going to be inside the facility. And now
was Meatsauce rage tweeting?
I'm going to be doing fan line. I'm going to be getting freaking Max Brosmer talkbacks, and it's just going to be awful.
I was mentally preparing myself for the put Carson Wentz in calls when I answered the phones here, but thank God we don't have any of those today.
Oh, there have been some the text machine's alive and well. There's no doubt about that. But the text messages around 8:30ish versus what we're seeing now north of midnight. The spelling's gotten significantly worse, but the sentiments are overwhelmingly optimistic and positive.
I'm not usually pro AI, but you guys might want to put those ones in ChatGPT if you've had a couple pops.
Kids got aura around. What do you think? I mean, it's one game, but is there an aura vibe there, Max?
I mean, did you see the post game? Like, he's in the locker room, players loving it. KOC, is giving him his props. He bought the team up after that. Him after the interception, going to all the offensive linemen saying, "My bad." Like, that was huge. Like, he said, "I got to be better. My bad." You can see him mouthing it. So,
okay.
He definitely has an aura about him. Like, this kid is willing to take on the tough. He didn't blame anybody. You didn't see him arguing. There was no consternation on the sideline of Tyreek. I mean, I don't know if you saw Tyreek Hill. He looked like he's ready to leave. Like, he looked like he wants to go back to Kansas City in a minute. I think he'd rather get divorced 4 more times than deal with what he's dealing with in Miami. And so,
well, didn't he have like 6 kids over a 12-month period?
Oh, way more than that. Oh, yeah, over a 12-month period.
No,
yeah,
it might be 10.
5. I think it's 5 or 4 in like 9 months or something.
Okay.
Like,
wow.
yeah.
just from a logistical and planning and
then he married one of them,
standpoint.
and that probably wasn't the best idea.
It doesn't sound like it's turned out well.
No, he's paying a lot of money.
He's trying to play football at the same time. It's a very busy thing. We are the sum of our decisions.
Well, I was looking at Meat Sauce's tweets because I was wondering, like, they weren't popping up originally, but yeah, I did see he lost a little bit. He said the team would go 2-5. And then we have a QB. So he went from like, I hate this to like, this is great. So
we're all emotional creatures.
Cause that's why I didn't tweet. I didn't want to be here where there's receipts of me like being down. I just was like, once it went bad, that pick 6, I'm like, how can I spin this on the fan line to not have people like jumping off the ledge and asking for Carson Wentz to be the starter next week? And we didn't have to do that. Like we didn't have to talk anybody off the ledge. We actually got to tell some people don't overdo it because you got to go to work tomorrow. Like go to bed. Enjoy the win. But J.J. McCarthy clearly is a winner. Now it's him and Penix. Like he dueled Caleb. He outdueled him. Now he's got Penix coming to the building. So, and Kirk will be here. I mean, what is that going to be like?
I think it'll be fine.
Do you think Kirk's going to like cheer for J.J.? Probably not.
Did they ever even cross paths? He would have been in Atlanta before.
No, but he said that, I don't know if you saw the Netflix thing, but he basically said like if he had known the Falcons were going to do what they did, he would have rather been here as JJ's backup.
Well, yeah, that totally makes sense. But I mean, with all, and I like Kirk and good dude, the whole thing, whatever. Many, not many. I mean, what was 6 seasons here?
Right.
Put up some yards, good memories. The contract that the Falcons put in front of him, he was going to take that every single time. Guarantee? Give me a break with if I knew I would have rather been here and all the sentiments. Sure, they love it here. Everyone freaking loves it here. I think
the Vikings offered him 70 and the Falcons offered him 100. So,
well, my understanding, I think it was just a 1-year deal too here.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's just a no-brainer.
Right.
That he was always going to leave.
Yeah, he was long-term. It was like upwards of 70 with like incentives and some other stuff.
Well, no, I think it was like 1 year and 40.
But that doesn't mean like the additional year it was like $70 million because they had it was somehow
so in
70.
total money.
Yeah, it was like an additional year if they signed him and basically like because they didn't know what J.J. McCarthy was going to be, at the time. That's why they went and had to get somebody. They got Sam Darnold. So
well, here's what I know. I know that we're not going to see Kirk. And I know that...
You don't think he'll play? You don't think Penix might, like, throw 4 picks and then...
I kind of think Penix looked good, man.
He did.
Penix, and specifically...
And he has Bijan Robinson,
You want to talk about now...
Or Bijan.
Now, this season has to play out in a positive direction for J.J. McCarthy to truly complete it. But you look at that class, man. I mean, Drake May's not working with a bunch up in New England. Looks like there might be a spark there, but I think he's kind of had the toughest go of it.
Right.
But, actually... The guy we watched tonight's having some trouble himself. So we'll see how this plays out in the long term. But like Bo Nix, the season that he progressed into 30 touchdowns, I believe, ran for 400 or 500 yards as well. Kind of middling output the other day, but they get the win because I think they're playing Cam Ward. I mean, and the freaking Titans. I think that's who the Broncos were playing.
I think so.
But this quarterback class is something else, man. And Penix, the newest, get to see a few games of him last year, and now he jumps in over the weekend, puts him in a spot, and Younghoe goes the wrong way. Younghoe Koo goes the wrong way with one of the worst field goals ever from a guy that's been one of the better field goal kickers in the NFL the last few seasons. That was a disaster.
And it was Broncos-Titans.
It was Broncos-Titans?
Yeah, the Titans receivers did not help Cam Ward out.
Well, that's the problem then, because they were playing Max's team. So it was a 4th preseason game, which is why Bo Nix didn't have to look that great, and they still got the win. So that makes sense. Just play the Titans.
Which is why Cam Ward's father was hunched over
he was upset.
in the stands. It wasn't even the end of the game. It's like, welcome to Titans Town, brother. Get in line.
Yeah, he looked like a dad at a high school game. He did not look happy.
Let's do this. We're going to continue Vikings Fan Line on the flagship 100.3 FM, The Fan. You can listen on the free iHeartRadio app. That's also where you'd participate with talkbacks. But we're going to say goodnight to the greater Vikings Radio Network, and we're going to talk again actually 6 days from now. It's Sunday Night Football, Vikings home opener. They're hosting the Atlanta Falcons and the aforementioned Michael Penix Jr. We're going to jump on. It's 7:20-ish kickoff. You'll hear from us around 6 p.m. on the Vikings Radio Network, flagship around 5. Pumped up for this 1-0 team. Thank you so much to Max. Thank you to Ron for hanging out with me. And again, we will continue Vikings Fan Line on the flagship. But 27-24, your Minnesota Vikings are victorious on the arm and the legs of J.J. McCarthy in the fourth quarter. Soldier Field, 6 in a row for your purple and gold fellows. Thanks for listening. This has been Vikings Fan Line on KFAN and the Minnesota Vikings Radio Network.
Your sausage McMuffin with egg didn't change. Your receipt did. The sausage McMuffin with egg extra value meal includes a hash brown and a small coffee for just $5. Only at McDonald's for a limited time.
Prices and participation may vary. Seems like there's more identity theft in the news every day.
Another major healthcare breach was reported today, resulting in the exposure. 1 in 4 consumers have been a victim of identity.
That's because there are endless places that could accidentally expose you to identity theft, in a breach, or simply by mistake. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it, guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Progressive knows we all crave validation.
Girl, you are not 37.
I would have guessed 27.
You guys are too sweet.
Sure, dewy skin. Terrific.
Is something wrong, Ned?
Why would you ask? Just because today marks my 10th anniversary without a car accident or even a speeding ticket? But somehow, tonight's all about your skincare. Wow. With Snapshot from Progressive, you can get a personalized rate based on how you drive. And that's all the validation you need. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, Downy in a real strange. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
It's the gaming event of the year, featuring T-Pain's Nappy Boy Grizzlies versus Neo's Gentleman's Gaming. It's a 4v4 matchup featuring Call of Duty, Tetris, Trackmania, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3+4, and Tekken 8. Season 0 of the Global Gaming League is live streaming on YouTube and Twitch. Head over to globalgamingleague.com.
Over 300 channels, 0 bills. That's TiVo Plus. Live news, reality, movies, and more. No credit card, no signups. Available on smart TVs powered by TiVo. Grab the remote, press play, and start watching. TiVo Plus. Free, binge-worthy, always on. Learn more at TiVo.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
The international games are back on NFL Network. And here our stars come out in the morning. So wake up and watch the game's best. Light up the world stage. 6 games across Europe with a return to London and debuts in Dublin, Berlin, and Madrid. Snooze off. Game on. It's Sunday morning football. The NFL International Games only on NFL Network starting September 28th. Your ticket to big savings is that big blue envelope in your mailbox. Valpak. It's brimming with deals from big name brands and your favorite local spots. Dining, services, stuff you're already buying, all for less. And you could score $100 or other instant prizes just for opening it. Or save even faster with mobile coupons you can use right now at Valpak.com. Valpak. There's definitely something in it for you.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Vikings Fan Line now continues on FM 100.3 KFAN and the Fan Radio Network. Post-game coverage on the Fan is presented by our broadcast partners, by Wilshire, by Xfinity, by TimberTech, and by your local Chevy dealers. Join the conversation on Vikings Fan Line by sending us a talkback through the iHeart app. Text the studio at 64686. Call 800-320-5326 or send us a message to any of our KFAN social channels. Now, continuing to take your talkbacks, direct messages, and calls. This is Vikings Fan Line with Ron Johnson and KFAN's Eric Nordquist.
Welcome. Thanks to those of you still listening from the greater KFAN Minnesota Vikings audio network and jumping over to the flagship 100.3 FM. I'm Nordo from 9 to noon. Ron Johnson is with me. Vikings are 1-0, 27-24, the final score at Soldier Field. Down for a significant part of the game. J.J. McCarthy, a couple of touchdowns through the air, one to Justin Jefferson, one to Aaron Jones, and then a rushing TD, all in the fourth quarter, propelled the Purple to their first W of the season, first W of J.J. McCarthy's career. We'll take some calls. We got texts. We got talkbacks. We're just going to jump to the phone line right away, though. Eric in Florida. Eric, welcome to Vikings Fan Line. Still with us, Eric? All right. Have a good night, though.
He's having a couple garage beers.
Which, who can fault him? It didn't say muss. It didn't say muss in the call screener. So, in terms of the garage, that's it's going to be hard to confirm that. Out of the talkback machine, how about this?
Hey, Nordor and Ron. Just wondering about next week when we play Bijan Robinson and how good Swift did tonight. Any concern about that? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the call. Swift, by the way, I would actually I would argue how well DeAndre Swift did. I was hearing an interview with Andrew Van Ginkel, and he was talking about kind of stuffing the run. Well, Caleb Williams led the team in rushing, and it was specifically earlier in the game. You're actually being effective in some ways with the pass rush, but you were getting maybe a little out of your lane, and you gave him some opportunities to run. Swift, I mean, pretty pedestrian. And maybe that's why Ben Johnson kind of sent him packing in Detroit the first time. Right. 17 carries, just over 3 a clip.
Forgot about that.
He did have 3 receptions for 12 yards. I have to be honest, Bijan's on a completely different level. And with what he was doing over the weekend, he is absolutely going to be a problem for Flores' group, and certainly among the A topics. I did see Drake London might be out. Did you see that?
I did not see that.
Yeah, I was just doom scrolling on X, and I think they might be without Drake London this weekend, so that'll be something to pay attention to. I'm not saying it's confirmed, but I read it on X, so it must be true. But Bijan, though, man, what this defense did to people not named Caleb Williams on the ground, I thought our run defense for the most part was pretty damn good, Ron.
Yeah, so when you look at Bijan Robinson, 12 attempts, 24 yards. His biggest weapon is the 100 yards receiving.
There it is.
And that's the one. Like, that's his weapon. He can kill you out of the backfield. He every once in a while will break off a big run, but it felt like the Buccaneers, especially my guy Antoine Winfield, it felt like they were trying to force Penix to beat him with his arm, which he did a good job. You're right. Like, Penix did
really
a decent
300
job.
yards.
Yeah, he did a good job of understanding the plays, getting the ball out of his hands quick. Here's the thing about Bijan Robinson, and I don't know this exact stat, but I know it's pretty decent. Run after the catch. That's where he's dangerous. Like, he's not running 50-yard routes to get that 100 yards. Like, these are like 7-8-yard routes, and then he's just absolutely making people miss. And that's where it can get scary for this Vikings defense. Making open field tackles without Blake Cashman, and the broadcast brought it up, like, Eric Wilson's job just got a lot bigger. My guess is a hamstring like that, if you have to get an MRI, probably 4 to 5 weeks. Yeah. Justin Jefferson was about that.
If not longer.
Hopefully it's just a simple one, because it looked like he kind of pulled up and he still was able to walk off, like jog off the field. So it wasn't one of those like lay on the ground, I can't move.
Right.
So hopefully it's just like he felt the twinge and he kind of stopped, because I could see him explaining to the trainers. But yeah, Bijan Robinson is scary. Like, you got to have and I think I heard him on his interview this summer with, the NFL Network. I think it's Bijan. Like people keep calling him Bijan, but it's Bijan.
Bijan.
It's like, like Dijon mustard. But it's not Dijon. It's Dijon.
I got 6 days to practice. And that's what I'll do. I'll say it 10,
I'm pretty sure, like
10 times in the mirror every morning before I come to the show, and then I'll have it ready by Sunday evening. Eric Wilson, you mentioned him, and we're just assuming things now. We don't know for sure, but based on needing an MRI and potentially being out, Eric Wilson stepping in. I mean, I don't want to pull him off of special teams. He's out there blocking punts, but then he's stuffing the run and he's making plays in the stead of in substitution of Cashman. Just really impressed. And he's a special teamer, very much meat and potatoes, hard hat and a lunch pail type of player. Mm-hmm. But after he left Minnesota, it was kind of what's next for him. Well, he found his way in a big way and found his way to stick around with the Packers for 3-4 years, I believe, and then now is back. Eric Wilson was terrific tonight with everything that was thrown at his plate, and I'm just kind of excited to see how he handles this opportunity if we're assuming correctly that he's going to have one for the next week and beyond.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when you say MRI on a hamstring, it just doesn't sound great. Like if it's just like a little twinge, the trainers will say, like, how's it feel? If he's like, we need to get this checked out, it's at least 3 weeks. So with Eric Wilson, you're right. Pulling him off special teams is going to be tough. That's Kobe King now stepping in more on the special teams side of what Eric Wilson is doing.
And Eric Wilson's kind of been his mentor, I think, throughout that process.
Yep. And I got a chance to hang out with Eric Wilson at the Gophers game. Blake Cashman bought him, Max Brosmer, and Levi Drake Rodriguez. They were all there together. And like just talking to Eric, like he's such a cool, laid back guy. And he was talking about special teams in his role. And he still on his phone still has a picture of when the punter's foot went through his face mask and cut his head. And he was telling the story to, Levi Drake. He showed him the picture and he like, whoa, what happened? Like, man, and Blake didn't even know because Cashman wasn't here when that happened. So just watching him interact with those guys about those stories, how much he loves special teams. And you're right, how he enjoys mentoring the younger guys. Now he has to step into a role next to Ivan Pace, and it's him and Ivan Pace. The other question, though, is going to be the green dot. Like, does Eric Wilson keep the green dot? Does Ivan Pace take over for the green dot? Because Blake Cashman was the green dot on the field. Yeah. So, again, there's a lot of, like...
Ivan's had experience with that. I think preseason, and then maybe the 2 games that Cashman was out.
He had it last year. So he's had it, but, question is, who do they give it to? Do they give it to Ivan Pace? Do they give it to Eric Wilson and have him take over that role? So, Blake Cashman going out is not just the on the play, it's the mental, getting the guys lined up. But we'll see. Like, it is a big week, but there's no bigger week with running back walking into your building than Bijan Robinson.
Let's pause, come back. I got some more talkbacks that I want to get to and some more topics, all part of the 27-24 Vikings victory. Hanging out, doing some Vikings fan line late on a Monday night / Tuesday morning. Big ups to our buddies at Youngsteds, by the way, part of Vikings fan line. Appreciate Youngsteds. Love you guys at Youngsteds, all the local locations. And when we continue, something specific to how Brian Flores attacked Caleb Williams in tonight's game. We're going to continue that conversation next right here, Vikings Fan Line, Fan Radio Network. Don't leave.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super-sized laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
Every Nissan Frontier is battle-tested. Its frame is twisted. Its door slammed 13,920 times. And its bed drop-tested over and over. We do all that to the V6-powered Frontier, so you never have to hold back. Nissan, ranked #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
It's the gaming event of the year, featuring T-Pain's Nappy Boy Grizzlies versus Neo's Gentleman's Gaming. It's a 4v4 matchup featuring Call of Duty, Tetris, Trackmania, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3+4, and Tekken 8. Season 0 of the Global Gaming League is live streaming on YouTube and Twitch. Head over to globalgamingleague.com.
Looking for entertainment everyone will love? TiVo Plus has you covered with over 300 free channels. From movies for family night to kids shows, live news, sports, and your favorite TV series all in one place. No signups, no credit card required. Just turn on and enjoy. And with new channels and fresh content added all the time, there's always something to watch. TiVo Plus. Free, binge-worthy, and always on. Check us out at TiVo.com.
The international games are back on NFL Network. And here our stars come out in the morning. So wake up and watch the game's best. Light up the world stage. 6 games across Europe with a return to London and debuts in Dublin, Berlin, and Madrid. Snooze off. Game on. It's Sunday morning football. The NFL International Games, only on NFL Network, starting September 28th.
Your ticket to big savings is that big blue envelope in your mailbox. Valpak. It's brimming with deals from big name brands and your favorite local spots. Dining, services, stuff you're already buying, all for less. And you could score $100 or other instant prizes just for opening it. Or save even faster with mobile coupons you can use right now at Valpak.com. Valpak. There's definitely something in it for you.
I don't mean to interrupt your meal, but I saw you from across the cafe, and you're the Geico Gecko, right?
In the flesh.
Oh, my goodness. This is huge to finally meet you. I love Geico's fast and friendly claim service.
Well, that's how Geico gets 97% customer satisfaction.
Anyway, that's all. Enjoy the rest of your food.
No worries. So are you just going to watch me eat?
Oh, sorry. Just a little starstruck. I'll be on my way.
If you're going to stick around, just pull up a chair.
You're the best.
Get more than just savings. Get more with Geico.
Deciding on what to listen to is hard. Using Zumo to stream music from iHeart 90s radio is easy. Or play iHeart Country or Hip Hop Beats. Your choice, all for free. Stream easy with Zumo Play. Get live and on-demand entertainment with no logins, no signups, no accounts, no hassle. Binge your favorite movies like Chappie starring Hugh Jackman, The Sixth Day with Arnold Schwarzenegger, The Fisher King with Robin Williams, Moon with Kevin Spacey, Johnny Mnemonic with Keanu Reeves. All streaming free on Zumo Play. Go to play.zumo.com now. Life is hard. Zumo is easy.
Yeah, guys, this is Greg from Duluth. Seemed like Flores kind of did a little rope-a-dope with Caleb Williams. Pretty basic with the pressures early in the game, and then Williams wasn't able to adjust later in the game. And I just wonder if that was just on purpose so he couldn't get coached up.
Oh, okay. Well, that was the conclusion of that with a little bit of, we'll do some editing, trim that thing up. Thank you, Greg in Duluth. What do you think about that?
I didn't even hear what he said.
Just the idea of things were pretty basic from a pressure standpoint.
Oh, for
on
Flores?
Caleb Williams, and then just the inability of Caleb and company to adjust later on.
Yeah, I don't think it was basic. I think early on they were coming, and then Caleb Williams kind of early on was beating him with his legs. I think then Flores said, you know what? We're better off letting this guy try to pass the ball than run, because he was absolutely running circles around that defensive line. Like I think the broadcast called it out every time he did it. Like he was sending Cashman. Like Ivan Pace had him dead to rights. And
Cashman had him once too.
Cashman had him once. Ivan Pace had him once. 97 had him once. The Ivan Pace one though is like so. I was like, how did you miss him?
Yeah.
And he just like hit him with the like ding ding and like gone. And then Pace kind of fell to the ground. He gets through there and breaks off a nice little run, slides. So I don't think it was basic. I think Flores realized like we're getting murdered, letting him like going after him because we're leaving lanes, and now we only have 4 to 5 guys in coverage.
Is there any potential rust with the defense? We were talking about like, man, if JJ had only gotten more preseason reps, what about Grenard and Van Ginkel? Because Pete kept mentioning it on the broadcast, and you can kind of see it where you have to match if you're Grenard and Van Ginkel, you're pass rushing on the outside. You know that we're sending Cashman or Pace up the middle. Mm-hmm. Well, that potentially will then change how you attack the rush. Right. And does that potentially then become more of a contain element where if you bring yourself too far up the field, you're offering the highway wide open for Caleb to run and avoid that blitz? Is there any element maybe where you have first night many of these guys haven't actually been hit by anybody with any solid reason for a month. And now they got to go out there and do it where they were knocking some rust off themselves.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is they get 2 back-to-back games of a quarterback that can scramble a little bit and move. I think Joe Burrow runs, but he's not that guy. So that third game is going to kind of be, and then, of course, then you get a Flacco in the Browns, right? That's the fourth game.
Yes.
So,
Rodgers would be the fourth one, and then Flacco.
Oh, Rodgers and Flacco. So
yeah.
Rodgers, I don't know.
Caleb runs more than any of these guys,
correct.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
He runs more than Penix. He runs more than Burrow.
Yeah, but Penix can move. Burrow can move, but doesn't as much. Yeah. But, not a great runner.
I think the Vikings are going to sack Rodgers 5 times.
Yeah, because Rodgers just sits back there now. He sits back and he's trying to find the open guy.
He can't do it anymore. And he was terrific, by the way.
You just saw the Jets highlights. Like, it looks like the Jets had him covered a lot. DK Metcalf made some ridiculous catches, even in coverage. Sauce Gardner was like a blanket over him.
I don't root for people to get injured, but just watching that game, as good as Rodgers looked, and he was fantastic against the Jets. I don't know if he can make the whole season, if he's going to take some of the hits that he takes throughout the game. Yeah. He just can't physically move. Every time he does, you're wondering, does he have a calf injury now?
I think he'll learn. To either just throw the ball away or slide or something. Remember Eli Manning years ago when he came to Minnesota? He didn't want to get touched, so he just kept throwing the ball away quick because Zim was coming. But I'll say the rush lane question.
Yeah.
The only thing I learned as a tight end blocking was make the DN run the rail, which means push him past the quarterback to give him that lane if he needs to get through. So, and then from what I was told, same thing, running quarterbacks, don't run past the quarterback. When you get to, I think it's like 1 yard in front of him, then you push in, and you kind of stay to contain.
Because you want him to bail. If
you want him to bail
outside
of you, then everybody chase back. Don't let them come up and then run because there's nobody. You guys have lane integrity and gap integrity, as they call it. Stay to your gap and stay to your rush lane. Don't be greedy. Don't be selfish. Don't go after the sack. I mean, we've heard guys say that all the time. Like certain guys, run out of their lane and go get a sack, and the quarterback's running free. I don't think that happened tonight. I just think Caleb Williams was doing a great job of making that first guy miss on the initial rush. And then from there, it's like, you big guys can't guard. You big guys aren't going to catch me. I mean, Blake Cashman couldn't even catch him. Ivan Pace couldn't catch him. So Caleb Williams is an athlete. Like, he's a freak athlete. But again, I think Flores eventually just said, let's sit back a little bit and see what he can do.
Yeah, that's the thing. And just not to dig into it, and then we'll pause, and then we'll put a wrap on this thing. Final segment around the corner. It's just that I'm hearing it and I see it. Again, the final drive is the thing that annoys me the most. That final scoring drive irritates the heck out of me in a spot after you have that 9-play, 70-yard drive, 4.5 minutes off the clock. There's less than 3 minutes left, and you allow them. And then the penalties, a little lack of discipline there. Like, that was an awful moment.
The Byron Murphy one, I get that one. I hate that rule, though. If the receiver doesn't do anything to get loose, he wasn't holding him, he just was riding him, and you're not supposed to touch him. I hate that new rule. It used to be once you engage, you can stay engaged until the receiver disengages. You can't re-grab. But if you're just running down the field with a hand on him, you should be able to do that down the field if he's never doing anything to create separation.
Right.
I just that's why it wasn't pass interference. It was illegal touching. So dumb.
Yeah, and then they had 2 of them on that drive in addition to the roughing the passer from Ivan Pace. It was just we've heard some callers and a couple of talkbacks kind of mentioning some reservations about the defense, and I can see what they're getting at with the running element to Caleb Williams. I'm just thinking about a defense that gave up just over 300 yards. Okay, 3 of 12 on third down. I'm digging that. Yeah. Two of their 3 third downs, by the way, that they converted all game was on the opening drive.
Yep.
And then additionally, in the end, you give up 17 points on the road. The pick 6, of course, coming from JJ. So 17 points by the defense on the road in primetime. I like my team's chances to win most of those games as long as I get more fourth quarter JJ McCarthy than I get the first 3 quarters. So I appreciate you breaking that down for me from a pass rush standpoint. So they have a right to get better into week 2, and they'll have to be with a couple of weapons that are going to be presented via the Falcons. We're going to pause one more time, play another talkback or two. The local Chevy dealers drive of the game hint. It's the one that ultimately put them to 27 points and kind of put an exclamation point on the fourth quarter for J.J. McCarthy. But we'll get to the local drive of the game, look ahead, and say goodnight as Vikings fan line will be over after this next segment. Stick with us.
America's #1 app for radio is iHeart. Live radio, trusted DJs, breaking news, live play-by-play, plus the station you're listening to right now. Anytime, anywhere. Join the millions who already have it. Open the free iHeartRadio app today. The #1 app for radio.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppable bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppable, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
It's the gaming event of the year, featuring T-Pain's Nappy Boy Grizzlies versus Neo's Gentleman's Gaming. It's a 4v4 matchup featuring Call of Duty, Tetris, Trackmania, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3+4, and Tekken 8. Season 0 of the Global Gaming League is live streaming on YouTube and Twitch. Head over to globalgamingleague.com.
TiVo Plus gives you 300 plus channels of movies, shows, sports, even kids' favorites, all free. And no, we don't want your credit card. Watch live, watch on demand, watch in your PJs eating pizza. It's all right there on your TiVo home screen. With so much variety from comedy and action to live news and family programming, you'll never run out of options. TiVo Plus. Free, binge-worthy, and always on. Check us out at TiVo.com.
The feeling of just showered freshness can't be beat. With Downy Intense, bursts of just showered freshness can accompany you throughout the day. Really? Yep. Downy Intense's touch-activated technology releases bursts of clean, fresh aromas, so you can enjoy the feeling of just showered freshness. New Downy Intense. An incredible freshness experience awaits.
Your ticket to big savings is that big blue envelope in your mailbox. Valpak. It's brimming with deals from big name brands and your favorite local spots. Dining, services, stuff you're already buying, all for less. And you could score $100 or other instant prizes just for opening it. Or save even faster with mobile coupons you can use right now at Valpak.com. Valpak. There's definitely something in it for you.
The international games are back on NFL Network. And here our stars come out in the morning. So wake up and watch the game's best. Light up the world stage. 6 games across Europe with a return to London and debuts in Dublin, Berlin, and Madrid. Snooze off. Game on. It's Sunday morning football. The NFL International Games, only on NFL Network, starting September 28th.
You took the elevator to the 48th floor and handed him the briefing. Your fingertips touched, sending a shockwave of desire through the air. The room pulsed with a silent craving as he drew you in with his smoldering gaze, before uttering the words your body ached to hear.
The next train on track 2 is delayed.
And all the while, you were on your commute home. There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover romance titles on Audible.
Thanks to you, thousands of teachers now have the tools they need to thrive, and their students do too.
I get up every single morning, and I can't wait to see their smiling faces coming through my door.
iHeartRadio's Thank a Teacher, powered by Donors Choose, building brighter futures one classroom at a time.
As a teacher, I'm really trying to help them come to school every day and put their foot in the right direction of life.
And we're just getting started. Help keep the momentum going and nominate a teacher who's made a difference in your life at iHeartRadio.com/teachers.
Hey guys, a couple of things from tonight. Obviously, JJ's performance was up and down. Hostile environment on the road, division game, prime time, we get all that. But I think we've got a punt returner. He was incredible tonight. Huge swings of field position. Will Reichert's got a howitzer for a leg. And I just like the way that defense was hitting. Theo Jackson, Byron Murphy, a few of these guys really finishing these plays, laying some wood on those guys, man. Just a
Hey, thanks for all the talkbacks and all the text messages and calls tonight as part of Vikings Fan Line. Final segment. It's going to be a short one, but I did want to get in our local Chevy dealers drive of the game, and I've referenced it multiple times, but a tale of really 2 games within one. You watch the first 3 quarters. We got a pick 6 in the mix. We got 3 and outs. We got inadequacy. We go 0 of 8 on third down at one point in the game. So struggles galore for the kid making his debut. We knew there would be moments, but then there was good. And that included a touchdown to Justin Jefferson, an absolute fastball he throws in there. And then you get that looping perfect just in the basket, I think, as Aaron Jones referred to it. He was on the receiving end of a touchdown pass. But then in the fourth quarter, 7.5 minutes left, you're up by a field goal. You need to just put this thing on ice. Vikings thought they had done it with a 9-play, 68-yard drive, 4.5 off the clock. And it's JJ on the ground.
3rd and 1 from the Bears 14. McCarthy out of the shotgun, milking a 3-point lead. It is a run-pass option. McCarthy takes off to the right, to the 10. Stutter steps at the 5. Touchdown! He's JJ McCarthy, and he runs for a Vikings touchdown. And the Minnesota Vikings, after that 14-yard touchdown gallop, sending fans home here at Soldier Field.
And that made it 27-17 after the extra point. Of course, the 60. See, that's the thing. You just look at box scores and stats, Ron. I can't help myself. It was like 317 in total. What was the number here? 317 total yards. 65 of them came on that very next possession, that late scoring drive. So you're looking at under 250. Roughly 250 yards allowed in totality to the game up to that point. Again, these are things that need to be cleaned up, but the defense handled their business. And J.J. McCarthy changed the conversation for us tonight, Ron. It could have been a very different fan line. Would have been a hell of a lot shorter, though. I mean, I will tell you that. Could have gotten out of here a lot earlier if J.J. would have just completely taken an L. But we can't do that.
It's time for some chamomile tea.
Because it's 1-0. Hey. It's 1-0. How fun was that game, man?
That was fun.
It was fun.
I went through every emotion possible from the start to finish.
That's Ron Johnson, at 3 Ron Johnson. Thanks for hanging out tonight, Max, and appreciate your help with the show and contributions as always. I'm Nordo from 9 to noon. That's it for Vikings Fan Line. And next time you hear from us will be, again, after hopefully a Week 2 victory. Next on the docket. Starting around 6 on the Vikings Radio Network, 5 on the flagship, 7:20-ish kickoff next Sunday night. The Falcons are in town. Penix Jr., Bijan et al. And tomorrow, 9 to noon, live coverage will start with the Power Trip at 5:30, but 9 to noon, we're going to dig into some talkbacks, some interviews, PA with KO. You're going to get to hear from the coach tomorrow night. It's all good. 27-24, the final. Vikings beat the Bears. They're 1-0. Have a great night, everybody. Thanks for listening to The Fan.
America's #1 app for radio is iHeart. Live radio, trusted DJs, breaking news, live play-by-play, plus the station you're listening to right now. Anytime, anywhere. Join the millions who already have it. Open the free iHeartRadio app today. The #1 app for radio.
It's the gaming event of the year, featuring T-Pain's Nappy Boy Grizzlies versus Neo's Gentleman's Gaming. It's a 4v4 matchup featuring Call of Duty, Tetris, Trackmania, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3+4, and Tekken 8. Season 0 of the Global Gaming League is live streaming on YouTube and Twitch. Head over to globalgamingleague.com.
Looking for entertainment everyone will love? TiVo Plus has you covered with over 300 free channels. From movies for family night to kids shows, live news, sports, and your favorite TV series all in one place. No signups, no credit card required. Just turn on and enjoy. And with new channels and fresh content added all the time, there's always something to watch. TiVo Plus. Free, binge-worthy, and always on. Check us out at TiVo.com.
The 2025 NFL season is underway. Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action. Tickets to all regular season games are on sale now. Be there live to support your favorite team. See every epic showdown, every classic rivalry, and every primetime game. 17 games for all 32 teams. Visit NFL.com/tickets to purchase tickets today. Verified tickets are available through the NFL Ticket Network, including Ticketmaster, SeatGeek, and Sports Illustrated Tickets.
Your ticket to big savings is that big blue envelope in your mailbox. Valpak. It's printing with deals from big name brands and your favorite local spots. Dining, services, stuff you're already buying, all for less. And you could score $100 or other instant prizes just for opening it. Or save even faster with mobile coupons you can use right now at Valpak.com. Valpak. There's definitely something in it for you.
You won't see the engineer that slams the Nissan Rogue's door 13,920 times. Or the corrosive chamber that simulates 15 years of life in 5 months. Or the Rogue heat baked for over 300 combined hours. What you will see is a vehicle that can take punch after punch and keep rolling. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. We put it through the worst so you get its best. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
I already love same-day delivery with Shipt, but it's so much better since I signed up for Target Circle 360. Why? Because I no longer pay price markups from the majority of stores through Shipt. Only a handful of alcohol retailers and items don't count. That means no markups on groceries, pet food, even home goods and makeup. So to recap, I have more time to catch up on life while someone shops for me, and I spend less. It's a win-win. Order now at shipt.com/360. Terms apply.
Thanks to you, thousands of teachers now have the tools they need to thrive, and their students do too.
I get up every single morning, and I can't wait to see their smiling faces coming through my door.
iHeartRadio's Thank a Teacher, powered by Donors Choose, building brighter futures one classroom at a time.
As a teacher, I'm really trying to help them come to school every day and put their foot in the right direction of life.
And we're just getting started. Help keep the momentum going and nominate a teacher who's made a difference in your life at iHeartRadio.com/teachers.
America's #1 app for radio is iHeart. Live radio, trusted DJs, breaking news, live play-by-play, plus the station you're listening to right now. Anytime, anywhere. Join the millions who already have it. Open the free iHeartRadio app today. The #1 app for radio.
Thanks to you, thousands of teachers now have the tools they need to thrive, and their students do too.
I get up every single morning, and I can't wait to see their smiling faces coming through my door.
iHeartRadio's Thank a Teacher, powered by Donors Choose, building brighter futures one classroom at a time.
As a teacher, I'm really trying to help them come to school every day and put their foot in the right direction of life.
And we're just getting started. Help keep the momentum going and nominate a teacher who's made a difference in your life at iHeartRadio.com/teachers.
America's #1 app for radio is iHeart. Live radio, trusted DJs, breaking news, live play-by-play, plus the station you're listening to right now. Anytime, anywhere. Join the millions who already have it. Open the free iHeartRadio app today. The #1 app for radio.
So, I was just parking my car, and then I saw you. The Gecko. Huge fan.
I'm always honored to meet fans out in the wild.
The honor is mine. I just love being able to file a claim in under 2 minutes with the Geico app.
Well, the Geico app is top-notch.
I know you get asked this all the time, but could you sign it?
Sign what? The app? Yeah, sure.
Oh, that means so much. Oh, it rubbed off the screen when I touched it. Could you sign it again?
Anything to help, I suppose.
You're the best.
Get more than just savings. Get more with Geico.
Save big this Labor Day at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 40% off select Whirlpool appliances. Plus, get an additional 20% off select Whirlpool kitchen appliances. With innovations that help you take on every load, meal, and moment. Shop Whirlpool appliances that keep the day moving. Save during Labor Day at Lowe's. Valid through 9/10. Selection varies by location. Savings vary based on purchase amount. See Lowe's.com for details.
Warning! Inflation is back on the rise. The national debt is spiraling out of control. The stock market has been at an all-time high, and wars continue to rage across the globe. Experts are predicting a massive economic crash for 2025, and you should be ready. Will you sit on the sidelines and wait, or will you take action today to help protect your hard-earned retirement savings? Right now, you can get a free gold and silver kit from the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco, where you'll learn why tens of thousands of hardworking Americans Americans, and even the world's central banks are turning to precious metals to help protect and diversify their money. Get your free gold and silver kit from Goldco by calling 855-GOLD-IRA. You could even receive up to a 10% instant match on bonus silver for qualified accounts. Don't let your financial future slip through your fingers. Learn why so many Americans are diversifying with gold and silver today. Call 855-GOLD-IRA. That's 855-GOLD-IRA.
When you sell your home, the goal is to sell it quickly, no hassles, for your asking price. Terry Cicchetti's a realtor who can do that. And with Terry, you can get another 10% when she stages your home. No upfront cost to you, like she did recently.
And just one weekend had over 60 people come in off of the photographs. And when they came in there, we had over 22 offers.
10% more, no cost to you until you sell. Call 1-855-TERRI-CARES. Brokered by eXp Realty, DRE 020-75629.
Thanks to you, thousands of teachers now have the tools they need to thrive, and their students do too.
I get up every single morning, and I can't wait to see their smiling faces coming through my door.
iHeartRadio's Thank a Teacher, powered by Donors Choose, building brighter futures one classroom at a time.
As a teacher, I'm really trying to help them come to school every day and put their foot in the right direction of life.
And we're just getting started. Help keep the momentum going and nominate a teacher who's made a difference in your life at iHeartRadio.com/teachers.
Our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
September 19th and 20th at T-Mobile Arena, Las Vegas. Streaming live only on Hulu.
Limited tickets still available at AXS.com.
Get yours while you still can.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
Hey, this is Matt Jones. I'm Drew Franklin. And this is NFL Cover Zero. We're just here to try to give you an NFL perspective a little bit different. Did you see the Colts pretzel? That was my other big takeaway from that game. What was that? Oh, my. We think NFL coverage should be informative and entertaining. And twice a week, that is exactly what you're going to get. Open up your free iHeartRadio app, search NFL Cover Zero with Matt Jones and Drew Franklin, and listen now.
Our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
September 19th and 20th at T-Mobile Arena, Las Vegas. Streaming live only on Hulu.
Limited tickets still available at AXS.com.
Get yours while you still can.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
This is Gemma Spegg from the Psychology of Your 20s. So, you can't get the trip out of the group chat. We have all been there. But did you know there may be an easy solution? EF Ultimate Break is a group travel company for 18 to 35-year-olds with over 140 itineraries all over the world. Just sign up and recruit 6 or more friends for a trip. You will save hundreds or even thousands of dollars. You could even travel for free. Learn more at efultimatebreak.com. That's efultimatebreak.com, and turn the group chat into a group trip.
If this were a Reese's TV ad, you'd be staring at a Reese's peanut butter cup. And sure, my voice is peanut buttery smooth, but still, you need to see the peanut butter cups, right? No? I can really just say Reese's and you'll go get some? Okay. Reese's. 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 Really working, actually. Reese's. Reese's. I'm on to something. Reese's. Reese's. Reese's.
Struggling with weight gain, low sex drive, or constant fatigue? Hormonal imbalances could be to blame, and Quest makes it easy to check in on your hormone health. Visit questhealth.com to shop hormone-focused lab tests and get insights to help balance your body. For a limited time, listeners save 10% on select Quest hormone tests when you use code QUEST10 at checkout. Take charge of your hormone health today at questhealth.com. That's questhealth.com. Terms apply.
Method Body Wash ignites the spark within with rich, moisturizing lather and bold fragrances. It's not just body care. Method transforms you. So turn your everyday shower into a moment to remember and try Method Body Wash today.
Adobe Acrobat Studio, so brand new. Show me all the things PDFs can do. Do your work with ease and speed. PDF Spaces is all you need. 2 hours Hours of research in an instant with key insights from an AI assistant. Pick a template with a click. Now your prezzo looks super slick. Close that deal? Yeah, you won. Do that, doing that, did that, done. Now you can do that with Acrobat. Now you can do that with the all-new Acrobat. It's time to do your best work with the all-new Adobe Acrobat Studio.
Attention Rocket Lab personnel. They are accelerating the test.
What are you two working on?
We're trying to figure out crypto.
You know, you could just go with Grayscale.
Crypto doesn't have to feel like rocket science. Grayscale has been educating investors on crypto for over a decade. Grayscale. Invest in your share of the future. Investing involves risk and possible loss of principal. Visit grayscale.com for more information.
Hey, this is Matt Jones. I'm Drew Franklin, and this is NFL Cover Zero. We're just here to try to give you an NFL perspective a little bit different.
Did you see the Colts pretzel? That was my other big takeaway from that game.
What was that? Oh, my. We think NFL coverage should be informative and entertaining. And twice a week, that is exactly what you're going to get. Open up your free iHeartRadio app, search NFL Cover Zero with Matt Jones and Drew Franklin, and listen now.
Debut, the former first-round draft pick, the Vikings snapped out of the doldrums. Dreadful performance, and they end up getting a win. You only remember the outcome. You won't remember how bad the game was from the Minnesota side of things for 3 quarters, but they end up winning it on a big push, 27-24 over the Bears. So that's good for the Vikings. For our purposes, though, the better story is in the losing locker room, so that is where we are going to go. Sweet home. Chicago Bear football right there. Holy crap. So the debut of Ben Johnson as the Chicago Bears head coach, the big money coach who's spent time as the Lions offensive coordinator, and that's where he built his legacy. And so many teams wanted Ben Johnson to be the coach, and here's his opportunity in Chicago. And he inherited the former number 1 overall pick in Caleb Williams, who has bounced all over the place in college and now in the NFL. Looks like he should be bouncing somewhere else the way he played in this game. So, with the better story being in the losing locker room, let us discuss the question for the esteemed panel. How did you grade Ben Johnson's debut as a coach in the Windy City? So I've got Utility Bill, the Coasters, and Hearst. And we will combine all of these things together, and we're going to make the Baba Ganoush. We're going to make it early. We're going to make the Baba Ganoush here early on. So my first thought here, as we connect all these things together, my first thought is, and I wrote this down, how do you grade Ben Johnson? Well, on the Maller report card, how do you grade his debut as coach of the Bears? Ben Johnson. The Maller report card, I wrote down, I didn't write down an A. I wrote down S-O-B. Now, not what you think. Not what you – I wrote down same old Bears. That's what I wrote. You probably thought it meant something else. Same old Bears. That's right. They dominated for 3 quarters. We really dominated for 2 quarters defensively, part of a third, the big interception there. They did control the tempo. It was a low-scoring game. Minnesota could not get out of their own way. And yet, when it was time to finish the opponent off, the kill shot, and put them 6 feet under, what happened? Not good. Chicago decided to slide into their snuggie, the Bears there, and they went into hibernation mode, and it burned them. It burned them. Proof that there is no such thing as momentum. The Bears had all the momentum. Should have won the game. Minnesota had no momentum. Why would the Bears give up momentum? It makes no sense. Because it's not real, you dummies. Anyway, so the Chicago Bears hired Ben Johnson, who is on the pulse of, he's at the forefront of modern offensive NFL football. That was the selling point of Ben Johnson, right? Slick agent, the whole thing. And so there we go. Instead of the next gen, which is all the nerd rage, the next gen and all that, this was the dormant Bears. And it was a bear jamboree, a country bear jamboree here every time they had a chance. And there were multiple opportunities to deliver the knockout punch and just end the game. They tapped out. I can't do it. Cannot do it. Not going to happen. Instead, they landed They landed some little jabs. They couldn't land the haymaker. Could not land the haymaker, and Ben Johnson's team pulling punches, which you generally don't want to see. Listen, I have no skin in the game. I'm not a Bears fan or anything like that, but the power went out, and they forgot to pay their utility bill. And they needed it most there late in the game. Just make one or two plays, you win the game, and they had nothing. So they forgot to pay the utility bill there at Soldier Field. The power went out. And this is not just a loss, mind you. This is 2 losses for the Chicago Bears, because not only you lose at home, but you lose a divisional game in what figures to be a pretty close nip and tuck division. So now you really lost 2 games at home and in the division for the Bears. That's a double gut punch is what that is. And this is supposed to be the new Bears, right? The new Bears, all that crap that we read and heard about. Oh, it's going to be different now. Oh, yeah, it's going to be different. Okay. So the job was to protect home field advantage, Soldier Field. Instead, you hand the W to the Vikings. Because as much as we're going to rip the offense for the Chicago Bears, the defense also, what happened there to the Chicago Bears defense? I guess Dennis Allen's back to being a moron after he were really just kissing his ass on the TV broadcast. Oh, Dennis Allen's defense and all that stuff for 3 quarters. And then in the fourth, not so much.
That guy's a moron.
Yeah. Now, as for the inevitable, oh, what are you doing? It's only 1 game. Why do you have all these strong opinions after 1 game? You know, that crowd. Spoiler alert. Guess what? It's a daily talk show. I am asked to give my opinion as things unfold. They don't ask me to wait to the end of the year. I've told management, I said, listen, why don't you just pay me a lot of money? I'll have no opinions. I'll be boring. There's a lot of people that do this that are very boring, don't know a strong opinion, and I'll just do that and then just give me like a big bag of money at the end. I'll never get an opinion wrong. It'll be wonderful. It'll be glorious. It's great. But this is all we have to judge the Bears on. All we have is 1 game. 1 game to judge Ben Johnson on. And the other factor, and I noticed this watching the way the Bears were throwing the football around, like, the margin for error in that style of offense for Ben Johnson and the Chicago Bears is razor thin. And it's a pass-happy offense. That's what they do. They incorporate the running game via short passes and all that stuff. But you're playing outdoors. You're not playing in a dome like you were with the Detroit Lions. You've got that wind from Lake Michigan swirling around. When it gets later in the year, it becomes a big problem. It's like a blender. It goes swirling around. You've got that to deal with. You've also got the occasional dormant weather, whether it's fog or snow, when you get late in the year, assuming you even have a mathematical chance of winning those games and having them mean something if you're the Chicago Bears, and you're struggling in September weather. And I mean, just you think about what's going to be like down the line in Chicago, and it's like, wow. And so that's why you can't call it progress. They lost the game. They rode the vomit comet, and they crashed it into the side of the building there. Man, it was bad. It was a piecemeal effort to close the game. Did they think they were going to play with a running clock or something like that? I don't know. Well, here's Ben Johnson, the man of the hour. Here is the coach of the Chicago football team, pointing out the key to wins and losses. Take a listen.
Disappointing way to start the season there for us.
You think?
Have a 17-6 lead.
That's
and then,
right.
And then
yes.
see it go the way it did there in the fourth quarter. You know, we said going into week 1 that the team that would make the least number of mistakes would win the game. And unfortunately, we were on the wrong side of that. We made too many there late in the game, myself included.
Yeah. So coaches always have to include themselves in that. You can never say it to the players. You always have to say, well, I'm part of that. Most coaches are like, well, no, I'm not. These are the idiots that screwed up. I didn't screw up. They screwed up. They effed up. I had a good game plan. They didn't listen. It's a bad job by them. So shame on them. The new shiny offense, right? Looked shiny for 10 of 10 to start the game for Caleb Williams. And then things started popping up that weren't supposed to pop up there. The Bears teased you. They gave some hope. There were people excited that, oh, this is great. Bears are going to get off to the 1-0 start, and then they pulled the rug right from underneath you. And Caleb Williams, his debut in the new offense, not a lot of fireworks for the balance of the game there. It was more like a sparkler, not explosive, pyrotechnic. It was more of a sparkler. and it fizzled out before the game ended. Bad job by him. All right, now, secondly, speaking of that, wide angle lens. What did you make of Caleb Williams' maiden voyage as the new Chicago Bears offense gets put into place? So what did you think? So it was a tune that topped the Hot 100 back in the day from the Coasters called Yakety Yak. And the song goes, Yakety Yak, don't talk back. In this case, it was Yakety Yak, don't fight back. That's the Bears. They had the lead. The Vikings said, we want this. The Vikings took it, and the Bears were like, what? That's what they did. And Caleb Williams, it turns out he's multitasking. He's actually moonlighting Caleb Williams as an elevator operator. I know they don't have many of those left. I know if you go down to the Hotel Del Coronado there in San Diego, they have elevator operators. And so he was leaving the elevator door open. He hit the button that says leave doors open. And he left it wide open. He said, come on in, Minnesota Vikings. I'll give you a ride right to the penthouse where they're serving W's. You can have one. Knock yourself out. So here is Caleb Williams, a man that always has the best-looking nails on the football field. And here is him talking about a bunch of gibberish about this, that, and the other mentality. We'll take a listen.
That mentality is something that we have, something that we preach, and that
how's that working out?
Yeah. And I'm not. It's not a play call thing. It's not anything like that. It's just being able to go out there and execute the plays that are called, and be able to execute them at a high level. And that's something that we take pride in. And today that didn't happen, and we're going to get back to it.
The good news is Caleb went out. He found an all-night parlor. He got a Manny and a Petty after the game. So he's feeling a little depressed, but he got the Manny and the Petty, so he's in good shape. All right, now, how bad was Caleb to allow the Vikings to come back, right? Because you can't just come back and win a game unless the other team sucks. Remember, we talked about this in the Sunday night game where the Bills cannot mathematically come back without the fumble, bug on the rug by Derrick Henry. Well, in this game, it was just consistent suck in the second and third quarters where the Bears had opportunities. We talked about that to close the game out. For example, I went back, I did the Maller math. In the second and third quarter, Caleb Williams attempted 17 passes. He completed less than 50% of them. He averaged less than 5 yards per attempt. He was horrible. And so what was missing? Well, after a minutes-long deliberation on the difference between the offense the Lions had with Ben Johnson and the offense we saw from the Chicago Bears, the thing that was missing, the secret sauce for Ben Johnson and the Lions, was the yards after the catch, the yakety yak. And they didn't have that, right? Detroit would turn, and they still do it. They didn't do it much against Green Bay, but they'll turn those little swing passes and the big, chunky peanut butter plays and all that good stuff. Stick to your mouth kind of peanut butter, hard to defend. The Bears, now they did have a couple of big plays, but not enough, and more smooth peanut butter, creamy, easy to swallow, and no bite. There's really no bite to it, and a few extra yards, but it was mostly catch and crash is what it was. All right, now, final thought. So we go now to the winning locker room, where it looked pretty bleak. It looked pretty bleak for a long stretch of time. But in the end, the Minnesota Vikings came back. And so give me your reaction to J.J. McCarthy in his first start with the Vikings. Is the glass half full or is the glass half empty on the first go-round of J.J. McCarthy? So what a juxtaposition. Why don't we start with that? What a juxtaposition. Because the first three quarters of this game, I was texting some friends, and we were going back and forth. I said, wow, this is one of the worst performances I can remember. Like, this guy looks like he'd never played football before. Holy crap. You could literally see him urinating down his leg. It was wild. And so you go from that, where he was having a nice meal at the Shakey's Pizza Parlor, and, just the sticky floors, kind of the low quality pizza, the Mojo potatoes, and the pitcher of flat soda, had all that going for him. And he's just sitting there, not even close to looking like he knows what he's doing as an NFL quarterback. It's like, wow. It was like he was living in Pukesville And how bad was he? I'm glad you asked. So the first 3 quarters of an NFL game, J.J. McCarthy was at 7 of 12 passing, which is not good. Averaged less than 5 yards per pass attempt, had 56 total yards passing through 3 quarters of the game. 1 interception that was a pick 6 to give the Chicago Bears an extra score, a passer rating of 35.4 going to the fourth quarter. That was the passer rating. So that means that they being the Minnesota Vikings, would have been better off calling up a hearse and holding a mock funeral procession for the Duke and burying the Duke, putting the Duke down in the ground, right? And then just ordering some tombstone pizza, and that's it. See you later. Because the fun fact, and we will use this from time to time, if McCarthy had just spiked the ball every single time he had snapped the ball, if he'd spiked the ball every single time into the ground, his passer rating would have been 39.6. Statistically, he was actually worse by attempting to pass than if he had not passed. And it wasn't just bad, it was historical bad for McCarthy for 3 quarters. Like, it was worse than just don't screw up, just kind of be a game manager. That's the baseline. Like, the Vikings essentially played 3 quarters of an NFL game with a mannequin at quarterback. That's what they had. And it didn't matter. The Bears still left the door open. We talked about this. Caleb Williams leaving the door open, the opportunity there. And they took advantage of it. Now, Kevin O'Connell is the Viking head coach. I'm sure he's not going to say anything negative about the first 3 quarters of J.J. McCarthy. Instead, we'll focus on the end of the game. Is that correct, Coach?
J.J. McCarthy, for him to make some of the plays he did, I told him at halftime, you are going to bring us back to win this game. And the look in his eye was fantastic. And the best thing is just the belief I felt from the team, the unit. And ultimately, that doesn't get done without him in the second half. 2 passing touchdowns and then the critical rushing touchdown.
You smell that? Yeah. Bullcrap. That is bullcrap. That is hot bullcrap by Kevin O'Connell. Holy crap. What a dummy. I told him. Yeah. Is that why he went out after halftime and threw a pick 6 in the third quarter? Is that why, Coach? Because you told him, let's make it even worse. Let's dig a bigger hole. Why not? Why not? Oh, man. Well, he did light it up in the fourth quarter, but man alive. It was like a cheat code there late, but the first 3 quarters, whew, Greek tragedy goes from, we talk about a rewrite, it goes from a Greek tragedy where everyone's dead, the stage is covered in blood, to a Shakespearean comedy, all's well that ends well, just like that there. Now, unfortunately, there is a problem. You cannot just live like that in the NFL. Obviously, right, you can't stink for 45 minutes and then expect to play Superman in the fourth quarter. That generally doesn't happen. It's not Disneyland. It's not like that, and it's not sustainable. So good luck. We'll give them credit for the comeback. A hell of a rally there for the Vikings to come back and win it. But the narrative, I'm sure, will be praising J.J. McCarthy and how great he was and the resiliency and all that stuff. And to me, though, you cannot ignore the first 3 quarters of the game, that he was at the salad bar and he was serving up suck salad. And that's what it was. So that's a bit of a reality check, I would think. He's a rookie. So, yeah, there's going to be some bumps in the road and all that. But, man, the Vikings, if that's the way it's going to go, you talk about a roller coaster situation. Holy cannoli. Anyway, it is the Ben Maller Show. You want to comment on any of that, you can join us right now at 877-99 on Fox. 877-996-6369. Also on X, at Ben Maller. That's at Ben Maller if you want to be part of the program. And so you're drafted at the very top of the NFL draft, but you end up at the very bottom. What is that all about? We'll get to it, and we will do it next. However, big live read season. Football's back. The live reads are back. It's such a great time of the year. I know it's the A block. What hour is it? Let's find out here.
Number 1.
It's hour number 1. Now, if you're looking for a new way to hire and manage your workforce, Express Employment Professionals makes it easy.